Get ready for a year of Test cricket like you've never heard before.
Hits him hard and high, straight back down the ground for 6.
That's an amazing shot.
12 months, 20 Test matches. New Zealand at home over summer. The 3 most iconic overseas tours. The 150th anniversary Test under lights at the MCG. And it all begins August 13 with Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sounds.
Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
Well, take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Big ball. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Light camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goes square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
Get better than this.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of these.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts him through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Carlton's quest for 10th continues tonight. Their opponents, Brisbane, are building. And as we know, in their history, they win flags in threes. Will they again in 2026? It's a double dipper at Docklands. That's what they're officially calling it. 2 games, 1 day at Docklands. Ben Cameron inside Docklands, as I have been throughout the day. I was here earlier for Sydney and St Kilda with the Swans winning by 19 points over the Saints. Mick Malthouse, the coaching games record holder, coaching legend, is going to join us, but he's been at a celebration for the 40th anniversary of the West Coast Eagles. When I heard they were holding that, I was worried we would have lost both of our experts, because Cal Sinclair, the former Eagle and Swan, is going to join us as well. Matt Clinch is along for the ride, having done the VFL earlier on today. Clinchy, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you, Benny. Good afternoon, good evening to you and to our listeners. You do sell it like a bit of a Truman Show, sort of been inside Docklands all day. And
Yeah.
For some, that might not be through choice, but we are looking forward to seeing Brisbane in the flesh. The side, as you said, everyone has half an eye on. They're into the top 4 for the moment. How high can they climb? And for Carlton, there's milestones aplenty. Patrick Cripps becomes the 14th Carlton player to reach 250 games. He joins Nick Haynes tonight, and Noah Answorth plays his 100th game for the Brisbane Lions. So can the Blues rise with a couple of milestones, or will Brisbane just simply prove a class above. Can't wait to find out tonight.
So Mick Malthouse not far away from joining us, but he's making the walk from the Eagles Hotel to Docklands. So he's like Jane Saville at the 2000 Sydney Olympics, and he will join us very, very shortly. But the former Eagle and Swan, as I said, Callum Sinclair is here to enjoy all of the action with us. Always a treat to see you on a Saturday night, Cal.
No, it is great to be here, Betty. Clinchy, great to see you. We've been spending a lot of time together of late doing the VFL, and our drives to the game I've very, very much enjoyed, solving the world's problems, as I do with you, Clinchy. So hopefully you're learning a little bit about me.
Have you enjoyed
over the last
Clinchy?
few weeks? But Benny, you know, I come into the box tonight thinking, great to be united with Ben Cameron. You know, we go way back, and mate, really got nothing as I walked in from you. Hardly a handshake, you know, just basically a nod. You know, you're a changed man.
That's not true.
You used to be the guy, you know, at Subiaco, you know, back in the day, writing the newsletter, you know, and you know, talking about, you know, 3 guys here, just old school pen to paper sort of stuff. But mate, you've become very cocky, and
That's not
you know,
true.
no, anyway. But no, Betty, it's really great to be united back on air. Look, I'm really intrigued by it tonight. Like Brizzy, I really feel like they're just hitting their straps at the right time of the year, and they're playing with a real aggression that I feel like not many other teams are competing with them at the moment in that sort of space. Probably Freo is the only one because they're an absolute rip of form. But Carlton, for me, this could be a game that they could pinch, and I've been pretty horrible with my predictions, Clinchy, as you know, of late. But they are in good form since Fraser's taken the job. So I'm going to go out there and say it, gentlemen. If Carlton win tonight, the job is Josh Fraser's. That is my call. That is my prediction. But I just don't think this is going to be a blowout like everyone thinks. I think Carlton are going to be quite competitive. If they can hang in there until half-time, I think they're in with the shot.
The game that many of you have just come from as well, we've had the first representative game of its kind in AFLW to kick off the season. Australia 13-13-91, taking down Ireland 6-5-41. No surprises here. Jasmine Garner winning their best on ground medal. Talia Randall kicked 4 for Australia as they won that match fairly convincingly over Ireland. So they're at North Sydney Oval, which was a point of conjecture heading in, but it was packed out and a pretty good spectacle there in AFLW. There is another game ongoing at the moment, Port Adelaide and GWS. If you wish to listen to that, you can do so on ABC Listen. Port Adelaide with the opening score of the game there, just a minor score. We'll keep you across the scores in that match as we move through. Brisbane in your premiership pecking order. Let's start broad and then we'll distill it down and talk about all of the micro issues in this game, and Patrick Cripps playing game 250 and what a champion he's been. But they've won, what is it now, 6 on the trot, the Brisbane Football Club. They're just building nicely. Where do you have them in your premiership pecking order, Cal?
Number 1 for me. I felt like the Swans game about 6 weeks ago at the Gabba, they came out with a completely different intent and aggression that I don't think we've seen all season. I just think they're timing their run perfectly. I don't see many teams beating them. For me, if I'm Fremantle, I don't want to play them in a final. I believe that Brisbane are the only team to go over to Optus Stadium and could probably actually give a pretty good upset. I don't think many other teams could probably do it, but they're the one for me. I know Freo's there. I just haven't seen Freo do it yet in a final series, but for me, it's still Brisbane.
I'm totally with you for whatever it's worth. Like, I absolutely agree with you. And you're a part of the 2015 West Coast Eagles campaign when the Eagles finished second. Brisbane were the two-time reigning defending premiers, came over week 1 of the finals. You guys beat them. They went the long way around and beat them on grand final day. Like, even if Brisbane were to finish 4th and Fremantle, who will likely finish top now, do so, I wouldn't be surprised if Fremantle got them week 1 of the finals, then they met on grand final day and it's a different kettle of fish. What about for you, Clinchy?
Yeah, well, Chris Fagan joked a couple of weeks ago that they might be back in Perth in the final, so he's preparing for those possibilities. I mean, the Ty Gallup suspension opened the door for a couple of changes, and that's been the curiosity. How do they fit all these players into their best side? So, opportunity tonight for Oscar Allen, who comes in, Kadeen Coleman, who's been a bit of a hard luck story, Bruce Reville, and really Dane Zorko being managed. We know, unfortunately, that the injuries that have taken place with Jack Payne, so his season is done. But apart from that, Darcy Gardner out with a hamstring injury at the moment, only a week away. They almost had their best team available. And the question for me is, can they once more find their best when it matters the most? And they've done that for the last 2 years. We know how hard it is to win 3 premierships, be it 3 in a row. So Will Ashcroft all of a sudden emerging as one of the superstar players of the competition with his 30-plus disposals in recent weeks. And they've got a few players that have been chased by other clubs, the likes of Zach Bailey. So, I mean, Brisbane are the envy of the competition a little at the moment as the team that have done it all before. And just a question as to how high they can qualify up the ladder.
Where have you got them? Have you got them 1?
I've got them 2 at the moment behind Fremantle. I don't think you can ignore the calibre of work in which the Dockers have done so far this season. But I just think, are they vulnerable to the odd slip-up? And that's probably the curiosity tonight. Are they bulletproof, or can Carlton potentially beat them up around the ball and get some clearances? And that's the Blues when they play their best. So, look, I think there's still a couple of weeks to play out just to see whether there are any sort of fluctuations in Brisbane's form. But as you said, to win 7 in a row, all of a sudden, if they were able to close out the home and away season unbeaten, that would probably give everyone the message in which we expect that they are the team to beat.
I think Darcy Gardner is one that they want to get back pretty quick, though, Brisbane. Like, I don't think the hamstring concern seems a little bit minor. He'll get back eventually, but with Payne out, you just want to make sure, because he's a dour defender. He's a glove. He's the kind of player that would really, really thrive in a final series. And that's probably the only... I reckon people undervalue his importance in that side at the moment.
I think Gardner and Payne are the only 2 players out of their best 23 that aren't playing at the moment. So they've got
managed today. So yeah.
Apart from Zorko.
I mean, the question is Oscar Allen in their best team at the end of the season?
No, not at this stage. I think he's probably come into this. I was a little bit sceptical of Brisbane sort of going pretty heavily after him. I don't think he was ever in great form for a couple of years, to be honest.
Well, he's just been injured, hasn't he? Which has impacted his ability to play his best.
Exactly right. But, mate, you are playing in the best team in the competition, so there's no better opportunity for Oscar Allen tonight to get into form with a team that's arguably the best team in the competition, the best midfield in the competition. You're playing at the Marvel Stadium where you're under the roof. Conditions are beautiful for a forward, so this is the right time of year for him to get in form.
Yeah, so he is one of the 3 inclusions for Brisbane. So Kadeem Coleman, Oscar Allen and Bruce Reveal are the players to come in. First game back from that foot injury since round 7 for Oscar Allen. He did come back via the VFL. So the players that go out, Ty Gallup through suspension after he slammed Mitch Georgiades and his head back into the turf. Dane Zorko, as Clinchy mentioned, the 5-time best and fairest, has been managed, and James Tunstall has been omitted. So just on Kadeem Coleman, he's one of the 4 players who played in the 2023 grand final and neither of the 2 premierships that followed in 2024 and 2025. So I'm sure he'll be certainly hoping that he can change that and get a premiership medal around his neck. He's one of only 5 players in the Brisbane Lions history to have played in a losing grand final but never a winning one.
And only his 3rd game for the season as well, so you feel like he needs a bit of a run at it. So just to push you, Cal, if you had to pick between Oscar Allen, who's kicked 12 goals 7 from his 7 games, and Sam Draper, who's kicked 12 goals 11 from his 18 games, as a second ruck / forward back up behind Darcy Fort, who would you be picking? Would you be taking Draper over Oscar Allen?
But Darcy Fort's been the surprise packet, hasn't he? Like, he's just really he's just hung in there, Darcy Fort, and I'm really, really happy for him. I remember watching him play in the VFL a long time ago. Look, I think Draper, he gets the first ball eventually. I think he's got a bit more Fort's got a little bit more versatility to play that sort of key forward target role, probably similar to a little bit of a Mason Cox maybe type of role, a little bit more mobile. But for me, I'd be going Fort and Draper if it's going into a final. I just think Oscar Allen is one of those players that he needs to be in really, really good form for a coach to feel confident in his body to pick him, particularly going into a final series.
It'll be a big story down the stretch if the Brisbane Lions have got him these 2 guys, Draper and Allen, and if one of them is out of the team, come a big final, a prelim or a grand final at the back end of the year. Oscar Allen was also the emergency for Jeremy McGovern in the 2018 West Coast Eagles Premiership. So he thought for a lot of the day and the morning that he was playing, Jeremy McGovern got up, and we know what happened there. He took the intercept mark, kicked it down the wing, Vardy marked it, gave it off to... who did he give it off to? Someone who kicked inside 50.
Ryan.
I think, Ryan laid the block on Braden Maynard before Sheed took the mark.
The Dom Sheed part is the part we all remember.
I think it might have been Vardy who kicked it inside 50, but anyway, nevertheless. So he thought he was in that team right up until very close to the bounce and didn't end up playing.
Exactly right. Hey, Benny, question for you. You've got strong ties to Western Australia. You've probably got, a few eyes and ears on the ground over there in Perth. Are Freo drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit? Like, do you think they've got confidence to come to the MCG? Let's just say they lose that first final, they've got to travel somewhere or go to the MCG. Do you think they've got concerns internally that they haven't done it at the MCG?
No, I don't think they do. But next week against Melbourne is a big deal. So Saturday afternoon next week, I think that game's important for them to go to the G, play a team that has been very good at that venue this year and win. But I think all in all, I think they're pretty confident in their process. They're very process-driven. You worked with Justin Longmuir when you're at the West Coast Eagles. He's a very process-driven kind of guy. I think they'll just follow the process week by week, and I think they'll love the fact that they're top two. It's so important for teams out of Western Australia to finish top two. They won't play the wildcard weekend. They'll have a home qualifying final. If they win that, they've got a week off. Then they've got a home prelim. They might have 5 weeks where they don't travel to freshen up before they go to a grand final.
That can go against you, though. I think teams like Freo, they're not the most experienced team going into a final. I honestly believe that momentum for them and continuity and consistency is absolutely key. I haven't done the research on how the finals weeks are sort of set up, but if you're in that sort of clunky patch where you're pausing and all that sort of stuff, I'll tell you what, Mick Moldhouse has just entered the room, ladies and gentlemen. So this has just been... His hair's going everywhere. He's flustered. He's had time to stop and make himself a cup of tea, though. The point I'm making is that when you're one of those teams that are young and inexperienced and you're at the top of the ladder, and not that they're inexperienced, but they haven't got a lot of guys that haven't gone deep into finals. When you've got those kind of clunky patches and those weeks off, it does go against you at times, is my view. So anyway, time will tell. It's just a prediction. It's just content, Ben, so to chat about. Anyway,
I am interested in the opinions of Mick. Once you get into the sort of last few weeks before finals as to how much you're settled with your lineup and how much you're willing to sort of rest a few players before you do get to the time that matters the most. And that's the interesting part about Chris Fagan, as we know he's so dedicated to his players. He loves backing them in, and he'll be reluctant to make too many changes. So for the likes of Oscar Allen, for Kadeen Coleman, if they can impress tonight for the next few weeks, they might hold on to their spot, although Ty Gallop will come back in.
We will continue this conversation about Brisbane. We'll also chat a little bit about the Blues and their future. Is Josh Fraser the man? He's going to consider whether he enters the race in the next week. We'll chat to Mick about that, plus Paddy Cripps as well. But right now we can go downstairs to Ian Cohen, who is inside the Brisbane Lions camp.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ben. Daniel Lloyd's been kind enough to join us. Your work these days is up with the forwards. A really key inclusion for you. Oscar Allen, obviously, back in. You do lose, obviously, Ty Gallop there, but Kitty Coleman and Bruce Reville as well. But talk to us about Oscar Allen and the importance of getting those people right in the lead up to September.
Yeah, absolutely. He's he's a quality player of the competition, and it was unfortunate that he got injured earlier in the year because he was starting to play some good footy for us. So to be able to get him back out there today is really exciting for us. We want to get some games into him heading into the back end.
And what about the other pairing that also come in as well? Some important names there.
Yeah, so Brucey Reville and Kitty Coleman, some quality players there. So Brucey's just been out the last couple of weeks because he had a birth of a new baby boy. I'm not sure what it is, but anyway, they're quality players. So Brucey, he's a quality ball user for us, and excited to have him back in. And Kitty Coleman, he's a quality player. He drives our offence off that back half, and we're really excited to have those boys back in.
It's your third and final visit to Marvel for the home and away season. Is there anything different you approach with footy under the roof? Obviously, it's generally pretty cold, and obviously the conditions are very different to what you're playing up north.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. Last week we had a day game and it was quite hot, and coming down here it's a little bit cold, but we generally play this ground pretty well, so not too much changes for us. We just focus on our normal process, and history says the boys like playing here, so it's a nice fast deck, so we'll look to capitalise on that today.
All right, let's go upstairs. Boys in the back row, Callum Sinclair and Mick Malthouse.
Yeah, g'day, mates. Great, Carl Sinclair here. Terrific to chat, and thanks for your time pre-game. I'm just really interested in your thoughts on Eric Hipwood and sort of where he's at with his footy at the moment. I know he's had a rough sort of run with injury and battled that knee, but how are you sort of viewing his contribution?
Yeah, he's been... so it's good to have him back, first and foremost, and he's six games in now, I think. This is his 7th, and he hasn't fired on all cylinders, but he's still been contributing to the forward line and to our team. So we know he's not at his best, and that's definitely still to come. But he has been contributing in some way.
And also, I guess you've got Draper, in the side, Darcy Fort, Oscar Allen also comes in, Eric Hipwood. Do you have your preferred mix, or is it really just seeing who kind of hits their form towards the back end of the year, and I guess you'll reassess?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. I guess it's good to be able to have Oscar Allen in and Hipwood at the same time. We'll see what it looks like today and going forward, whether that stays the same or not. We'll assess that, but it's good to be able to have a look at that at this time of year and see if it adds to our team.
I'm just looking at your team and the teams that are around you. You're in about the same as last year. There's not a great deal of difference as far as win-loss ratio. Is there someone there that sort of has jumped up at you and thought, they're a little bit different than what they were early in the season, or how you played them last year, that you have to be a little bit more conscious of, do you think?
In terms of...
Just a game style, game plan, perhaps the way they're performing now compared to, the times you've played them?
In terms of Carlton?
Well, not so much Carlton, just anyone going forwards, particularly coming into the back end. We look at finals. We're only 3 weeks or 4 weeks away from finals, and we, because of this madness of that bye weekend, we don't know, who's going to be fronting up to who, and the sides that have just sort of crept up. I mean, Fremantle, for instance, has sort of crept up a little bit from last year compared to what you expect now. They're going into they've only lost 2 games.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I think they've sewn up that first place, and they're a quality team. I think they've just added on to what they did last year. The Swans are another team that have, they started the season really well, and they're a top 4 team. But there's a lot of teams around there, isn't it? It's an exciting. The wild card has added more to the final series, and we're aware of of where we sit on the ladder, and we just want to continue to, focus week by week, as cliche as it is, because if we keep winning, we put ourselves in a really strong position. If we drop some games, then it's pretty easy to slide out. So
I'll just throw this one to you, and I know it sounds ridiculous at first up, but 4th and 5th, the difference is double chance. We understand that.
Yep. But
given the opportunity to play, let's say 5th playing the winner of the round beforehand. Are you in a better position as a 5th side, really, because you're taking on someone who's just been probably not necessarily belted up, but certainly they're fighting for their life? Do you feel that you don't lose much by being 4th or 5th these days?
Yeah, I think the top 4 is still ideal. It's still where you want to be, and I think we've shown that it doesn't matter really where we finish in that 8. We can, that we've gone there from below the top 4. It's definitely an advantage top 4, but in our thoughts, it doesn't really matter. We want that top 4 spot, but wherever we finish, it doesn't bother us.
One last one from me, and I'm sure there's been a lot said about this with Ty Gallop during the week. Obviously not out there tonight with an unfortunate incident that he got stuck into last week. Just sort of curious, if you can, how did you handle that conversation with him internally this week? Probably gave me a little bit of nightmares knowing what walking in on a Monday morning would be like. But how can you give us some insight about how it was sort of handled?
Yeah, I think it's wrap your arms around him. We know the character Ty is, and he plays in the right spirit. He's a great kid, really hard worker. So. For him to come in, it was pretty easy. He has the conversations with the people that he needs to, like Dale Morrison. He's the backline coach, and then with Fags and Danny Daly. But for everyone else, it's just we support him, wrap our arms around him, but it's just business as usual.
Daniel, appreciate your time. Best of luck for the match tonight.
No worries. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
There is Daniel Lloyd, the forwards coach of the Brisbane Lions, downstairs with Ian Cohen. Ahead of this fixture, Carlton and Brisbane. Carlton, given St Kilda's loss to Sydney earlier on today, can move into the 10 if they're good enough to win tonight. But the if is the big question as they take on the Brisbane Lions. We will get to talking more about Josh Fraser and his potential future as the senior coach of the Carlton Football Club. But earlier on today, St Kilda took on Sydney. I broadcast this game as well. They led by 9 points at quarter time, St Kilda, 13 points at the half, 12 at three-quarter time. Will Edwards had a horrifically broken leg 13 minutes into the final quarter. There was a near-on 10-minute break in the game while he was tended to, carted off. Then when play resumed, Sydney went whack. They booted 6 goals in the next 17 minutes unanswered. St Kilda kicked the last goal, but Sydney turned what was a 10-point deficit into a 26-point lead and ended up winning by 19, as I said. Now, Ross Lyon, like some others in this box, has had a touchy relationship with the journos in the press conference post-game, and it's happened again. This is how it played out.
So after the first quarter, it looked like you were giving some strong feedback to Mateus, and then he turned around and...
Yeah. Can I dive into that? It's really... But that's the media narrative. Anytime I talk to a player, it's strong feedback. What I was talking about was a leading pattern. So you can create the identity you want. Anytime I speak, even... We break convention, right? So we don't... The cookie cutter, every coach goes... And the line meetings talk to them, and then Ross talks to them. No, we're like... Well, all the brain science says 3 things to take in, plus or minus 1 or 2, depending on capacity and experience. So we're like, let's get the team stuff done, 3 points, we put it on the board and we talk to them. And that's been turned into Ross has got to them and Ross has biased them. That's okay. But that's not what happened. So Mateus, I spoke to him calmly and rationally, but you've turned it into strong feedback. I was teaching him on a leading pattern. When he went shallow, could have gone to the top of the square like Hugo. So I'm okay, but... At the end of the day, you guys interpret it how you want. Mitch Cleary did it the year before, and I said, Mitch, I spoke to the group and walked off calmly. But when we're up and I walk off calmly, it's like, don't say anything. But when we're down, I do the same timing. It's like, Ross gave him a serve. Like, it gets a bit monotonous and boring, but I'll leave it with you. I don't know how you interpret. Why would you say it's strong feedback?
I just look at a stern conversation, then you respond.
Why was it stern?
Just look serious. I
always look serious. It's a serious business, you know. I don't sit there eating party pies and putting on headphones listening to the Fox studio to get my insights to the game like a lot of people do, don't they? They walk into a media box, they put their headset on, they don't even watch the game, and they listen to the other experts to get their opinion. I know that because a senior journalist told me that happens. Does that happen?
Yeah, some people.
It happens a lot, doesn't it? Well, I haven't got time for that. And if I'm giving feedback, it's not stern. It's like... If everything was stern, do you think these kids would be growing? I'll leave it with you. That's probably stern feedback.
So that is Ross Lyon after St Kilda lost for a 10th time this year. Zip and 10 against a fellow top 10 side. Is that deflection at its finest, Mick?
Oh, he does well. He's experienced.
Is that what he was doing?
I get where he's coming from. There's stern and there's stern. I didn't see it, You've got to remember I was on my way home from that stage ready to come back here for this game. So I just think sometimes he's right when he says, interesting enough, when you win, nothing happens, and you can be still have a crack at players.
But could he have said that with a little less disrespect to the journalist?
Tell me where it was disrespectful. I mean, I really didn't see the disrespect.
He intimated that, I don't even know who the journalist was, but I thought he intimated that wasn't something they'd come up with themselves, that they'd pick that up from watching Fox Footy by having the headphones on in the press centre. I thought that was a little unnecessary.
Yeah, well, perhaps, but I still think you've got to read not a big win, good win, a poor loss, or any sort of loss, and that is a bad loss. Make no mistake about it. When you lead and the opposition have got a couple of players that are, in the stands or off. So you've got to be careful that you don't interpret that a coach's personality changes greatly unless it's in front of the player group behind the walls, and sometimes not even then. You might wait until a Monday. So look, I can see.
But I don't think
Ross likes the kudos when he wins and fights it hard when he doesn't. But I don't think there's too many coaches that don't like that.
But was it not just a question? Like, was there... I think the question was something along the lines of, it appeared to be a pretty stern conversation between you and Mateus Filippo. Was it? Like, how hard is it to say, no, it wasn't? All feedback we give is pretty direct. It was about a leading pattern.
But I'll say this to you, Ben. Is it such a big story, though? Is it a big story in the overall scheme of things when you should be analysing St Kilda when to me, they're on a par with last year, and yet their recruitment has been massive, and the product hasn't produced any more wins. So I think that's be the bigger question, more so.
That's the more interesting question. So he also said in the press conference, because I watched it in full, he said, look, we've improved. That can't be disputed. You don't agree with that, Mick?
Well, where they were last year, I did something on this.
Aren't they in the same spot in the ladder?
They're around about the same spot. I don't necessarily think, from what I can see, and this has been one of, when you're a coach, you coach one side and you look at the other 17. When you're in our position now, I just look at 18. Hopefully, around about the same. And those you see more than others. You might you might watch them more because of TV or whatever the case is. I don't think St Kilda have made great improvements on last year. I think the side that has the biggest one is no doubt Melbourne. No doubt, and that's statistical fact that Melbourne have it. And when you look at other sides, Fremantle have made an impression. Sydney bouncing back, Geelong around about the same as last year. Collingwood, because of their injuries, about the same. There's the Saints have made. Have they gone up from last year? I think they've gone up one or two.
So they're on the same amount of wins. 9 wins than what they finished with last year. Yeah. Last year they finished 12th, 9 wins and 14 losses. This year they're in 10th spot, 9 wins and 11.
And they've still got 3 games to go. So technically speaking, they could go to 12. It'd be hard to see, but next week is going to be the double whammy. And that'll determine where they finish. I don't think they've got better than last year. That would be a concern.
Do you think he's concerned about that?
Of course he would be. Deep down, any coach is. You don't need to be told that. You go. You look at the ladder. You look at how your team's going. You look at who's up, who's down, who hasn't. See, I would say Silvani's been their best one of the ones that they've picked. He's held their team together.
And he got injured.
Yeah, and he's injured and probably he may not play. I don't know, a game for this year. I'm not sure. There's the Conning. Do you go out the way to get a big ruckman? We did at Collingwood to get Darren Jolly to help us win a premiership, but we didn't pay a lot for him. I mean, he was on a good contract, but not a massive contract. I'm just not sure that. The Saints, to me, seem to be chasing the big name because they wanted to be in the big ballpark with all the rest of the big clubs that keep getting these big names. And they went out of their way. Like, even there was a little nibble about Neil. When you think, why? He's 30-odd years of age. Are they that close, the Saints, that Neil's going to get them over the line? I'm not sure. So there's a few things. And for all intents and purposes, I don't know whether they've done any favours to Marshall. Marshall is still a very good quality ruckman. And is he going to last now? Is he going to want to go again and probably help Geelong win a premiership more so than the Saints? So, no, I don't think the Saints have elevated themselves at all. West Coast have certainly improved from last year. North Melbourne perhaps have stayed still. Giants have fallen. So Adelaide, well, they've dropped compared to where Wheeler and Ladder. Are they a better side? Well, the next 3 weeks will determine whether Adelaide are a better side, regardless of how many wins and losses they've got.
I love the Ross Lyon commentary. I honestly, I think it's brilliant because. Question for you guys, because you're in that room. Are you a bit sensitive? Are you journalists a bit sensitive when the comments sort of come back to you guys?
I don't think so. I don't mind if it comes back. No,
sounds like it because you guys crave sort of like character and personality and a bit of content and someone that sort of goes back. But journalists have no problem sort of going at coaches and having a campaign and things like that. But for me, I just feel like that's what. We need more characters in the game of football at the moment. That's why I personally love Ross Lyon, because he's a character, and we've got to be really, really careful that we don't sort of, delete those kind of people out of the game, because it's an entertainment sort of industry. And have I rubbed it the wrong way there, Betty?
No, I don't mind. I'm happy to have the discussion about it. My theory is just around, they would argue, don't be personal and don't be disrespectful. And I think...
I see your point on that.
I think sometimes when he goes back at people and questions their knowledge of the game, that's one, a bit rude and disrespectful. And two, I think that if you were to say, we're the men in the arena and the timid souls on the other side of the fence, like, I think that's rude and disrespectful. So I would think, like, if you're willing to criticise a player or a team or whatever, if you're willing to say it to their face, say it on the broadcast. If you're not, don't say it.
How did you handle it, Mick? Like, after a bad loss or something like that, did you just sort of, you think, I can't stomach going into these? Is that how you felt at times?
We might continue that conversation.
Yes.
We'll hold that thought. We've got to go.
That's a story in itself.
The Carlton Footy Club, Ian Cohen is downstairs.
Thanks very much, Ben. I've actually got my own opinions on whether journos should be interacting at Coaches Media Conference. But Tim Clark is the man in front of me right now. Tim, welcome to ABC. And obviously this corresponding match earlier in the season, 11 points was the defeat. Michael Voss then departed 48 hours later. What's the different mentality coming in tonight?
Tonight we know how strong Brisbane are. We know what their recent record has been. For us tonight, we've got to take away their uncontested mark game, try and get the ball back off them, and then we've got to really challenge them with our offence. I think most teams that get a hold of Brisbane need to challenge them. You can't just expect to defend them and the game will go your way. So we expect our mids will give us a really good contest around the ball like they always do tonight, but we've got to be able to defend their uncontested mark game and win the ball back, and then we'll see how well we can play on offence.
A celebration tonight as well. Two different sorts of players. Nick Haynes, who obviously spent a lot of his time away from Carlton, but will be celebrated tonight. And then the ballistic skipper, Brownlow medal winner, Patrick Cripps, games 250 for both of them.
Yeah, both outstanding individuals, outstanding journeys, and the way they play footy. Any young kid watching the game could learn a lot from either one. And to go back and watch Haynes' highlights, for anyone that's been in coaching or watching footy for a long period of time, he has got in the way of a lot of ball movement for a lot of teams, and he was just a star. He was really hard to play against, he was hard to coach against, and to watch his stuff and hear him talk, and Phil Davis was in the room, and the way he spoke about him, it was awesome to hear an ex-teammate talk about him like that. And Cripper, outstanding leader, outstanding person, sets the standard for a lot of our guys, both by the way he trains, the way he prepares, and then how he goes out and competes week in, week out. And the thing we love about Cripper is the moments. When the moment's there, he steps up and takes the guys with him, and hopefully tonight he can have a few of those.
Let's head upstairs. Callum Sinclair and Mick Malthouse.
Just looking at your team and the big H, can you give us a little bit of a rundown what took place from the time of the injury to him now playing? Well, I've noticed he's got a heavy bandage on his left leg. Was it a meniscus? Was it did it require an op?
No, it will though at the end of the of the season, similar to what he's had previously. So he needed to have the week to be able to get injections and things like that to be able to help the recovery. He wouldn't have been able to play last week. He's been able to train really well this week on both Tuesday and Thursday leading into the game. So we expect him to be able to perform. You know, we challenged him at training. If you're going to come out here and you're going to be able to perform as a key forward, playing the ruck, you've got to be ready to go, and he is. He's ready to go tonight, and we're looking forward to what he can roll out.
So has he had a fair bit of work as far as kicking for goals? It's his left leg, and it's clearly it's his kicking leg. I mean, I just noticed him knock one over from 40. He's going out now to 50s. Is there any concern about him being able to get through with because I know with the meniscus it can always a little bit of it hangs around, it gets caught in the joint, this sort of stuff, it can play up. So you're taking that risk with him, or is it or because of the cortisones that's sort of prepared him better?
No, we think he's ready to go. We really challenged him on Thursday, more with the competitive work, to be honest with you. He was very good with his shots on goal. He went through his normal routine, which he does. He's a pro, H, so he's had a lot of shots. If he starts kicking on his right foot tonight, I reckon we're in a bit of trouble. But he's ready to go. So I expect a normal H. Can't guarantee that he'll kick straight, but he's ready to go tonight.
And just on Brisbane, I know they've won their premierships from not being on top of the ladder, and they've sort of come home very, very well. They appear to me to be a lot more vulnerable. They start, they can give you an opportunity to take a lead on them, and then they can't always get up. They just seem to be a different side than last year. Have you noticed that yourself, that you think that they're probably a little bit more vulnerable? After that game you played, Michael Voss's last game as coach, they were highly gettable, and that was in Brisbane.
Yeah.
Do you see the same thing happening now?
I think when that game turned, it turned because we started to be a bit more proactive with the ball. We really started to challenge them with the footy, and you have to do that with Brisbane. When they've got a hold of us in the past, we've just given the ball back to them far too easily, and they've been able to just build their game. So tonight, we're going to attack them with our pressure. We've been very, very good at that for a long period of time. But then we've got to make them play. Like tonight, we've got to get our offence going. We've got to be able to bounce off our wins and give ourselves a really good look.
Now, I know this is a question that you may not want to answer, but I've noticed that when you've got a very good back line, which they have, I look at Geelong and I look at them and perhaps even Fremantle now that have got a very good back six. If they manage to have an extra, they dominate. Is there any ploy by Josh or yourselves to say, right, we need 6 forwards forward of the ball to make sure that they're accountable? So therefore you're not actually bringing an extra one up to the stoppage, so you run the risk a bit, but nonetheless you keep them honest on the back line.
Yeah, I think tonight, we've been playing that way for a little while now with our forwards set up at stoppages. We have been playing more 6 forwards. We're really aware that Brisbane, when you do send one in, they tend to follow as well because they like to get pressure around the ball. So there'll be some interesting things tonight, whether we can maintain that, but we don't want to give them a spare. They're too strong. We've also got to be really careful in our offence not to just organically give them a spare. If we go to the wrong spots as forwards, if we lead into some pockets where they don't think we're going to get used, they're just going to drop off. And they've got some players, especially Andrews, who are really good in the air. And we've got a couple of plans to be able to counter that tonight.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Yeah, it's so well spoken. It gives me something there to look at tonight just to see how that marries up, because I've just noticed with the best sides going around at the moment, they try to keep their back 6, and what they hate most of all is 6 forwards, because it doesn't give them that opportunity to, one, to have the runner out, but also to be able to come across the top. So well done. I'll be interested to see it.
Hopefully our forwards can execute it. Like sometimes they naturally get drawn into the ball, but we've got to be really strong with that tonight.
Yeah, that happens, but nonetheless, it's the theory behind it. Yeah, all the very best.
Thank you.
Tim, appreciate your time. Enjoy the night. Best of luck.
Thanks, guys. Have a good call. Enjoy the game.
There is Tim Clark downstairs, one of the Blues assistant coaches, joining us. Lots of support for you, Cal, on the SMS line, which is fine. Nobody barracks for the media or the journo. No one likes us. That's okay. Troy, he's happy with you. Says, go Callum. That's from Troy in Perth. Good on you, Troy. Brett in Canberra says, completely agreed. Journos haven't coached the game and have no idea about the pressure of the game. It seems when coaches challenge them, they are dismissed as being rude and disrespectful. It's actually refreshing to hear Ross Lyon speaking his mind. That's from Brett, who disagrees with me. That's okay as well, Brett. Teddy in Hobart says, well, Ross Lyon has given direct feedback to a journalist. Absolutely fair enough. There's no problem with that. Lyon was certainly not disrespectful.
There you go.
So
people have spoken.
Like I said, most people do tend to side against the journos. We're like used car salesmen. So
it's entertainment at the end of the day. So either way,
it's not it's not the big story.
Big story is their record against the top 10, isn't it?
That's it.
Yeah,
that's
10.
It's got nothing. The end of game press conference doesn't win or lose you a game of football. So what happens out in the middle between, let's say, 2:10 and 4:30, whatever it was, used to be. That's where it is, and you're saying now they can't beat a top side. And that's exactly right. They can't beat a top side. North Melbourne in the same boat. Yet there's two sides that are fighting for this 10th position. And it's going to be 10th position now because Geelong have got the other one, or Collingwood have probably got it sewn up. So it's Carlton, GWS, St Kilda, and North Melbourne now that they've lost. So that's the question: is when are one of these sides going to jump up and beat one of the top sides? Because if they, I guess they'll be hoping that if they make the top 10, that one of those victories may well be against a side above them.
Let's talk about the Carlton coaching position. So Michael Voss was sacked after the last meeting between these two teams, as we've spoken about.
Which was one of their best games.
Yeah, which was one of their best performances of the year back in round 9. Brisbane went on to win by 11 points. We heard Josh Fraser speak during the week about the fact that he got the tap on the shoulder. Consider whether you wish to enter the coaching process at the last stage when we get through to the interviews. Is he the man, Mick? You've sat in that chair at Carlton. You've coached Josh Fraser. Is he the man?
Benny, that is the $1 million question, and that is the question that Carlton supporters all around will be saying, can a relaxed Josh Fraser at the moment with no pressure turn into a coach that's going to have the pressure of being up every week and delivering for Carlton? See, this is knowing Josh's, let me say, early days at Collingwood, he was the most intense young bloke that you'd come across.
In what way?
He was just all about winning, all about being the best he could. Fantastic, great attitude. He injured himself one day in a State of Origin match, PCL, and I just don't think football then become a little bit more of a chore. And I've heard it before about, Josh he wasn't always that happy, and particularly the last few years at Collingwood, last couple of years, because we were sort of in and around. Then we got Darren Jolly, and he couldn't work with Darren Jolly, so we won a premiership. He's then drifted off into other clubs, went to play, I think, Gold Coast. Then he's been around the place. So when you're in the driver's seat, it's totally different than when you're in the passenger seat. Josh, I've had a feeling that Josh would love the passenger seat because he didn't have the same responsibility, loved his football, was able to get the best out of people, because he's a first and foremost, he's a people person. He's very, very good with people. So that's great. But when you're in that main job, and I reckon this is where he's sort of balking at it, because all of a sudden he knows the heat's going to be on him, and will he be able to get away with wearing his hoodie, and it's a little bit more relaxed, and like how he's already broken all sorts of records as far as an interim coach goes, and how long's that last for? Okay, at the end of the season I walk away and I go back, I can easily work in the same, I think he's already said, I can easily work in the club with a new coach. That's, to me, is a bloke that I'm not sure he wants the heat. And if you don't want the heat, don't bring it on yourself. So is he the right person? If he was called interim coach for the next 5 years and he doesn't have those responsibilities of the senior coach, he'd be the ideal.
So in your view, do you think he should have come out like in the early parts of the season, maybe after a few weeks, saying, I actually want this job now? Like, do you think, or do you think he's actually somewhat played it as best he can? Because let's be honest, an interim coach, this has probably been the longest time in history an interim coach has been in charge. I don't know. Don't hold me to that statistic, but I would imagine that there aren't many people that have had to do it for 16 weeks.
Yeah, I think it's one of the longest. Yeah.
Leon Cameron was one of the unusual ones. Nathan Buckley was King's birthday when they decided to part ways. But his record, Mick, is 8 wins and 2 losses for Josh Fraser.
It's fantastic.
So if you're trying to assess as to whether this playing group, having had that recent success, can get better next year under the same coach, how would you try and assess that?
Well,
can he take them to that next level other than getting the best out of Patrick?
I would think that he would like to see, and Carlton would like to see, one, how he goes tonight. It's a big game tonight. This is a massive game. This is gettable, this game. Make no mistake about it. Next week is fundamental that they win it. Now, I don't know who they play the week after, but it matters not. These 2 weeks right now could well determine what sort of coach he could be, given that the expectations, it's going to be a big crowd tonight, expectations are that this is where Carlton can jump into the top 10 on the back of a win tonight. And certainly, barring any further accidents, next week could be, even if they lose tonight, next week could be we can get in the top 10.
The battle for 10.
If they're not in 10th place next week, after next week's game, I think Carlton would start to have doubts, honestly.
So St Kilda, Western Bulldogs, Freo is their runner.
Well, they're not going to... I think Freo's away too, isn't it?
Yeah, Freo's away. So they can maybe win 2 of the 3 if they were better than the Dogs.
Well, I think they are better than the Dogs. And that's nothing away from the Dogs. The Dogs are just simply... They've lost one of their better players for all season.
I want to make one comment on this, and I think from a human... At a human level... Like, Josh has now sat in the chair. He's getting, I guess, the experience that not many other people get to have that experience like he's got. I personally think that it's like any job, really. Like when you sit in the chair above you, to then go backwards like that's a big sort of, like, I think he'd just regret not putting his hand up for it and going, I want it. Because they don't, as you know, Mick, like...
Well, they don't come up.
That's what I'm saying, like, you're probably not a great example because you were a career coach, but as you know, the opportunities don't come up very often. This might be the only window that you actually get. I just don't think...
Never a true word spoken.
And I just don't think... I think he would regret not at least putting his hand up. Because at the end of the day, regardless whether you're a top 4 team or a bottom 4 team, it's going to be a hard role either way. But I just think it'd be a massive regret if he didn't have a go.
There's only 19 jobs in the competition, so there's not an awful lot of them. GWS, by the way, leading by 2 goals over Port Adelaide early in the second quarter in that match. So we'll keep you across that. 4-3, 27 plays, 2-3, 15. The Giants lead. Paddy Cripps plays his 250th game today, Mick. So 30 years of age, 250 games. You're actually his first coach at Carlton, and you tell a great story. Now, he's a brilliant player, a dual Brownlow medalist. He's got a lot of strengths. Kicking is not necessarily one of them, hasn't always been. That when he first came to the club, what you would do to work on his kicking in the middle of Princess Park.
Yeah, it was quite interesting because we Scott Pendlebury wasn't far behind him as far as distance goes either. They both sort of had height without power in their legs. So when you look at Scott Pendlebury, probably not so much now at 38, but certainly by 23, 24, he's going 50 metres. And with the Paddy Cripps, the thing about him was that what we did, we went out to the centre square. I put him on one point. I was on another. I'm just trying to think who the other 2 players were now. There was... we had 2 other players on each point, and we would kick the ball across to one another, up and down the line for a start off. So that's your dead set 50 metres. You know your 50 metres. So we just walk around the square. And once we mastered that, once Paddy was able to master the 50 metres, then we'd get a bit of a run up and run across and try to kick it diagonally across. So, and I'm not sure what that distance would be, but it's well beyond 50 metres. But you'd run in a bit and you'd mark it a little bit further in. But what it did, it gave him a sense of what 50 metres looked like. So by the end of the year, I'm sure that he improved his metre by probably 5 to 7 metres, which is quite
dramatic. Yeah,
it's quite dramatic. You don't improve greatly thereafter. You may go 1 or 2 metres as you pardon me, as you get a bit stronger and you get a bit more consistent with your ball handling or how do you drop the ball and that. So he's certainly become a reliable kick, but hasn't improved his left side at all.
No,
which. People who don't have a great left side generally get away because they're a good hand passer. And through history, I've seen some fantastic right footers, left-handers, not worry about kicking. Guy McKenna, beautiful right foot kick, adequate left, just adequate, but he was left-hander. Dale Waitman, beautiful right foot kick, left-hander. So didn't need to go left that often. Doug Hawkins, beautiful left foot, beautiful right foot, beautiful left foot hand pass, left hand pass, beautiful right, had everything.
Yeah.
So some players got everything. Leon Cameron created his left side because his right side was injured, and then we after 5 years we couldn't work out was he left or right foot. Let me tell you, I recruited a right footer at Footscray with Leon Cameron.
Can I give you a question that I've just thought of right on the spot right here, Nick?
That's good coming from you, yep.
D-list.
He'll get sensitive, Mick. Be careful.
D-list,
journos get sensitive.
bench and start.
Oh, here we go.
These 3 players. Dougie Hawkins, Glenn Jakovich, Daisy Thomas. Your 3 favourites. You got to D-list one of them, you got to put one on the bench, and you've got to start one of them. Which way would you go?
Who could handle a delisting out of all 3 of them?
Ben, I've got 4 children. I would never rank 4 children. They are my football children. I would never.
You would never rank
throw
any of them.
Mercury in there, and there's another one. You just don't do that.
Those are your favourites, aren't they?
Tony Evans, throw him in.
Yep, Tony Evans.
Little fat guts. You let us say that these days. I don't know if you let us say
it to me off air, maybe.
I'd said it with a great deal of admiration.
Yeah.
I just look at that. Those that want to be interested in why I say it, go and have a look at the 92 grand final second quarter, trailing 8 goals to 3. He was outstanding.
Yeah.
I mean, he was outstanding anyway. I was lucky to have a meeting with him tonight. It was fantastic with the reunion of the West Coast.
Just quickly before we really lock in on this game, did you know when Paddy Cripps came through the door at any point when you were there with him what he could become, what he has become?
No, look, you kid yourself if you think for one moment that they're going to be a 250-game player. You'd like him to be a 250-game player. You'd love him to have won a Brownlow. He's won 2. You'd love him to play, to captain the side. What you do is you have an idea that they're going to be reasonably good at what they do, so long as injuries don't interfere and they keep a level head. And by and large, you generally can get it right by saying that these are players that will get a lot of games. Then there's other players that come along, and let's look at Dane Swan and go, if he does this, and he needs to improve on those as far as lifestyle and football and speed, always speed, even though he ran like a duck, and he can kick the football a bit better. I didn't pick him as a Brownlow medalist, but as he gained momentum, you start to think, you know what, this kid's got everything that can be a great player for Collingwood. So you can pick it up, Benny, but sometimes some are a little bit later in their development. Others really come on hard early, and then they just drift off a little bit because people measure up to them and they just haven't got anywhere else to go. So with Paddy, pleased to say that he's what he's turned out. Not only that, he's a great bloke, great for football, great family man. Done his family proud. He's a cousin of one of my former players in Chris Waring. So I've taken a great deal of notice of how he's gone about it, and he leads the side very, very well. And if they win tonight, it'll be because of his contribution.
I like your hard-hitting question idea. Cal's chuckling away. So, Cal, at the end of Will Ashcroft's career, if you had to swap careers with either Patrick Cripps as a 2-time Brownlow medalist or Will Ashcroft, who's a 2-time Norm Smith medalist and might be about to embark on the most successful period of his career, who will have the better career by the end?
Will Ashcroft, he got the premierships under his belt, and doing it on grand final day is there's no bigger achievement than being best on ground in a grand final, particularly in a win as well. But he's a star, isn't he? I've been so thrilled with, not that I know him, but I've been so thrilled to see how he's come on the scene. And you know, he's complemented by a really good side, and like everything in life, it is timing, and sometimes you hit the right run, Mick, with the players around you and all those sort of things. But either way, he has he's one of those players that I probably don't think, no matter what side he'd probably go into, it'd probably have an impact. Maybe not to the level of what he's having at Brisbane. But Paddy Cripps, to me, you know, I played against Paddy for a number of years and don't have a relationship with him. But I'll never forget playing against him for the first time. Couldn't believe how tall he was. I'm like, mate, you should be a centre-half forward. I can't believe you.
195.
I can't believe. I never rucked against him.
Taller than Wayne Carey.
What do you, Kel?
200. Yeah.
So that's 2 inches tall.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm looking at him. I'm going, mate, what are you doing in a centre bounce?
Yeah.
Like, how are you doing getting front and centre? So I was actually surprised, and it's interesting though. Like, you probably can't. You wouldn't play him as a forward, though, would you? Like, it's fascinating for me, like how he sort of plays his style. Like, maybe if he was left there for a while, but he's not the kind of player. To me, if I was coaching, I wouldn't see him. I couldn't put him
as a key forward
for 4 quarters. You wouldn't put him there in that sort of situation. But tremendous achievement, 250 games, and I think he's stuck it up a few people because at the start of the year, self-admitted, he'd probably be in pretty ordinary form, probably the worst form of his career.
He looked washed, didn't he?
And I could not believe the actual turnaround, which, you know, we could go deep into that conversation if you want to, but he turned his footy around incredibly this year. And, mate, I reckon people were sort of talking in, like I did, mate, I reckon you might be cooked
if I didn't
at the
say
end of the year. Like,
if I didn't say it, I thought it.
Yeah, exactly right. People are probably thinking it. But in terms of his current form and how he's turned himself around, I'll tell you what.
But is that mirrored Carlton?
Yes.
You think? Yeah, so I do too.
Yeah.
So what are you saying? Chicken or the egg? Which way are you saying, Mick? Like, did their turnaround come because of his good form, or did he follow that?
No, I reckon he's followed the form of his teammates. That he's jumped in. He's led from the front, but I don't think it's only because of him. I think that, and this is a horrible thing because I just don't think that for one moment that I want to bag Michael Voss at all. I just think that there was a pressure from outside, and I'm talking about supporters, media, and board perhaps on Michael that reflected on top of the team that just jumped on him. And when the cork come out, all of a sudden it was relief. And that's what I say about Josh. There was this, because of the way his mannerism, he's been able to get the best out of them because they're relaxed. But I would say that when he takes over, if he takes over as senior coach, does a cork go back in the bottle?
Well, that's going to be the interesting part if the pressure does come on. Paddy Cripps has led the Blues out with little Coda, his daughter, in his arms. So she's got the little number 9 jumper on her back as they've burst their way through the banner, da-da-da-da-da, ringing out right around Docklands Stadium. So it is the Blues and Brisbane about to go at it from Docklands. As we welcome those of you that are joining us from Brisbane, it is the Lions and the Blues. Paddy Cripps in game 250 has just made his way through the banner. Ben Cameron alongside Matt Clinch, Callum Sinclair, the antagonist, Mick Malthouse.
You say it when he's gone.
Games record holder.
Brave, is it?
No. In here as well.
He's got a glass of water and Benny's decided to clip him now the press conference is over.
No, I said Cal Sinclair's the antagonist.
Oh, you're the antagonist.
Sorry. No, rightly so.
I wasn't clipping Mick.
More than happy to go toe-to-toe as we go through, Ben.
No, Mick Malthouse has just made his way out to get a drink. These two teams ready to roll. Carlton 9 and 10 trying to move back into the top 10. Brad and Kathy Cripps are both there, hugging their boy Paddy, who's grown up to be a dual Brownlow medalist. He runs out into position for the warm-up. The Lions trying to solidify a top 4 spot as they look to go back to back to back. They're out there wearing the Fitzroy colours today. This is always contentious when you call it red, gold and blue, but I think it is the red for the old Fitzroy colours. When they wear that down here in Melbourne, the white shorts, the Blues in the navy blue, all over with the shorts as well. Now, I want to ask Mick in just a moment, but Cal, you can lead us off as well as Mick gets back into position. Where are Brisbane at in terms of where they've been at this point of the season? 2 years ago, their first premiership year, and last year when they went back-to-back. How do they compare?
But I think they're in great shape. I think they've hit the form at the perfect time of year. What is it, 7 in a row now? 6 in a row? Sorry, Benny?
7.
7 in a row. So they've been absolutely outstanding. The Sydney Swans game at the Gabba, probably, 6-7 weeks ago, I felt like was a massive statement game for them. They came out with an aggression and have played that way incredibly well. I think it's theirs to lose this year. Like, I love Freo, and I'd be so happy for Justin Longmuir if they get there this year and have a great result on grand final day. I'm just not convinced on them, though. I just kind of can't see Freo coming to Melbourne just yet and performing well at the MCG. But I just feel like if they can get Gardner back in that back line, I know there's going to be a hamstring concern. For me, I just feel like he's really, really important to their side. Not the most, I guess, skillful or, the most, I guess, damaging defender, but I think he's really, really important for them. So, once he's back, it'll be a tough team to beat.
We discussed it earlier, Mick. Where do you have Brisbane in your premiership pecking order?
Any side that can win a premiership and then go and get Oscar Allen and Draper, which defies what the AFL are about. But anyway, they've done it, and some of their players are young, can only get better. Their senior players have not dropped off. It puts them right up in that top echelon. They probably they've stated they don't necessarily need to be playing at home to win finals, and they've done that. So I'm with Cal. Fremantle, there's something that's... Look, I would love to see Fremantle win it. I really would. I just think that they've done so well. Justin Longmuir has done a fantastic job. They're an exciting team, but lack that experience right deep in September. Sydney, they'll fall away. Hawthorn are a side... Wow, look, you never know until the day what you're going to get, because they've got everything. They've got everything. Good backs, good forwards, good rucks, good mids. Can they match it with this mob? Brisbane just... They've got to scare sides. I still reckon they scare sides because of their depth and what they've got out there. And I what you said about Gardner, totally agree.
Yeah, really important.
He's the wingman to to Andrews that can just take the better player, let Andrews drift across and play the game he wants to play. Yeah, they're a real danger.
They're a game and a half Brisbane behind Hawthorn. They play Hawthorn next week. So if you're comparing it with recent seasons, last year they finished third, 16 wins, 1 draw, 6 losses. They obviously went on to lose to Geelong in the first week of the finals, then beat Gold Coast and Collingwood to get through the grand final. 2025, they finished in 5th spot, 14 wins, 1 draw and 8 losses before they rattled off 4 finals and got through to the premiership. So they've done it in different ways, but you feel like their best is probably the best in the competition still. And as you said, Nick, the ability to do it anywhere is what the intrigue of tonight is. Can they come to Docklands and continue with this charge in which they've had over the last 2 months?
Yeah, the travelling is not a massive. It's on the East Coast. The only travelling really that's of any concern to anyone, honestly, when you've played or coached in the West, you know that's the big one, is to either go across there. That's why Fremantle have got to utilise those couple of weeks at home and make sure that they can't get through their guard, because that will get them into the grand final, and that's got to be their asset, that big ground, the home crowd. And if they have, the worst thing can happen to them if they have to play Brisbane, because it won't affect Brisbane.
No, that's what we said earlier.
Yeah,
that's the real worry, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it'll affect Brisbane, but their game style can affect Brisbane. So I mean, you've got to win the game on the ground. Off the ground is fantastic if it's all going for you, but it's intrigue. There's intrigue at the moment with those top 4 sides, and if you throw in, I don't think you should forget that Geelong are hovering.
They're 8-4 against the top 9 Geelong, so they're pretty good against the best, and their profile very good against the best when they play them.
Yeah, Melbourne need everything going for them, so don't discount them. They need everything going for them. Adelaide, well, we declared them soft last week, so they've got 3 weeks to see whether they've stiffened up and can win the 3 games.
Yeah.
Now,
how did you find this time of year, Mick? We were debating before you arrived with Chris Fagan. He's obviously got the decision around Oscar Allen, who gets an opportunity tonight, as to how you settle on your best team as you're leading up to finals.
What you have, if you've got the availability to have, in this case, it's 23. We know there's 23. You've got to probably have another 5. So you've got to have your 28 to pick from. So if something happens, you slip the player in, he's all ready to go, he's already, and he's played. The most interesting thing is, it's a bit like having which was, the intrigue for me was always basketball, where they have their starting 5, and all of a sudden towards the finals, someone falls over, and they've got to bring someone in. And I look at the great coaches in basketball, and they have their 7th or 8th player already has played a lot of opening games, opening minutes. The test is that when you bring in your 28th player, he's already played in the last month of football. That somewhere along the line you've squeezed him in to give him the crowd, the travel, the game, put him on one of the better players, so he runs up and down with him. He understands that being playing seconds in Queensland may not be, it might be fantastic, but when you start to play the big boys, you start to realise that there's a little gap, and that's the thing you try to do, Matt, is if you've got the opportunity, play your 28th player in the last 6 weeks or so that you've got the little continual run into the finals.
I think the challenge for Brisbane is that their reserves aren't going to play finals. So guys like Oscar Allen need to be in form in the AFL side to be selected. And back on Freo, I reckon Brisbane are that mature. They would want to go over there and play them. Like, I reckon that they fear absolutely no one. So in terms of that Wharfie time, I reckon they're the only team that would go there and not fear them.
It can swing the entire final series if Brisbane go over there in week 1.
Oh, it'd be awesome. It'd be a great game.
And beat Fremantle in week 1. The whole thing can absolutely flip. Ian Cohen is downstairs. He's got his eyes on the coin toss. Ian Cohen, what's taken place?
Yeah, thanks very much, Ben. Good evening, everyone, again. Well, the 250 gamer Patrick Cripps has won the toss and will kick to the left of your ABC Sport app. And he's now making his way back to the Blues. They're all in the navy blue. The Lions are obviously in the old Fitzroy of the 1980s sort of colours with the red and the blue. The roof's been shut again tonight. 45,000 is the expected crowd number. No late changes. And Chris Fagan is just in front of me. He is giving that chewing gum a workout on his traditional spot on the bench. So should be a cracker tonight.
He does give it a fair old workout. Ian Cohen's right. Which way are we tipping here? Cal, you can lead us off. Which way are you going?
I'm a Brisbane fan. Love the way they're going about it. And, I'd hate to play them at the moment.
Mick?
I reckon there's going to be a turn-up for the round somewhere. I almost picked St Kilda. I'm glad I didn't in the end. If there's going to be a turn-up from now on in, it'll be Carlton.
Okay. Clinchy?
I don't think it's going to be tonight. I think the Lions will win.
I'll take the Lions as well. The players just breaking into position. We heard during the week Josh Fraser will take the next week to consider whether he enters the coaching race at Carlton, having received the tap on the shoulder. The Brisbane Lions, we know they win their flags in threes, trying to complete the three-peat. They're trying to solidify their place in the top four. We are ready to roll on a Saturday night beneath the roof. The double dipper at Docklands. You're with Matt Clinch.
Draper and Pitnet to get things underway in the middle of Docklands. It spills out the way of Draper. As he was tackled, he squeezed the kick up to Cameron. Gathers for the Brisbane Lions. Cuts back on his right-hand side. Drives it long, looking for Charlie Cameron. He's up against a couple in the end. And the mark is taken on the last line of defence by Wade Dirksen.
Will Ashcroft starting on the bench, guys.
Interestingly, it was also Dunkley who started alongside Patrick Cripps at that centre stoppage. Dirksen out to the back pocket where the mark is taken by Cowan. Has it in the right back pocket for the Blues. Looks long up the wing. Sends it in the direction of Pitnet and Draper. It clears the two. Dunkley and Cripps both there at ground level. Wilmot tried to slide in. Patrick Cripps in from the side. And the umpire will ball it up centre wing. Opening minute here at Docklands. No score.
The umpire puts it aloft. Pitnet palms it down. Walsh emerges with the footy. There's a whistle on the play somewhere. It'll go to Lockie Neal. So a Brisbane free kick. Scores level. City side of the ground, and the dual Brownlow medalist taking the kick on the logo. Just waits a pass up towards half forward, and Shearer slides out to mark. Back flank. Carlton back in possession. Minute played. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Shearer kicks the Blues to the wing, looking for Cripps in game 250, gathers it, blind handball. He carries it out before that, so a throw-in coming.
Do you love the interpretation of the hand pass now? The throw over the head, it's called a hand pass. 3 years ago that was a throw, now it's not.
Mick Bolthouse with you on ABC Sport. Pitnet won it down to Cripps, who squeezed the kick up towards Jagger Smith. And the 90 disposals between Walsh, Cripps and Jagger Smith here, and they're all involved as the kick comes into the middle of the ground for Chera. Looks up inside 50. Mackay's the deepest target, worked underneath it by Harris Andrews. It clears to the back. Leicester gets there first, but there's going to be a push. Free kick going the way of Mackay.
Now he's got to put this in, Matt.
Well, that was a great kick from Walsh.
It was a fantastic kick.
Just the patience he showed on the wing there, just to find Chera. Not many players would, at that stage of the game against Brisbane, take the risk. I don't think they made that decision with Michael Voss.
Can I just say, look how he's kicking this round the corner.
He's going to kick around his body from directly in front, 40 metres out. Harry Mackay in his first game since round 19 against Collingwood puts through the opener of the night. And the Blues are up and running. They're 1 straight 6 to Brisbane yet to score as we tick through 2.5 minutes. You're on ABC Sport with Mick Moldhouse and Cal Sinclair.
Well, the one thing I did notice, that when they broke, there were 6 forwards. Well, they actually weren't 6 forwards. There were 4 forwards and 4 defenders. And the other 2 were up the ground with their defenders were on them. So what it did, it kept. There was a real panic and that's unusual because he had no support down there, and it was Andrews, wasn't it, that pushed him in the back?
It was, yeah. And you feel like, Cal, psychologically there's kicks and then there's kicks, and that was a kick for Harry.
Yep, he needed that, and I think psychologically that's fantastic for Carlton himself.
3 goals away from 300 in his career now, Harry Mackay. Back in the middle. McCluggage doing the roving, gives it off to Lockie Neal. Then darts out the front of the stoppage, kicks inside 50, Charlie Cameron. He's on the end of it. 40 out, slightest of angles to the left.
Oh, Cowan. Was that Lockie Cowan on him? Sure it was. He just lost complete track of the ball. The ball was always going to come across his body. He took his eye off the ball and then lost his man. You cannot do that.
Only goalless once this year, Charlie Cameron. 32 years of age now. His set shot is fanned out to the right. Not to be. Carlton lead by 5 points Behind to begin for Brisbane, a goal for Carlton 4 minutes into the first term.
As Wilson brings the Blues back into play to Haynes, who's also celebrating a milestone tonight. Game 250 for Nick Haynes. With a hand pass around the back to Akers, sends it up to half forward, and Kemp marks for the Blues. Now he has McGovern as the deepest target. He sidesteps around Hipwood, sends it wide in the pocket. McGovern got hands to it but couldn't complete the mark. And out of play in the left forward pocket for the Blues.
This is the game style that will catch Brisbane out. The quick movement, the backs aren't in position. So the Blues have obviously got something in mind of how they're going to move that football.
Thrown in, Carlton deep in attack. Pitnet wins it down to the front and then crashes into Lachie Neale and tackles him. So some of the matchups inside the forward 50 for the Lions. Oscar Allen alongside Dirksen. Camarena has Cowan. And the big challenge for Harry Dean alongside Logan Morris, with Nick Haynes playing loose in defence for the minute.
Yeah, Brisbane are taking someone up. Carlton are hanging back. It's very good play.
Pitnet and Draper. Pitnet gets it outside of the boot, centering ball. McGovern's onto it, gathers. Handball for Ainsworth. Runs a little arc, and then Coleman gets him. Caught holding the ball. And he'll get the free kick at fullback for Brisbane. I mentioned he was one of 4 players who played in the 2023 grand final who didn't play in the winning grand finals of 24 and 25 for Brisbane. Trying to get that premiership medal this year. Moves it to Bailey, to McCluggage. Kick into the middle. Chopped off there by the Blues of Hayward, but it works out for Hipwood. He can get the handball away. Looking for Rayner. Bouncing ball. Sticks a boot in. It's underneath Jagger Smith. Comes out to Kitty Coleman, and now the Lions have it again.
Out pass came to Josh Dunkley, who heard a voice out on the wing. Receiving it as Lester. Sends it out wide, and Charlie Cameron has the mark. He's at left half forward, waits for the forwards to lead. Logan Morris the target, clears here and Dean, chopping at the arms against Dean. And Logan Morris is going to get the free kick. He's slightly left of centre. Will kick from about 40 metres out.
Yeah, another panic by the backline player. Didn't have to do it. Really got him under the ball. Had plenty of... The ball was always going to go over the top. That's the I guess the rawness of the panic, the way Brisbane use the ball. It isn't very, very low, very hard. Tries to find the forwards.
What's this guy worth, Nick? Logan Morris.
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it?
He's a good player.
He's a great player. Tell you what, the kid on him's okay too.
Yeah.
Young Dean. He'll be the most impressive backline player going around in a couple of years.
Logan Morris is going to kick around his body as well. From just slightly left of centre, 45 metres out, steps out, around the body, misses to the left-hand side. So Cameron and Morris both missing for the Brisbane Lions. Harry Mackay converted his. It's a 4-point lead the way of the Blues early. 7 minutes gone, opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I was talking, Mick, about Harry Dean, best first-year key defender since when? As Wilson kicks in for the Blues to a contest off the hands of Pitnet. Roved by Will Ashcroft, who sends the Lions inside 50. High marking contest. No one takes it cleanly. Lachie Neale goes after it. Wins it at ground level. Off to McCluggage. Snaps goals. Brisbane at their best. And they're on the board and in the lead. 1-8 plays one straight 6. 7.5 minutes into the first. The Lions by 2 points. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, great touch, wasn't it? Looked sharp. Really, first touch. Differentiate between games. You can just see these players, they don't fumble. It's there. It's in your hands. It's out of your hands. It's into the hands of your teammate. Create movement. Create space. Knock it over. Your question, Benny, would be Wiedering.
Yeah, right. Okay, so you go to the other Blues key defender.
Well, I'm trying to think of anyone better. There's some good ones, make no mistake about it, but I think Dean...
So I think Jared Rivers and Daniel Talia both won the Rising Star, but they're in their second seasons. So part of the impressive fact is that Harry Dean is just 18.
Yeah. Oh, he's a good player.
Forward on the ground here, competing against Pitnet. It was rowed by Hewitt. He'll get a free kick for a hold. It's coming the Blues' way. No advantage taken. So we'll come back to the middle of Dockland. So Will Ashcroft starting on the bench tonight. Paddy Cripps has just come for his first breather, and the footy has to be returned to George Hewitt. What a game he had last week. He's playing in his 98th game at the Blues, kicked 3 goals alongside his 24 disposals as Hewitt veers out to the right, sends it long inside 50. McGovern and Pitnet both there, and Pitnet juggles the mark. McGovern went to fly early, took a couple of defenders with him, and Pitnet just stood his ground and takes the mark just slightly right of centre.
This has been the growth in Pitnet this year. Like, he's actually gone forward a number of times and actually had an impact on the scoreboard and taken a couple of marks. I reckon in previous years, Mick, you haven't really seen him sort of do that. He's had a lot of goals from stoppage this year as well. He's definitely hit the scoreboard a lot better, but just didn't really contest that. Just used his body and just timed the ball perfectly.
6 goals, 3 for Mark Pitnet as he looks to convert from the mark from directly in front. He steers it through, and the Blues take back the lead with that goal. A 4-point advantage. The Lions had it just for a few minutes. 2 straight 12 Carlton to Brisbane 1-2-8. 9.5 minutes gone. Opening terms, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Here with Cal Sinclair and Mick Moldhouse.
He might be a bit older than Dean, but from Geelong, O'Sullivan as a defender, he's outstanding. I don't know, have you watched a fair bit of him this year, Benny?
Yeah, but he spent, I think he only played 1 game in his first year.
Yeah.
So he was largely in the VFL for his first year.
He's a very, very good player.
Oh, great player. But I'm just saying
very good player.
Best first year by a key defender since when?
It's his second year, isn't it, O'Sullivan?
I think it's his third now.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, regardless, great player.
Yeah, very
And Geelong do hold players back too.
Yeah.
You know, and when they hold them back, they come forward so much quicker.
Yeah.
Chris Scott actually mentioned that in his post-game press conference the other night, that's part of their philosophy. Brisbane out of the middle again. Kick inside 50. Alan Carter.
Oh, no.
Wow.
You've got to be able to spoil the ball. Why is the rule in that front 50 different than outside the back 50?
Footy guys helping Oscar Allen.
Louis Young, the offending party. Oscar Allen in his return game since round 7 with that foot injury.
Not being biased here, but
no free.
Draper and Ford.
No free. You can hear the crowd. Absolutely a disgraceful free kick. Let me tell you that now. I don't care what the AFL say. I'll talk. That is a shocker.
Oscar Allen. Boot the ball from 50. His drop punt is flush. Welcome back, Oscar. And the Brisbane Lions know what it means. They come from everywhere to ruffle his hair and give him high fives. The Lions back out by 2. 2-2-14 plays 2 straight 12. 11 into the first. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
And that's when you're Lewis Young. You just go back to your huddle and you just shake your head just going, well, what am I supposed to do, Mick? Like, am I allowed to defend or do I just let these guys
No, you're not allowed to defend. That's what I say. The AFL want massive scores. Well, this is one way to give them. Just hand them over to key forwards who... You have to be able to contest the football. Now, if you drag his arm down, free kick. If you whack him in the back of the head, free kick. When you got your arm over and you're punching the ball clear, that's your. Unless you do it with your headbutt, there's only one. Well, there's other parts of your body, I suppose, you can do it. But certainly in this case, he puts his arm up.
The last 3 goals have swung the lead. Oscar Allen playing his first game since round 7 against the Crows. Back in the middle of the ground. McCluggage sends Brisbane up towards half forward. Cowan got there first. In front of Bailey. Hand pass to Walsh and back to Chera. At centre half back for the Blues. Swings it out to the broadcast side. And Hayward takes the mark in front of Levi Ashcroft.
They're getting smashed at centre bounce, Carlton. Like, Draper and Ford are just jumping into pit net with such aggression.
5-3, the clearance is the way of Brisbane. As the kick from Hayward up towards half forward. Pack forms. Mackay has it knocked away from him. Frankie Evans gathers. Hand pass to Smith. Over the top to Walsh. Back to Jagger Smith. Arches the back. Kicks for McGovern. Little slip. Gathers. Hand pass into the path of Louis Young, who curls it towards goal. And it's goal for goal under the roof. Carlton take back the lead. Up for the fight early here. They're 3 straight 18 to Brisbane. 2-2-14. Mitch McGovern with a little slip, but he got the hand pass to Louis Young. And from that moment on, he did the rest.
All right. This is not a side that is sitting 11th. They're playing some terrific football, Carlton. And so are Brisbane. This is a really high-quality game of football. They're hitting targets. They're using the right targets. They're kicking goals that should be kicked. This is such a different Carlton side. You're right as far as the centre goes. If Carlton can squeeze that centre into a 50-50, right now they've got to get the ball coming off the half-back line, but their ball movement has been outstanding. And that was a great finish goal.
Ian Cohen on the boundary.
Yeah, Nick Haynes and Paddy Cripps have been on and off the ground a couple of times. Carlton are almost giving them a standing ovation every time they come through the interchange gates.
Restart in the middle. Tapping it down. Mackay. Jagger Smith bursting onto it. Kicks inside 50. McGovern goes up. Plucks it. Mitch McGovern. Oh, he kicked it into the man on the mark. Ryan Lester stood up, stuck a boot out. McGovern kicked it into him. It ricochets away. The Blues win it back. They recycle it through the middle of the ground. There's a free kick, I think going the way of George Stewart. Mick Malthouse, that was a moment.
Come on.
I'll have to see it.
Lost for words, Mick.
Oh, well, I just can't believe it.
Hewitt in the middle of the ground, kicks towards Hayward, slips through his hands. Hipwood goes and makes it his. There's a free kick, though.
Well, they're paying the free kicks the same end. So, in other words, that 50-metre line means if you touch someone's arm, that's a free kick. So that's another one that's been defended reasonably well. I'll have to watch this one. Oh, nothing in that. He's just gone for the spoil. Wow. I think it was you, Matt, that said taking it right up to them. They are taking this game right up to Brisbane.
Well, Hayward, 3 goals last week after being goalless for the 3 games before that. Fans this one out to the right, close to the line, and Fort punches it through for a behind, close to the behind post, but sneaks it through for a minor score. Carlton 3-1-19, Brisbane 2-2-14. Quarter hour mark, opening term, Blues by 5.
Fletcher brings the Brisbane Lions back into play to Ainsworth, gives it back to Fletcher, sends it out to Bruce Reville. He marks it left up back, keeps the running going, hand pass to Dunkley and back to Lester. This is beautiful transition for the Lions. Up to Logan Morris, who marks on his chest, cuts on the right-hand side, drives it inside 50. McCluggage the target, off hands, Loman gathers, cuts towards goal. Oh, that's beautiful for Brisbane. From one end to the other. And Kai Loman with the finishing touches puts through his first goal of the night. And Brisbane return to the lead by a point. 3-2-20 to Carlton 3-1-19. Well, the Blues were just watching Brisbane as they transitioned it from one end of the ground to the other.
They transitioned that ball beautifully. Like the pace, I guess, the change of direction was pretty unfortunate with the drop mark and spillage out the back, but that's what those good small forwards do, Mick. They know, they read the ball very early in the air and they just get a sense it might come out the back, and sometimes they test their luck a little bit. But in Kyle Loman, he's such a great finisher. And either way, but how they move that ball is the real story of that passage of play. That was coast to coast. That was incredible.
So goal for goal, like Clinchy called short time ago, the first 6. 3 each way. Jagger Smith follows up at ground level, gets it out towards Cripps, and now out to Cottrell on the wing. Back to Jagger Smith. Retreating here, the Blues. He goes back to Chera, kicks around the wing. Draper spoils it. That's a big fist through it. Onto it, Will Ashcroft. Lions ball again, 1-2 with Draper. Slick hands to Bailey, to Coleman. Kicks around the city side of the ground, and Brisbane moving the ball nicely. Dunkley to Loman. He can look inside 50. Morris on the lead. Over clubs, into the pocket it goes. Socket on there by McKenna. Right into the base of the behind post. And a boundary throw in. It must have just bounced into it. So a throw in left forward pocket. Brisbane lead by a point.
Yeah, the problem for Carlton at the moment, the speed at which Brisbane are moving the ball, they're going to have to stop the play right at the source.
Draper up against Mackay. Draper almost took it out of the right. Spills to Dunkley. His kick is touched by Hayward and goes through for a minor score. So Brisbane lead by 2 points now. 17 minutes gone. Opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
The leaders swung on pretty much all of those goals. The 5 after the first. So we've had 5 lead changes already. As Chera looks long up towards the wing. Going for it. Berry doesn't mark. McGovern pinches it. Handball for Ainsworth. Bad bounce. Favours forward to Brisbane. Handball to Berry, who flicks a handball forward away towards McCluggage. Looks inside 50. Morris goes up high. Can't quite. Off hands and out of play. Throwing coming right forward pocket. How does Logan Morris do it? 190. A little bit undersized for a key forward these days, but continues to kick bags.
Yeah, there's 3 or 4 players that are in the same boat. They're really the next exciting group of players coming through. You've Shanahan from West Coast. You've got Caddy from Essendon.
Draper out of the ruck, got it to Will Ashcroft. He can't be created from the pocket. Kicks towards Loman in the goal square. Carlton desperately defending. Dean got the hand pass from Dirksen, gave it straight to Ford. He's now tackled by Chera, and Dean desperate to try and make sure it doesn't result in a goal.
He has the benefit of a lot of supply.
He does.
Very good midfield. So, not taking away from him. He's a great player, though.
Fort one down the tap. Hewitt lost it. Dunkley's desperate. Can't get a boot to it. Lohman, he's dangerous at the top of the goal square. Spills out to Hayward. Dean wants to rush this. He stands on the behind line, decides not to. Kicks up towards McGovern, flying over the top. Coleman got it down to Berry. Hand pass to Rayner. He kicks the wheat bag to full forward. And mark is taken by Ollie Florent, just 10 metres out from his defensive goal.
His exiting kick is a really good one for Ainsworth. Elects not to go quickly. Brisbane by a couple of points. 3 goals apiece in this opening quarter. Ainsworth kicks around the city wing. Up to a contest. Young is there, coming across Ainsworth in game 100. Spoils it out for the Lions. Throw in half forward for the Blues.
There's the difference. Brisbane just played on Manly. Carlton had stopped, stuttered, and now there's a boundary throw in. That ball should be moved much quicker than that. They had the player clear.
Draper takes it out of the ruck, kicks around that city wing again. Dirksen underneath it, and he does well to mark. The Blues back in possession, 50 as well.
He started well, Dirksen.
So
They've got a couple of intercept marks already.
Yeah, Fort clumsily knocked it out of his hands, and Dirksen will be marched around the wing. Brisbane lead by 2 points. Nearly time on in the first.
He stops at right half forward, 70 out from home, looks for Mackay into the pocket, up goes Draper and gets a hand to it, spoils it out of play. The history between these two sides, Brisbane have won the last 3 between these two sides, but 14 of the last 17, including the 2 finals, the 2024 elimination final, of course that 2023 prelim final, where Brisbane led by just 3 points at half-time. The Lions went on to make the grand final. They lost to Collingwood, of course, but a what could have been moment for the Blues. Brisbane have gone on to win 2 flags since then. Thrown up, still inside the forward 50. Cripps as he shoved out of it by Draper. Umpire said no. Draper gets a clearing kick up the wing towards Fault, his fellow ruck, and Dirksen underneath. He controlled it well to take the mark.
Elsewhere, the Giants leading by 2 points at half-time as Dirksen wants to start the switch. Finds Haynes at centre-half back. He'll bring it out towards the dockside wing, and Hayward can mark. Now they just hold it up, the Blues. Will they go the double switch? Hayward kicks into the middle of the ground and turns it over cold. Dunkley takes it, releases Bailey with the handball, cruises to 50 and pierces it through the major opening. Brisbane make you pay. They lead by 8 points. The first time tonight either side has kicked back-to-back majors. 4-3-27 plays 3-1-19. The Lions lead 21 minutes into this first term.
In Will Hayward's defence, the kick was on at the very start, but he hesitated for about 2 seconds.
Well, there's no defence.
Pardon?
There's no defence then. No, really. I mean,
it was Mick. It was on. He hesitated for like 2 seconds.
But that's too long.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying if he made the decision a lot quicker, that kick was on. It was opening up beautifully, but he just held. And either way, though, one guy that you don't want the ball in the hands of is Bailey, because he's a great finisher.
Well, that's the difference, though.
Yeah.
You know, I reckon in sides, one of the reasons why there's a gap in win-loss is because you pull the trigger when you should pull the trigger.
Up to 30 goals of the season for Zach Bailey. His numbers have risen in the last 6 weeks. Draper one down the tap, lost it though in the end. Hitting it, gets it forward to Hewitt, who dribbles it along the ground up to Taylor Byrne. Hand pass back to Hewitt. Tackle by Ainsworth. Just got a hand pass away to Byrne at the last moment. Now to Florent. Sidesteps Fletcher. Hand pass to Walsh. For the Blues response, his kick doesn't have the journey. And Harris Andrews marks 5 metres out from his defensive goal. The co-captain off balance as he chips it back to the left back pocket. Noah Ainsworth marks for Brisbane.
Well, Walsh should have done far better with that. He was clear. He could have taken 2 steps facing the goal. He kicked around his body and it was always shallow.
Ainsworth kicks beyond defensive 50 and Hewitt claims it. Carlton ball again. Just on Zach Bailey. There were reports a few weeks ago that his re-signing was imminent. Hasn't happened yet. Long kick from Hewitt into the pocket off the hands of their pack. Frankie Evans is on it and goals. We're all good, small forward should be. He's right there front and square. And he kicks the major as well. The Lions by 2 points as Carlton close it. 4-3-27 plays 4-1-25, 23 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I like it. I like the game. Carlton have taken it right up to the reigning premiers, and they're taking it up because their backline, they're keeping their backline, Brisbane's backline busy. They can't fall off. There's not one player there that hasn't got a player, so what they've done with the forward line, they've made them all accountable. I always say about the better sides that get good protection. Sometimes they're a bit weak on the ground, and Brisbane are no exception. So it's a good ploy by Carlton. They're playing some really good football. It's whether they can keep it going.
At the Adelaide Oval, the Giants lead Port Adelaide by 2 points at half-time. Will Ashcroft gets the clearance, hand pass to Fletcher, came off the back of the square, kicks up towards Zach Bailey, gathers for Brisbane, hand pass back to Berry, to Wilmot on the wing, trying to get away from Frankie Evans. He hurries a kick inside 50 in the direction of Rayner and Logan Morris. It spills to the back. Charlie Cameron tried to soccer off the ground. Haynes almost had hands on the ball. Umpire waves play on. Draper gathers, breaks the tackle, outside of the boot. That's Sam Draper at his best. He is always creative in front of goal, and he does things that big men shouldn't be able to do. Sam Draper answers back for the Brisbane Lions, and the margin is back to 8 points the visitors' way. 5-3-33 to Carlton, 4-1-25. 24 and a half minutes gone. Opening term. This is ABC Sport with Cal Sinclair and Mick Moldhouse.
Cal kicking in danger?
Oh, probably. Well, but I'm not going to make...
You're not going to bag the umpire?
No, I'll leave that to you. Right. You're very good at it.
No.
I've got a lot to learn. But either way, I love seeing rucks going forward and hitting the scoreboard. There's probably a long time there, Mick, where you probably coached a lot of ruckmen that just never got forward of the ball much and could sort of hit the scoreboard. But it feels like with Draper and hitting it, it'll be actually a very good contest.
You didn't remember Andrew Purser?
No.
Andrew Purser. There's a name I haven't heard for a while. Is out of the middle, Pitnet soccers it inside 50. Mitch McGovern comes up, gets rid of it, away towards Ainsworth. Off to Wall, she's caught, dispossessed. Holding the ball, free kick going the way of Dunkley, inside defensive 50 for Brisbane, and the 50 as well.
He's stiff. I feel like I'm just bagging umpires. He reacted and pushed the player who pushed him, and that's worth 50 metres.
Andrew Purser's son Ben was a very good State League basketballer for the Perry Lakes Hawks. Mick in the State Basketball League in Perth, as Dunkley gives it off to Fletcher, kicks inside 50, and Haynes is able to mark.
Well, we're going to talk about basketball. My daughter played for Perry. Two daughters played for Perry Lakes. There you go.
Was Purser at Richmond or Fitzroy?
Try Footscray.
Footscray.
Yeah.
That could be our question tonight. Journeyman ruckman. Call them out. Text them in.
Special subject for Cal Sinclair in the Jeopardy column.
Trent Noble.
Okay, we can come back to that. Lockie Neal has it in the middle of the ground. Sends Brisbane inside 50. Up goes Logan Morris on the back of Akers. Can't take the mark. Akers hand pass chopped up by Oscar Allen. Hand pass to McCluggage. Kicks to the goal square. Rayner up. Can't complete the mark. Desperately tapped through by Hayward. Rayner was racing after it, trying to... Florent, in fact, it was trying to get a little toe to it. Rayner couldn't get there before the goal line. Brisbane lead by 9 points.
Florent taking the kick in. The Lions, as Clinchy mentioned, by 9. As he gives it back to Florent, who dinks it short away to Chera. Florent running by. Bullets a pass onto the chest of Evans, working up to the logo. He pokes it on to Hewitt. Hewitt comes back off the mark, steps around his man, looks into the pocket for the Blues, and finds Young very wide out, 45 metres out.
Beautiful ball movement by the Blues. This is as good as they've played all year. I know against a quality side, they've been able to slice through. This isn't having inside 50s. It's pretty close, isn't it?
13-10 the way of the Lions at the moment.
Yeah, well, when Carlton go forward, they look like they've got a chance. And this is another one. It's a bit wide, but very good ball movement.
So the Blues missed to fix it. Louis Young. He just wants to centre it towards a marking contest. And coming out, Kemp.
Great play.
He led them all to the footy. He knew the play they were running. No one else did. And he marks 12 out, slightest of angles.
Yeah, very, very good play. And again, against a very good defensive side. Well, one of the best defensive sides. So that's even more meritorious.
I think it goes back to the point, they miss Gardner, don't they? Like he's just so important for them to just give just one more pillar down there. Straighten up a little bit.
Yeah, but Wiedering's not playing.
Correct.
Kemp on the approach from point-blank range. Pops it through. And Carlton are hanging around in this match. 5-4-34 plays 5-1-31. 28 minutes into the first quarter. A 10-goal opening term. Mick Malthouse and Cal Sinclair.
Well, no, way you go, Cal. All I've done is praise up Carlton. I know Brisbane are on probably just in front, but It's just a wonderful game of football, played from end to end with such precision and speed.
The pace for me is just standing out. Like, I've caught a lot of Richmond games the last few weeks, respectfully, but there is a massive gap in the competition. That's a huge gap,
and that's the problem, isn't it? That is a real problem. But that's for another day. But you're spot on.
You got some journeyman ruckman suggestions coming through on the SMS. Cal 0437 774 774. In Brisbane's run of 7 consecutive matches in recent weeks, they've led at quarter time in 6 of the last 7. The one they didn't was against the West Coast Eagles, where they trailed by 15 points at quarter time. A secondary stop in the middle of the ground. Cripps tries to get in position, but Pitner does it all himself in the end. Gets the clearance. Hand pass to Lord to Jagger Smith. Crushed by Kadeem Coleman. Got a hand pass away to Cripps and over the top to Hayward. Trying to link up with Lord. Little fumble as the pressure of Dunkley came. Got up to Hayward. Free kick for a tackle on Lord when he'd lost possession of the footy. And Carlton won't take the advantage. Brisbane by 3 points. 29 minutes gone opening term. Cooper Lord veers out to the right. Pokes the kick into the pocket. On the move is Kemp. Lunged up. Couldn't take the mark. McGovern against the boundary gathers. Hand pass inboard to Evans. Gave the hand pass to Cripps. Off balance. Kicks it straight up in the air. Coming in from the side, Florent. He and Akers collide. It spills down the way of Kemp. Tackled desperately by Wilmot and Levi Ashcroft, but it was over the shoulder. And Carlton will get a shot on goal for a chance to take the lead here.
They're putting it to them. I'll tell you what, they're going in with pace. And even just looking at them forward of the ball, their forwards are so active.
Yeah.
Like they're all of them were leading, and I just watched the Brisbane defenders, who generally have a great system and have things their own way, but there was no handovers. There were cars and caravans, which basically means like you weren't handing players over. So I reckon that's a real tactic of the forward group, is stay on the move, because you might actually end up breaking them if you can.
Brody Kemp has one tonight, taken high in the tackle. Pretty much directly in front, 35 metres out from goal to return the Blues to the lead. He does just that. Kemp with back-to-back goals and his second. And all of a sudden, we have a 6th lead change of this opening quarter. Carlton going every bit the distance at the moment. 6-1-37 to Brisbane 5-4-34. 31 minutes gone opening term. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport with Cal Sinclair and Mick Moldhouse.
Quality all over the ground. Carlton taking a chance with their hand passing to open up the spare player in front, knowing full well that their forwards are matched up, which is absolutely critical against a side like Brisbane. Brisbane on the other side of the coin, they're doing the same. When they take a chance with that first hand pass, short kick, opened up. The forward line they don't get in each other's way, so it's just a really quality game. It's hard to work out that one side is 11th, the other one is 4th.
6th lead change of the opening quarter. Draper winning the tap, but Jagger Smith sharks it. He was legged as well as he gives it to Cripps. Gets rid of it away towards Lord, who kicks up towards half forward, and Coleman able to intercept for Brisbane. He moves it into the middle of the ground. Finds Neil. He'll give it off to Wilmot, dashing by. Wants to kick out into space, looking for Jasper Fletcher or Charlie Cameron. The latter takes it. He twists and turns and kicks into the pocket for Morris. 40 metres out, very acute angle, 2 in from the boundary line. He's got it again, this young, precocious key forward.
Times his leads well, doesn't now. Watch him really closely, 2 or 3 repeat efforts, and then just opened himself up. It's a class of Charlie Cameron there, just to change direction.
Going to go the snap from distance. Kills it a little bit too much. Minor score. Carlton's lead cut back to 2. 33 minutes this first term has run already.
2 behinds for Logan Morris tonight as the Blues bring the ball back into play. Florent into the back pocket for Wilson. Carlton's highest score so far this season was 7 goals in the opening quarter back in round 6 against the Adelaide Crows. They only kicked another 6 goals for the game, lost by 28 points. Taken by Dunkley. Gathers on the wing for the Lions, up towards half forward. No one there. Dirksen marks in front of Connor McKenna.
Started well,
Dirksen has it at half back, Cal.
Started very well. It's his 3rd intercept mark for the day.
Swingman in the VFL. He's played up forward, played in the back line. He's found a home after being a late pickup, an SSP pickup at the start of the season. Short to Hayward, who sends it up the wing. Mackay in a tangle of bodies. Non-officiating umpires paid the free kick, and this is the one that Chris Scott articulated that it gets hard to follow when the non-officiating umpire pays the free kick, overruling the umpire closest. And Mackay has it on the wing.
Blues with the last 2 goals of the game. Sets it up towards half forward. Harris Andrews punches it away. There's a holding free kick. Walsh takes the advantage, runs a long way and hits the woodwork. And a couple of chances. Sam Walsh hasn't taken them in this first quarter. Carlton lead by 3. 34 minutes travel.
It's Darcy Wilmot in 2 minds. He went to play on and then changed his mind at the last moment. And the kick is smothered by Taylor Byrne. He's the Blue Terrier. Keeps it alive against the pocket. He couldn't, could he? Oh, what a finish almost. Just missed in the end. Clipped the post.
That would have brought the Carlton fans absolutely. You saw them all just erupt out of the stadium there.
The smother on Wilmot. I think he had a player in the corridor, but it would have been miraculous had he been able to finish, but clipped the near post.
Might have been goal of the year had he kicked it, just with the smother, the fake when he gathered it on the boundary, and then the finish from the acute angle.
And you've been a fan of him, Mick. He's gotten better every week, Taylor Byrne. Yeah,
I've said that. He's since that miss against Collingwood early days, he's just been an impressive young man.
Carlton by 4. Throw in half forward. Pitnet punches it away, and the Blues will lead at the first change. So they kicked the last 2 goals of the opening term. Now 6 lead changes in that quarter as well. So 6-3, 39 plays, 5-5, 35. The goal kickers for the Blues, 2 for Kemp, then it's singles. Mackay, Pitnet, Young and Evans. While for Brisbane, it's only individual goal kickers. Lohman, Draper, Allen, McCluggage and Zach Bailey. Carlton by 4 at the first change. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
I'm Sana Kadar. Join me to explore the psychology behind the biggest questions in our lives, from relationships to stress levels to solving crime.
Your lie detection ability approximates chance.
Search All in the Mind on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
As the kick comes into the middle of the ground for Chera. Looks up inside 50. Mackay's the deepest target. Works underneath it by Harris Andrews. It clears to the back. Leicester gets there first, but there's going to be a push. He's going to kick around his body from directly in front. 40 metres out. Harry Mackay in his first game since round 19 against Collingwood. Puts through the opener of the night.
High marking contest. No one takes it cleanly. Lockie Neal goes after it. Wins it at ground level. Off to McCluggage. Snaps goals. Brisbane at their best. Brisbane out of the middle again. Kick inside 50. Alan Carter.
Oh, no.
Wow.
You've got to be able to spoil the ball. Absolutely a disgraceful free kick. Let me tell you that now. I don't care what the AFL say. I'll talk. That is a shocker.
Oscar Allen. Boot to ball from 50. His drop punt is flush. Welcome back, Oscar.
Over the top to Walsh, back to Jagger Smith. Arches the back, kicks for McGovern. Little slip, gathers. Hand pass into the path of Louis Younger. Curls it towards goal. And it's goal for goal under the roof. Carlton take back the lead. Up to Logan Morris, who marks on his chest. Cuts on the right-hand side. Drives it inside 50. McCluggage the target. Off hands. Lohman gathers. Cuts towards goal. Oh, that's beautiful for Brisbane. From one end to the other.
Haywood kicks into the middle of the ground and turns it over Cole. Dunkley takes it. Releases Bailey with the handball. Cruises to 50 and pierces it through the major opening. Long kick from Hewitt into the pocket. Off the hands of the pack. Frankie Evans is on it and goals.
Florent, he and Akers collide. It spills down the way of Kemp. Tackled desperately by Wilmot and Levi Ashcroft, but it was over the shoulder. Brody Kemp has one tonight, taken high in the tackle. Pretty much directly in front, 35 metres out from goal to return the Blues to the lead. He does just that.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
So the Blues with a 4-point lead at the first change here on Saturday night. Mick Malthouse and Cal Sinclair are your experts to pick it all apart.
Terrific game of football in that first quarter. Like, I don't know, Mick Carlton, they're not playing like a team that... They're playing like a top 4 team at the moment. And what they're doing, they're going into that forward line with real pace. And you just feel like Brisbane are actually caught off guard actually a little bit. Like, they've had a few things go their way with the Harry Mackay sort of free kick. But I tell you what, they're making the defenders think about their man. They're not getting that sort of system that they're used to. Not to say that though, but whenever Brisbane are going forward, they're looking superb coming out of a centre bounce. Like, so many times, McCluggage, Neal, Ashcroft just have the ability to just handball out of that centre bounce. But for me, Sam Draper is jumping very, very well. His body is in absolute great form. Some statistics, Jagger Smith with 10 touches, Lockie Neal with 9, Adam Shearer with 7. George Stewart's been pretty influential, having only the 7 touches, but we've called his name a fair bit. McCluggey just kicked 1 goal, but tell you what, we've got a game of football on our hands here. I think one concern I've got for Carlton is just centre clearance. I just feel like they're playing the best football they've played all year. Can they sustain this for 3 quarters? They need to, you said it, Nick, make it more of a 50-50 contest in that centre clearance, because at the moment, Draper is getting his hand on the footy, is getting first use, is coming out a little bit too quick. But in saying that, it's a terrific first quarter from the Carlton Football Club.
Absolutely. It's a good game of footy. The blokes I'm impressed in, very impressed in, Jagger Smith for the start of it. I think he's like a player. I know he missed last year with a knee, so he's technically a second-year player, but his ability with his speed to get where the ball is and then use the football, and as the years gone on, he's got better using the football. He's a bit scrappy early, and that's probably understandable coming off a knee and also first-year football. The back line itself of Carlton, I'm talking more Carlton here, has held up. I know they've had 5 goals kicked on them, but they've held up pretty well, given that there's been 14, I think, to 13 inside 50s. And even though they've gone 10 times Brisbane, so 5 goals, 5 is 10 out of 14. That's a high ratio. But the way the quality of the ball has gone in there has meant that the Carlton backs have been under massive pressure. They've held up reasonably well. Conversely, down the other end, Carlton got in 13 times. They've scored 9 times. That'd be a worry to Brisbane against, if they're pitching against, say, a Carlton, and they can then start to look at, say, Fremantle or Sydney or whoever else up there, Hawthorn. That would cut them the ribbons. So Carlton have done well to score. It's always the case that how long can you last with that type of pressure? How long can you last by that type of game style? And the best sides are the ones that outwear you. And Brisbane, we've seen, because they're so experienced, they just know when to put the foot on the accelerator, just absorb all the pressure. So the test now really for Carlton, and you've got to do this in stages. No use going to the last quarter. Do the next stage. Next stage is every contest, you've said it already, in the centre square, and then let's see what it's like at half-time. Can they maintain that pressure?
Thoughts of coaching legend Mick Malthouse and former Eagle and Swan Cal Sinclair as the second quarter is about to get underway. Carlton leading by 4 points. Fort and Pittonet to contest it. Up it goes. Fort slaps it down, but it's Jagger Smith of the Blues who wins it. Nice little 1-2 with Walsh. Smith kicks inside, attacking 50 for the Blues. Kemp very nearly, just drops it last minute. Buzzing through his Taylor Byrne. Coleman right there. Byrne still going after him. He's got him wrapped up, and a ball up deep in the left forward pocket here for the Blues.
Oh, that's well done, Benny. Yes, he did wrap him up, and for a young player, just kept at him, and it's caused now a stoppage.
Thrown up against the boundary line. Fort slaps it down against Mackay. Hewitt was on the move, and it goes out of play, not off a boot. Is that a night of the future? Cal, Jagger Smith alongside Will Ashcroft at that centre bounce. Jagger Smith's had 12 disposals, 4 centre bounce clearances.
Tell you what, imagine if he was in a top 4 team, he'd probably be leading the Brownlow at the moment. Big call.
Lockie Neal starting their second quarter on the bench. Pittonet slaps it down for the Blues. It spills out in the way of Berry, trying to get it back to Kadeem Coleman, stripped of it. Hewitt, hand pass to Kemp, span into a trap. And that's where he's got a problem. Will Ashcroft had him one way, and then coming from the other, he was locked up as well. So holding the ball, free kick going the way of the Lions, and Ashcroft to take it.
Dual Norm Smith medalist, sending a kick out wide, and the mark taken by Bruce Reville. Category B rookie, born in PNG. Sorry, Mick.
Oh, he's been good for them, Reville. He's quite exciting sort of player. Adds a bit of speed, a little bit of difference.
Good size as well.
Yeah, he's a good size.
Lions into their kick mark game. Fletcher to Will Ashcroft, who moves it on again to the wing and finds Dunkley, who comes infield on way to Ryan Lester, who moves it to Berry. Just controlling the ball. Short kick for Answorth. Now handball to Lester running by. Sweeps a handball out wide to Kitty Coleman. Chips it inside 50. Cameron's on the end of it. That is beautifully worked. Just dotted their way around the ground until they got it to Kadeem Coleman to kick inside 50, and Cameron on the end of it for their set shot.
And Benny, what you just said there is spot on. if there's a real problem with Carlton, their backs are young and they're going okay. Their forwards, reasonably young, going okay. Their mids have got to defend the ball better, and also the wingers.
Missed a shot earlier tonight. Charlie Cameron slides this one left. Not his best efforts on goal this evening. Carlton leading by 3 points, 2.5 minutes into the second.
And if I could just take up that what I just said, Carlton, by defending better through the middle, they will stop that easy ball going into the forward line.
Wilson played on, changed his mind, cut back to the right, sends it up to Mackay, clears he and Harris Andrews. Jagger Smith's there again, possession number 13 for him. Up to half forward, McGovern marks for the Blues, looks inboard, good option, Hewitt's pushed down, he marks just inside the 50, feigned the hand pass to Walsh, wanted the 50 against Will Ashcroft, and he won't get it. Carlton fans are happy to join in chorus.
And George Hewitt knew exactly, he knew exactly what he was doing then. He's a very smart player, George Hewitt. He would have teased that handball in the hope it might have.
But isn't it players? Well, I hate the rule, but if you say stand, aren't you supposed to stand? He's dropped off 10 metres.
That's the point that George Hewitt was trying to make. He'll have to kick from right on 50 as he winds up. After 3 goals last week, it won't quite have the journey, or will it? Was it touched on the way through?
Touched by Kemp.
Yeah, it looked like the Carlton player and Kemp might have accidentally got his hand to it, not realising that there was no Brisbane Lions player on the line there. We're going to go upstairs. In the end, Darcy Fort was going back with the flight. I don't think he touched it. I think Kemp is going to be the player who's conceded George Hewitt a goal. Or was he over the line? These are the ones they're trying to speed up. Isn't this where we've got the 40 new cameras?
Review complete. Looking at this angle, we can see the ball's touched before crossing the back of the goal line. Decision on scoreboards.
So behind there for the Blues, they're back in front by 4 points. 4 minutes gone. Second quarter, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Elsewhere, GWS, 23 points to the good against Port Adelaide. Late in the third term of that game. Fletcher taking the kick in, moves it to Bailey. He'll kick out towards the City wing. Nice mark from Harris Andrews. Fullback working up the ground, gives it off to Reville, who gives it to Dunkley by hand, kicks to half forward. Loman and Cameron are there. So too Florent of the Blues, knocks it down, wins it. Handball to Lord. He'll kick centrally and find Walsh. So the Blues at centre half back. Handball to Chera, to Hewitt, to Wilson. Handball was low, had to pick it up, spills out. And he's called for holding the ball.
Well, that's the first time they've used a stupid hand pass forward and they pay a penalty because the player's always going to get grabbed. There's the turnover.
Dunkley to Will Ashcroft. His kick a turnover inside 50. Cowan marks. Carlton leading by 4 points. 5 minutes into the second term, we're waiting on our first goal.
Going up the wing to Mackay. Had the size mismatch on this occasion against Jasper Fletcher. Comfortably takes the mark. Kicked a goal in the opening quarter. The first goal of the match to get the Blues going. Sends it up the wing. Taken by Taylor Byrne, who got the hand pass. Kicks up to McGovern. Left half forward. Cuts on his right. Kemp. Ainsworth racing to the goal square. Off hands. It goes through for a minor score. And the Blues lead by 5 points.
Ainsworth with the kick-in duties earlier on today. It was Sydney winning by 19 points over St Kilda. Australia defeating Ireland in the AFLW. As Leicester's under a little bit of pressure in the back pocket. Exiting kick, trying to get it to Harris Andrews. A free kick to Mackay. So the Blues back in possession. And then elsewhere down in the Apple Isle, Hawthorn won by 16 points despite trailing by a point going into the final quarter. Mackay kicks to centre half forward. They cough it up there. Under pressure, Will Ashcroft. He turns it over. Wilson takes it for the Blues. Kicks to full forward. And Kemp can mark at the top of the goal square. And he will go back and kick from plumb in front to make it 3 consecutive goals in this game for both he and for Carlton.
Yeah, just pressure, pressure and pressure. Really smart. It's better now. They're going, it just appears, across the ground one-on-one when there's a point, so they can't get that lateral and that ball through the corridor that quick. I'm talking about Brisbane here, can't get it through.
Kemp comes in, kicks his third, and Carlton are the first team in this game to lead by double digits. 11 points, 7-5, 47 plays, 5-6, 36. 7 into the second. Kemp has kicked the last 3 in the game, like I mentioned.
not to be too critical of a champion in Will Ashcroft. That's 2 crucial turnovers he's had this quarter. Saw him come to the bench absolutely filthy at himself, and Chris Fagan sort of may have had a polite word to him, but he just didn't absorb the pressure, which is very unlike Will Ashcroft, actually. Didn't absorb the pressure as well as he probably could have. But I'll tell you what, I'm just wrapped with Carlton and just how they're playing at the moment. They seem to have stemmed that set of bounce a little bit better.
You're spot on there. Yeah, they've done a little bit this quarter, but also more, as importantly, when the ball goes in the Carlton's forward line, it's now coming out a bit slower than it did in the first quarter.
Carlton by 11 points, back in the middle of the ground. Pitnet does the clearing work, kicks up towards half forward. Fletcher gets a hand pass away to Wilmot, bounding through the middle of the ground, kicks a spiralling ball looking for Charlie Cameron. It clears him in the end. Gathered at the back by Florent, hand pass to Dean, back to Florent. And right half back, he steers it up to Ainsworth. He takes the mark at right half back. Ian Cohen on the boundary.
Yeah, issues for Kitty Coleman just back into the lineup. The doctor was intimating that it might have been an HIA. He's been taken down to the rooms.
Ainsworth tried to spot Cripps. Can't take the mark against Dunkley. Fletcher, tackle dispossessed. Gathered by Zach Bailey. His hand pass a little loose for Berry. Races back after it. Still doesn't have it against the boundary line. Gets a hand pass to Harris Andrews. Cottrell's the piggy in the middle as he offers the chase. Back to Zach Bailey. And all the way back inside the defensive 50 to Hipwood. His kick off a step. Little risky as Harris Andrews had to reach right up with his left arm and reel it in front of Haywood at half back. Call to play on. Comes inboard, barely 15 on the 45 to Fletcher, who then kicks short to Levi Ashcroft. So kick mark game for the Brisbane Lions in transition at the moment. To Rayner into the middle of the ground. Kicks for Zach Bailey over his head. Got crashed into by Florent. Brisbane take the advantage. McCluggage at half forward. Long to the goal square. Lohman and Dean. Lohman almost did enough to take the mark. Spoiled it. Dirksen comes in. Careful not to tackle him high. A ball up in the right forward pocket for the Brisbane Lions.
Well, I'm going to have a real crack at the Carlton captain in a minute, when it's time's permitted.
Up it goes. Pitnet swats it down. Lohman steals it. Snaps across the goal mouth. Bouncing ball. Tumbles out. Go, Mick.
Half-back flank here. Brisbane. Ball was loose. Got gathered up. Paddy Cripps was next to Ashcroft, working together. Ball moved 20 metres. Paddy fell in 5 metres behind him. I'll wait for this.
Throw in. Forward pocket here for Brisbane. Slapped away by Pitnet. Fletcher goes to ground with Haywood. Picking it up, Rayner stripped in the tackle. Holding the ball. Good tackle from Ollie Florent.
Yeah, done well.
Resume, Mick.
And Ashcroft kept running. Paddy just dropped right off. It was Ashcroft that almost had a shot on goal. It's too common. I see this frequently with the Carlton midfield, and the captain's got to set the example. It's okay to be a good hard trainer and be a good bloke, which he is, but he's got to work harder defensively, and quite frankly he lets his side down. That's where good sides break Carlton open, because he won't work with them.
In his 250th game tonight, Paddy Cripps. Cooper Lord works it up the wing. Hand pass to Walsh. Pierces the kick to Cottrell. Marks right on 50. He's got players streaming inside 50. Went for Pitnet. Lester made the spoil. Spills out the way of Mackay. Harris Andrews over the top of him. It's stuck underneath those two, and the umpire waits a few moments, but it's not coming out. 3 goals for Brodie Kemp tonight. He's put in the last 3 goals of the match. The season high is 4 back against the Fremantle Dockers early in the year. His career best is 5 last year against the Western Bulldogs. Draper wins down the tap. Hewitt did the roving for the Blues. Hand pass to Haywood. It goes straight up in the air, about 25 metres up. In the end, Mackay or Harris Andrews fails to get a touch onto it. Lester feeds the hand pass to Zach Bailey. Back to Fletcher. Good composure as he chips it to Lockie Neal. All the way back on the last line in the right back pocket.
Neal pokes it over the top to Hipwood. Exiting kick, finds Reville. He'll come infield to Levi Ashcroft, who gives it off to Reville. Bounding off half-back, kicks into the middle of the ground. Only Blues are there. Dean can go and hoover it up. Gives it off to Pitnet. He gives it away towards Akers to Florent. Now Wilson, they bring it all the way across to the dock side of the ground, and Walsh just reels in the mark in front of a closing Berry. Carlton by 11. We've played 11 minutes in the second term.
10th possession for Sam Walsh as he comes inboard for George Hewitt. Might give it back to Walsh here at right half forward. Draws Berry out. Half pass away to Florent, who gets to 50. Lines up, sends it long to the goal square. Kemp's there and he takes the mark. Really got no body contact at the end.
None.
And he's just outside the goal square to the left.
Not paying him much respect.
No respect.
Not paying him any respect. He's outmarked him 2 or 3 times now.
Well, they're not going with him. We watched the replay here, Kel. You'll just see it. They stand off him. It's remarkable for a player to just kick 3 goals.
He's about to make it the last 4 goals in the match. He's going to kick across his body from only about 5 metres out. And Brodie Kemp with a chance to equal his season high before half-time. And he's the blue difference at the moment as Kemp puts through his 4th. And Carlton all of a sudden have kicked the only 2 goals of the second quarter. The last 4 goals of the match have all been through one man, and they lead by 17 points. 8-5-53 to Brisbane, 5-6-36. Is it an upset on watch? Carlton at the 13-minute mark of the second quarter are in control. Cal Sinclair and Mick Malthouse with you on ABC Sport.
Well, Clinchy, it's certainly not a mystery. He's taken 3 marks to kick 3 goals and 1 free kick, which was around the neck. But if the player's kicked a couple of goals from marks, you'd suspect that you're going to have to put a player on him that's going to body him under the ball or over the ball. He was free to do that. Now, the player who kicked the football in, Clinchy, who was the one that kicked it? Didn't you call it?
It was Florent.
Florent, well
Great
kicked.
Kick, yeah.
Well kicked. Beautifully kicked across the face of goal.
Has kicked 5 goals in an AFL game. That came last year against the Western Bulldogs. Blues out of the middle again. Walsh kicks in the Kemp direction. Why wouldn't you? He's on fire at the moment. Wins it at ground level. Out to Hayward, to Byrne. Kicks to the pocket. And Cottrell's there all alone.
So they've thrown Eric Hipwood to Kemp, and I just watched him lining up.
He's got no idea.
He's lining 2. He was at the centre bounce. He was 2 metres in front of him, playing in front. And I'm going, mate, what are you doing? If it was actually a half decent kick going inside 50, Kemp would be lining up for his 5th.
Yeah, well,
Matt Cottrell snapping on the right. I hope he packed the harmonica, because they might be singing a song. Da, 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 da. There's a long way to go, but the Blues lead by 23. 9-5-59 plays 5-6-36. 14 minutes into the second.
This is good by them, Mick.
well, I can categorically tell you, Hipwood, his word for defence is the wooden structure around your house. He's got absolutely no idea.
Failed the building and pest inspection?
Well,
just to keep the sheep and the cows in the paddock.
That's what he thinks defence is. Because I'll tell you right now, he'll work out that he's got an opponent, and it has a.
I think Chris Fagan's seen enough. Ryan Less.
No, I wonder why.
He might be going the old Brendan Favola approach.
They're in all sorts. They're arguing. They're pointing fingers.
Well, they've got two forwards there. They've got there's the backline player now running
on the wing.
Let's get out Ian Cohen.
They're one man short in the backline. Now the forwards were 2-4. They had 7. They had 7 forwards. So
jump in, Koza, otherwise we won't get a word in.
A lot of consternation with the medical team from the Brisbane Lions here. Kitty Coleman is still down in the room, so keep an eye on whether the line goes through him because he has not reappeared.
So Brisbane concede a 6-6-6, but they get the tap out here through Draper. Free kick. Rayner took the advantage, blazed away. And it bounces end over end into the left forward pocket.
And he's having a ripping game, isn't he, Rayner? Just about half a course until they get on top.
He wanted to try and do it all himself. Possession number 4 for Cam Rayner.
Yep, that's average.
Not a best moment for him there. A throw in the left forward pocket for Brisbane, who now trail by 23 points. Draper works it over the back to Bailey, crashes into Jagger Smith. Ian Cripps lock him up. It's 35 metres out from the Brisbane goal. But that goal from Matt Cottrell, the first goal since the 25-minute mark of the first quarter, kicked by someone who's not Brodie Kemp.
Draper taking it out of the ruck. It's a kick away. It tumbles a top spinner end over end, and Lohman gathers it, but he's popped out by Akers. Forces him out of play. Another throwing coming, and the Blues look right up for this. 23 points to the good. Last 5 goals of the game. Umpire flings it in. Draper again, palms it to the front. Cameron after it. Cripps is there, scrapping for the footy. Out to Akers. He wants the boundary line. Will Ashcroft right there with him, and out it goes. We'll do it again. Did have 6 lead changes in the opening quarter, but Carlton have kicked 3 goals to zip in the second quarter to stretch out this 23-point lead. Laying it down Young and then emerging with it Wilson for the Blues. 1-2 with Haynes. Shows his dash. Runs through centre-half back Wilson. Kicks out in front of Taylor Byrne, who's trying to burn them off. He kicks inside 50. Low scrubber. Kemp worries Leicester out of it. Gets rid of it to Hayward. He can snap. He can go. The Blues are running all over them. It's navy blue delirium at Docklands. 29 points is their lead. 10-5-65 plays 5-6-36. 17 played in their second term. Mick Malthouse, Cal Sinclair.
Well, that was almost a kick for touch. It was an offside kick, and they just played the odds so well. The thing is that I've been interested with Carlton is there's no overuse. It is get the player in the right position, run the football, kick the football, put Brisbane's backline under pressure that hasn't been under for probably 12 months, this type of intense pressure.
How about these Blues? Back in the middle of the ground, Louis Young gets the clearance. After following up his ruck work, hand pass to Jagger Smith to Wakers. They're charging forward. Walsh back to Wakers. Lost it in the end. Crashed into Dunkley. Taken by Will Ashcroft. Handcroft to brother Levi. Hand pass a little loose for Wilmot. He volleys it up towards half forward. Back with the flight, Haynes. He takes the mark in front of Logan Morris, and the Blues take it back. Out to Hayward in a one-on-one. He marks in front of Berry. All those little moments are going Carlton's way. He spots Ainsworth, got a couple of metres on Fletcher, takes the mark and plays on. Hand pass over Dunkley. Here's Frankie Evans. He lines them up and misses to the left-hand side. Running to the right forward pocket from 40 metres out. Carlton with 4 goals, 3 in this second quarter to Brisbane's 1 behind.
10-6 inside 50s, 2 Clinchy, so it tells you a bit about the game.
Reveal with the kick in, and Ryan Lester going up. Spoiled there by Cowan. Blues take it back. Gets rid of it to Akers. Kicks to full forward Fletcher. Nice little nudge on McGovern. Marks it full back for Brisbane.
That's bad play by McGovern. You've got to expect contact. It may have actually been a bit stiff. The ball was certainly, he was interfered with before 10 metres.
Short to Berry, who moves it on to Dunkley. The Lions into their kick mark game. Moves it on to McKenna, who kicks a thumping ball to Ford. He can release Will Ashcroft running through the middle. Kicks into the pocket. Loman's all on his own. And he marks 25 out. An acute angle, 45-degree angle right forward pocket.
Went to sleep, Cal.
Yeah, no.
The Blues went to sleep then.
They did.
And again, this midfield is... if you don't get it, you've still got to work hard defensively. I'm not sure that they're still doing that.
It was a good mark by Fort in the middle of the ground. It was a dangerous kick by McKenna, but he just held his nerve and was patient with his release by hand as well.
Elsewhere, the Giants leading by 17 points. 3-quarter time there. Loman comes in and threads it. You know, these premiership lines will come again. He's got a couple, and it's back to 4 goals the margin. 10-6-66 plays 6-6-42. Time on second term.
And that's what we will bank on, Benny, is that Brisbane will come, and there's a fair bit of... It's only the 20-minute mark of the second quarter, and I dare say they'll dial it up here, knowing Brisbane. And I absolutely love Kyle Loman. That's what I like about him in front of a massive Carlton crowd at that end of the ground. Just steadies the ship and absolutely nails it. But I think Chris Fagan might have words to his team at half-time. But at the same time, they're getting picked apart. I reckon defensively they're getting caught in between, Mick, a little bit, particularly in transition.
Make no mistake about it, Carlton. Yeah. And what Carlton are doing to do that is move the ball without overusing the football and running it.
Brisbane's first goal since the 25-minute mark of the opening term. Back in the middle of the ground. Will Ashcroft had it for a moment, lost it. Wilmot came in from the back edge of the square, couldn't gather. George Hewitt can for the Blues. Drives it inside 50. Mitch McGovern beaten in the contest by Leicester, although his kick is smothered by McGovern. It's a chance for the Blues at half forward. Taylor Byrne gathers. Hand pass to Jagger Smith. Squeeze the kick to the goal square. It might go through. Jagger Smith, creative inside 50.
Wow.
And in the end, the kick to the goal square, looking for Kemp, who's a little worse than where he might have got a foot to the back of the leg. But Carlton with their highest score in an opening half this season, 11-6-72 to Brisbane 6-6-42. The margin back to 30 points as they immediately answer the Kai Loman goal at the other end.
I want to see how much work's done in the goal square. Still can't... It was Kemp that was...
Kemp and Hipwood with
threw
the
himself
two
at the ball. Oh, no, it's not... No, it's a good
Make
goal.
no mistake, though, like Carlton are playing but it is built off pressure. They are ferocious around the contest.
That smother was that created it.
They're ferocious around the contest. George Hewitt outstanding. Jagger Smith outstanding. they're getting the benefits because they're actually physical and their pressure is outstanding.
Draper winning the tap, but Cripps goes and wins it for the Blues. Back feeds a handball to Cowan. High up and under with his kick to half forward. Marking contest, and Wilmot going up. Ball lands in his lap as he goes to ground for Brisbane. Kicks to Levi Ashcroft in the middle. Handball away to Hipwood. Awkward looking kick out to the wing, and Chera marks for Carlton. So an equal game high lead of 30. Chera with a dangerous kick into the middle that works out. Florent moves it out wide for Hayward. He's got running room, can look inside 50. Does so. Looking for a leading target down there in Young. Gathers the footy off to McGovern. Check side. Exquisite. It'll come back for a boundary throw-in. Well, he is enigmatic, Mitch McGovern. Don't waste the good stuff when it's already gone out of bounds.
That's kind of very Mitch McGovern, though, isn't it?
Throwing coming right forward pocket. Carlton by 30 points.
Carlton with 5 of the last 6 goals of the match in this second quarter. Pitnet wins it down. A chance for Cripps on all fours trying to knock it out. It takes 2 Brisbane Lions players to tangle the footy underneath him. Bruce Reveal and also Josh Dunkley as he gets back to his feet. Gives the ball back to the umpire. Pitnet and Draper. Pitnet gets it down to Hewitt. Cut around. Ashcroft got him by the back of the shorts. He lost the footy. Taken by Connor McKenna. Kicks the ball up the wing, end over end. Clears Dean and Logan Morris. Dirksen slides in. Wins the battle. Hand pass to Hayward. Slides a hand pass to Florent. The 2 ex-Swans combining to Jagger Smith. Hand pass to Dean. The defender couldn't call. You bet he can! Harry Dean with his first goal in AFL footy. And he's celebrating with the Carlton fans in the right forward pocket. There's your future. Jagger Smith to Dean. And Carlton are irresistible at the moment.
They love him, don't they?
6-point lead as every player comes to celebrate with Harry Dean, the son of a gun.
Well, you called it. There's the future. How good was Smith and how good was Dean? They're 2 young players. Second and, well, we'll call him first year, really, when you look at Smith. Just outstanding.
What did you think of the reaction, Cal? I'm not sure what he was saying, but his arms were outstretched and he ran to the Carlton fans like he should.
I looked at the media boxes all to our left and right, and literally everyone just had their hands in the air. Like, that's just great for footy, isn't it? Like, just brought so much joy to the stadium, seeing him. What was he doing down there to begin with?
And the reaction from Josh Fraser as well.
And he's clearly well liked. They came from everywhere. They were right up for it as Brisbane go inside 50, but Wade Dirksen chops it off. The everywhere man. He's been at Queanbeyan. He's been at Nightcliff in the NT. He's been at Sunbury and local footy here as he kicks to Dean. And Peter's boy is well loved by the Carlton faithful as he kicks beyond offensive 50. Finds Young. He kicks it out on the full. Just to finish that story, Queanbeyan, Nightcliff, Sunbury, Peel Thunder, GWS, and then finally an AFL debut at Carlton for Wade Dirksen.
Played well.
He's showing a bit of patience, you might think, Ben.
Yep, and resilience, determination, the whole lot. So
belief.
Well done to him.
Young father as well.
Certainly is.
Kick from McCluggage up the wing. All of a sudden, Brisbane needs something. Offhand, Zach Bailey tackled by Cottrell. Spills out to McKenna. Sends it up towards Oscar Allen. Can't gather it first time. He does on the second. Around Cowan. Hand pass to Charlie Cameron. Hemmed into the boundary. He shoots on goal and kicks it. Stone cold from Charlie Cameron, who was just composed and in the end was able to finish the job. And Brisbane get their second goal of the term just to take away a bit of the momentum for the Blues. Carlton 12-6-78 to Brisbane 7-6-48. Ian Cohen on the boundary.
Yeah, well, the Harry Dean goal certainly had the Carlton fans up and off their plastic. They are in a buoyant mood going into half-time. Not so much Kitty Coleman, though, who is relegated to the back row of the Brisbane Lions bench. His night is over.
He's had a tough... since he did his knee, and it makes you wonder whether they use the hamstring or the patella tendon. So sometimes that weakens it, sometimes it puts a bit more pressure on, sometimes that's the knee you're going to be, the muscle group you've got to be careful of.
Thoughts of Mick Malthouse, the coaching legend, former Eagle and Swan. Cal Sinclair, both rucks miss it, scrimmage in the middle. Cripps going in, flicks it out to Jagger Smith. Carlton ball again, away to Lord. He cuts around a few of them, kicks laterally inside 50, and that's a neat kick for Cottrell. Caught his way through it, Lord. And Cottrell's going back like he'll kick for goal. has already kicked one in this quarter. Carlton lead by 30 points.
He's played okay, Lord, isn't he? Ex-North Melbourne VFL player, senior him under 18.
Wonder if he'll give us the catwalk. Cottrell, if he puts this through. That's a celebration, Nick. That's his little thing.
Oh, okay.
I think he already did it earlier. As Cottrell comes in looking for his second. Misses left. 31 points. Carlton's lead. 12-7 plays 7-6.
As Darcy Wilmot brings the Brisbane Lions back into play. Fort takes the mark. 31 points is Carlton's lead. It's not panic stations by any measure from Brisbane, but it is slightly concerning. Just the momentum in which Carlton are building. Hipwood from half-back had the job on Kemp early in the quarter. Clears Oscar Allen and leaning forward. Harry Dean takes the mark. Didn't quite have that on my bingo card tonight, Benny. The youngest player on the ground at 18 years of age in his 17th game, getting forward and kicking a goal. Short to Cooper Lord, up the wing. Chera takes the mark. Just got it over the top of McKenna.
Chera just chatting to the bench. How long's left in the quarter? He'll drive the Blues inside 50. Harris Andrews sets himself and intercept marks.
That's why Harry's got to be there. Like, you just can't allow him to intercept like that. Like, worst case scenario, Harry's got to bring the ball to ground.
Well, not only that, you have McGovern up there as well.
Correct.
Between them, both of them, just smash it to the ground.
Andrews to Hipwood. Contest kick to the wing. Dirksen halves it there with Oscar Allen. Ball hits the deck. Buries onto it. Shovels out a handball. Going in low, Jagger Smith. Tackled by Logan Morris. And the umpire wants to ball it up. Carlton by 31. They had a period in this game where they kicked 6 goals unanswered. And that is virtually the gap in the game.
I need to have a conversation with Callum Mick about Jagger Smith. Ball spills out. Lockie Neal trying to knock it clear. Lord, tackle dispossessed by McCluggage, no whistle. Lockie Neal gets a hand pass out to Fort, sends it up towards the 50. Logan Morris decided not to go back with the flight. Oscar Allen brought it down to the front against Louis Young. Spills out to Rayner. He turns, kicks to a vacant goal square and getting black. Blake Acres takes the mark for the Blues. Immediately looks to turn and attack. He's got Ben Ainsworth, who's worked his way up from half forward and has it at left half back. Turns and comes inboard to Billy Wilson. He leads the way for the Blues with metres gained as his kick is a turnover on cue. Dunkley takes the intercepting mark to McCluggage. Underground hand pass to Allen. Got it to Rayner. Can they punish them here? Hand pass back to Neal on 50. Hand pass to the run of Will Ashcroft. The back-to-back Norm Smith medalist will make you pay. And Ashcroft cruising through the 50. Steadied and finished. Back-to-back goals for the Brisbane Lions. The margin back to 25 points Carlton's way. 12-7, 79 the Blues to Brisbane, 8-6, 54. Half an hour gone. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport.
There is such a thing as knowing your limits, knowing what is safety, knowing what you can chew off. 2 targets. He had 2 targets, ignored them because he's on the back foot. Fine, that's okay. Then you steady. Then you look for the deeper one. Not trying to chew off someone who's sitting behind a Brisbane player.
And it's the 30-minute mark of
exactly.
before half-time.
Don't worry. Been there, done that, coach.
Will Ashcroft, 10 coaches' votes last week, 30 disposals and 2 goals. Hewitt fighting after it in the middle. Coughs it up. Neal takes it for the Lions. He'll kick them inside 50. Logan Morris goes up. Lots of it, not quite. McCluggage coming through, keeps it moving forward. He's tackled it, comes out to Rayner. Rayner gets it out to Will Ashcroft, who snaps on goal. Back-to-back majors for Will. Where there's a will, there's a way.
He's a champion.
And Ashcroft finds it. It's back to just 19 points. The Lions with 3 quick goals on the stroke of half-time. 12-7, 79 plays 9-6, 60. Mick Malthouse and Cal Sinclair.
Well, it just makes you pay, doesn't it? But Cam Rayner, just the strength in that contest, just to get tackled around 360 and just find enough to keep his feet. And to find Ashcroft, he just punishes you in front of goal. Absolutely punishes you when he gets the ball forward of centre. But Cam Rayner, well done. Hasn't been your night or your half, but that was your moment. You stood up when it counted.
Oscar Allen did some blocking work on the goal line. We're just working out whether he did enough to make sure Dirksen didn't get a touch onto it before it crossed the line. And the all-clear is given, so Will Ashcroft has the last 2 goals of the match. Fort wins down the tap against Pitnet. Here's Sam Walsh, gathers for the Blues, away to Jagger Smith. Tries to sidestep Lockie Neal. Too slow, Will Ashcroft got you. What a 5 minutes this man's having. Hand pass away to Connor McKenna, streaming through the middle of Docklands. Drives it inside 50, Rayner and Cowan. It clears the 2. Cowan kept his footing, Rayner went to ground, gathers the Blues defender, kicks it over the head of Cooper Lord. Coming the other direction, Wilmot gathers. Wilmot won the battle, drives it inside 50 once more. Charlie Cameron against 2, back with a flight. Louis Young, good gamble, got a fist to it and saw it through. Had he made contact, it would have been front on. A minor score, Carlton leading by 18 points.
Exiting kick, Hipwood contesting it, siren sounds, half-time. So the Blues did lead by as much as 36, but as expected, Brisbane respond. Will Ashcroft lifting his side. They kicked 3 goals to finish the half, and it's just 3 goals need Carlton's lead at the main break. 12-7-79 plays 9-7-61. The goal kickers for Carlton. Kemp had a patch where he kicked 4 consecutive goals in the game. He's got 4, and it's all singles. Jagger Smith, Harry Mackay, Will Hayward, Mark Pitnet, Louis Young, Francis Evans, Matt Cottrell and Harry Dean kicked his first goal in AFL footy. What a moment that was to extend Carlton out to that 36-point lead. When he did do that, Brisbane, their goal kickers, 2 to Will Ashcroft, who lifted in the last 5 minutes or so. Kyle Lohmann with a couple singles to Draper, to Oscar Allen, to Hugh McCluggage, to Charlie Cameron and Zach Bailey. Mick Malthouse, Cal Sinclair, how do you assess it through to halftime?
Well, it was an outstanding game of football, and I think if you're the AFL head office, maybe apart from a few umpiring decisions, Mick, you'd be absolutely wrapped with what you're seeing from both the Brisbane Lions and the Carlton Football Club. But Brody Kemp, 4 goals. Kyle Lohmann popped up with 2. That was an amazing 5 minutes from Will Ashcroft to kick 2 crucial goals and a tackle, holding the ball tackle there on Jagger Smith, who's having an absolutely outstanding game himself. He is just an absolute superstar of the competition and deserves everything he gets in this game. But for me, it just shows how important centre clearance is. Both teams are just attacking, taking the game on defensively. For probably 3/4 of that second term, Mick, Brisbane were just in all sorts that back 6. They were pointing, not knowing what was going on. They were messing up structures. They're paying Kemp absolutely no respect. I don't know what Hipwood was doing there at a point in time, standing 2 metres in front. I think Lester's been caught out on him a couple of times. I think he's had an absolute sort of outstanding game, but the one thing, this is a huge, huge test for the Carlton Football Club. It reeks a little bit what was happening during the Voss era, where they're going in with a pretty good lead at quarter time. To be honest, I think they've actually allowed Brisbane to come in, unfortunately, with a couple of really bad, disposals that caused nasty turnovers. So this game is not over. Brisbane will come out. I think Chris Fagan will have a pretty stern word to his team, because I think they've been a little bit fumbling. Mick, haven't absorbed the pressure as probably what I don't think they've probably received this amount of pressure for a number of weeks. Carlton's pressure today has been absolutely outstanding. Not sure what the rating is. Hopefully someone could tell me. But overall, Mick, those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I don't know how those things work anyway, so who cares? It's more what you see with the eye, and there's no question in my mind that the tackling was high standard by Carlton, because they had numbers there at the contest all the time. They moved the ball into an area that Brisbane is not used to being able to defend a quick ball going into the forward line. Secondly, they're not used to defending one-on-one, so therefore it's hard to get a second man across. Good splits by the Carlton forwards. They never got in each other's road, so they were able to create opportunity. We've seen some amazing goals, the one by Dean for a start off coming off the half-back line. But by and large, it's disappointing in many respects that you can lead by so much and then just fall away just that little bit. And we've got to say that there was a confrontation here about 60 metres from goal, where a Carlton player, and I'm not going to name him, was running flat at the football, as did a Brisbane player, turned and ran straight at the football. The Brisbane player was able to easily take possession of the ball because the Carlton player really didn't stay in line with it. and that 5 minutes was a bit of a trend. And I don't say one moment. I don't even know whether his teammates would even acknowledge it. But one thing is for certain, it wasn't a great impression.
No.
And I'll say it.
They tightened up.
I'll say it every time that when the ball turns over in the middle, your offensive, your midfield have got to become defenders. I think Walsh gets back pretty quick. I reckon young Smith's learning to, but Paddy Cripps has got to get back quicker on his direct opponent. And I reckon that sides work out that if you're on Paddy Cripps and the ball gets turned in the middle, just get forward. Just get forward. He won't go with you. And I know that's a big hit on a Brownlow medalist, but it's yes, he's got no leg speed as far as his opponent's got, but you've got to push in there.
And this game's got pace as well.
It's got a lot of pace.
Game's got a lot of pace.
And I don't say Paddy doesn't get the ball in the back line, because he does, but the ball's already in the back line when he gets in there. But what he's got to do is chase the ball down when the ball's on the move down there. Their ruckman's getting back. Their wingers aren't too bad. They could work a bit harder back, because to beat Brisbane, you've got to have excess numbers back there. You've got to be able to take the ball off them, because what will end up happening is their one-on-one plays are too good. So therefore, get your numbers back and make sure that they haven't got that little outlet.
If Josh Fraser decides to go for the Carlton job and make his presentation, is that his first dot point, the first goal for Harry Dean, and Jagger Smith kicking a goal as well. 17 disposals for Jagger Smith. He's had 5 clearances, 5 centre bounce clearances, 8 score involvements, and a goal, going at 100% kicking efficiency.
And also, arguably against the best team in the competition. Like, there aren't many, like, Nick Dacos, right, absolute star. His first year in the competition, played on a half-back flank.
Yeah.
They played on a half-back flank, so you obviously, that's a good way to sort of ease your way into sort of AFL level. This guy's come off a knee reco in his first year, thrown him straight in the midfield, and he's actually showing up, I guess, arguably the best midfield team in the competition. This guy's a star, and I don't think he gets the credit that he'll be the next like Nick Dacos. I think he's beyond Nick Dacos at this age.
So, yeah, and then we speak about Harry Dean, where we've been discussing he's the best first-year key defender since when? On the ABC AFL Daily podcast, I spoke a few weeks ago. I posed the question whether it was the best first-year key defender since Ben Hart, who didn't end up playing necessarily in a key post, but he started there in 1992. He played on Dunstall, Lockett.
Glenn Jakovich was pretty handy. He played on
What was his first year, though?
91.
91?
91 grand final year.
92's after 91.
Dustin Fletcher?
Oh, you're talking about premiership?
No, I'm just saying best first year since.
Probably Dustin Fletcher.
He's 93.
Dustin Fletcher was outstanding.
Yep. 93.
17-year-old, wasn't he?
Yep. Yeah. But he's in the conversation, which is more the point. Like, we're talking about how good Harry Dean is as an 18-year-old.
Did someone say something about Smith? If you've got Smith and Dean, and you're saying in the next 3 or 4 years you need a captain and a vice-captain, well, I tell you what, they both ooze leadership. You can imagine having a like Jagger Smith is a sort of kid. He's not a clever dick. He just goes about his job. There's
plenty of them normally.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of those that strut, and he's not a strutter. He gets in and gets his hands dirty. He's not overly, he's not a big player. Yet you've already said about how many centre clearances he's had against a losing ruckman, and also the quality of the midfield. And then you look at say Dean on the half back line. Wow.
And the other one, of course, is Brodie Camper, who's taken 2 contested marks and kicked 4 goals, and yet he had the matchup on Eric Hipwood, which was sort of a bit of a head-scratcher at times in that second quarter, and he made him pay.
Harry can't play, could get 4 goals on Hipwood as a back line.
Harry gets a lot of mentions on our broadcast.
Well, I'll tell you what, Hipwood, I'll tell you right now, Chris Fagan, well done, Chris Fagan. What he's doing, he's saying you're not getting a kick on the forward line, you might also go to the back half and see how good forwards play.
Yeah, but he might have gone the Brendan Favola approach. When he was swung to fullback, he had 5 kicked on him in a quarter, and Dennis Pagan said, "Have you learnt your lesson?" He said, "Have you learnt yours?" Carlton lead by 18 points, 12-7-79 plays 9-7-61. It's half time. Let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Noni Edwards. South Australia's Environment Minister has warned a potential mass casualty event from a deadly bird flu strain signals the virus is spreading quickly through the state. Testing is underway for the H5 strain on scores of dead and sick greater crested terns found on an island off the state's southeast coast. The number of confirmed cases across the country has climbed steadily to 53 since the strain was first detected on mainland Australia in June. South Australia's Environment Minister Emily Burke says it's a concerning trend.
What we are seeing now is just this week particularly is there has been a change in those numbers going from migratory to localised spread and now potentially into large numbers around our coastlines.
Lawyer and land rights activist Noel Pearson has called for remote Indigenous communities to come under the direct jurisdiction of the federal government. Nate Woodall reports from Garma in northeast Arnhem Land.
The Cape York Institute's Noel Pearson has called for the state and territory governments to hand back jurisdiction for remote Indigenous communities to the federal government. Speaking at Garma Festival in northeast Arnhem Land, Mr Pearson said remote Indigenous organisations should receive direct funding from the Commonwealth, with state and territory governments still providing services to these communities.
Our little ones deserve a future in their own land.
It comes after Foreign Affairs Minister Penny Wong spoke this morning about putting Indigenous culture at the heart of foreign policy.
A woman pushing a baby stroller has been struck by a car at Bathurst in the New South Wales Central Tablelands. Police say paramedics treated a 13-month-old baby for head injuries before taking it to Orange Hospital in a stable condition. The woman pushing the stroller escaped injury. A 69-year-old woman who was driving the car is undergoing mandatory testing. Internationally, Britain's Maritime Safety Agency says 2 tankers have been struck off the coast of Oman in the Strait of Hormuz, as the US warns of severe reprisals for Iranian strikes in the waterway. More from the BBC's Sasha Schlichter.
In the first incident, a tanker was struck 11 nautical miles off Lima, damaging its engine room and leaving the vessel not under command, as the agency put it. There were no reports of casualties or spillage. The second incident happened 21 miles off Hassab. The master of a tanker reported seeing a large splash and an explosion in close proximity to the vessel. Some ships choose to stay close to the Omani coast as they transit the waterway that has become key to the Iran conflict. Tehran insists all passage should be through its designated corridor.
The mayor of Ukraine's capital, Kiev, says the death toll from the latest Russian ballistic missile attack on the city now stands at 9, with 28 injured. Witnesses reported more than a dozen explosions throughout the city, with a number of people reported trapped in a damaged residential building. Russia has stepped up attacks on the capital in recent months, while Ukraine is short of air defences capable of downing ballistic missiles, which travel at several times the speed of sound. The Chinese Commerce Ministry has rejected US allegations of the use of forced labour in China. It says the addition of Chinese companies to a list of entities the US says use forced labour has no factual basis, and that Washington's actions disrupt the stability of global supply chains. The ministry says China opposes forced labour, and the Xinjiang region in the country's northwest, where the US says the alleged human rights abuses have taken place, is stable, prosperous and free of any forced labour. And the Asian Football Confederation has welcomed FIFA's decision to scrap plans to sell a stake in the World Cup, with its president stressing the need to discuss all such moves with transparency in future. The scheme to raise nearly $6 billion by selling part of a new unit that would run FIFA events, including the World Cup, faced a fierce backlash. The Kuala Lumpur-based AFC is one of FIFA's 6 confederations responsible for running soccer competitions across Australia, continental Asia and the Middle East. You're up to date now with the very latest from the team at ABC News.
Okay, let's do it. The ABC Listen app now has a space just for kids and families. Ooh. The only place for new episodes of Bluey Listen Along. Radio, podcasts and routines. I love it. Everything families need anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Going into the final quarter, Mackay kicks to centre half forward. They cough it up there. Under pressure, Will Ashcroft. He turns it over. Wilson takes it for the Blues. Kicks to full forward. And Kemp can mark. At the top of the goal square. Kemp comes in. Kicks his third. And Carlton are the first team in this game to lead by double digits. 11 points
Half pass away to Florent, who gets to 50, lines up, sends it long to the goal square. Kemp's there, and he takes the mark. Really got no body contact at the end.
None.
Not paying him much respect.
No respect.
Not paying him any respect. He's outmarked him 2 or 3 times now.
And Brody Kemp with a chance to equal his season high before half-time. And he's the blue difference at the moment.
Out to Hayward, to Byrne, kicks to the pocket, and Cottrell's there all alone. Snapping on the right. I hope he packed the harmonica, because they might be singing a song. Da-da-da-da-da. There's a long way to go, but the Blues lead by 23.
Hand pass to Hayward, slides a hand pass to Florent, the 2 ex-Swans combining to Jagger Smith. Hand pass to Dean, the defender couldn't call it, but he can! Harry Dean with his first goal in AFL footy. And he's celebrating with the Carlton fans in the right forward pocket. There's your future. Hand pass back to Neil on 50. Hand pass to the run of Will Ashcroft. The back-to-back Norm Smith medalist will make you pay.
Luggage coming through, keeps it moving forward. He's tackled, it comes out to Rayner. Rayner gets it out to Will Ashcroft, who snaps on goal. Back-to-back majors for Will. Where there's a will, there's a way.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Half-time, Carlton leading by 18 points at the main break, 12-7-79. Plays 9-7-61. So they did get out by 36. Brisbane clawed them back at half-time, or just before half-time, to make it 18 points at the main break, as I said. Ned Hall is watching all of the Commonwealth Games action and has an update for us. Ned.
Good evening, Benny. Yeah, we'll start it with the athletics tonight, because there's been another podium sweep by Australia coming in the 10K walk. Jemima Montag taking out the gold medal, her 3rd consecutive Com Games walking gold medal. She finished top of the podium with Elizabeth McMillan with the silver and Beck Henderson the bronze. So a clean sweep in the walk, a bronze medal in the T53, 54, 1500 metre category for Sam Rizzo. And currently out in the field events, Matthew Denny throwing in the final of the discus, and he's leading that competition a couple of throws in. Still to come on the track, incidentally, the 4x100 metre relays, the men's and women's first round in that competition. It's going well in the velodrome too, where the sprint's taking place tonight. Lee Hoffman, the fastest qualifier to go through. He's already won his first quarter-final race, as has Tate Ryan, although Daniel Barber was beaten in his first quarter-final. A couple more races there coming up. And also Kane Perris was the second fastest qualifier to go into the semi-finals of the Tandem B Sprint. He did lose his first race, though, in the semi-finals. And elsewhere in the boxing, not too far away from seeing Jai Dixon go for gold in the men's 55-kilo final. And the 65-kilo final sees Jacob Cassar also fighting for gold, and Emma Sue Roundtree a little later on this evening will go for gold in the 75-kilo category as well. Elsewhere in the netball, Australia will know who they'll be playing in the final if they can beat Jamaica in their semi-final, which comes up in about 50 minutes from now. If they do get past the Jamaicans, they'll be playing New Zealand in the final. New Zealand, earlier on today, they beat England 61 goals to 54. And just finally, a day of judo as well. There's plenty of competitors taking part there. Sia Middleton has won her first match there in the prelims, beating Sunny Doig of Scotland. That means she moves through to the last state of that competition, Ben.
Thank you, Ned. Great work, as always, keeping us abreast of the World Cup firstly, and now the Commonwealth Games. Doing a great job, as always. Carlton by 18 points here at halftime, 12-7-79, plays 9-7-61. Just recapping earlier on today, Australia defeated Ireland by 50 points, so 13-13, 91, plays 6-5-41. In the earlier games, Sydney defeated St Kilda by 19 points. Now, the story out of this game, as much as anything, was the trail of destruction that it left in its wake. So, Will Edwards with a badly fractured leg. It was pointing in the wrong direction. He was administered the green whistle out on the ground. He also had a cut from his head. There was a near 9-minute stoppage, or near 10-minute stoppage in play. At that point, St Kilda led by 10 points. When play resumed, Sydney booted 6 goals straight to turn that 10-point deficit into a 26-point lead. They went on to win by 19. Also, there was a broken hand for James Rowbottom, so he was out of the game really early on. Tom Papley had all kinds of leg issues early on in the game. Tom de Koning had a hamstring issue, continued the game, played it out, but looked bothered. And Jack Silvani dislocated his shoulder. It was out a long way, so you'd imagine we'll be out for a little while with that, as they either try and strengthen it up and get him back, or he goes in for surgery. So that was largely the story there. While elsewhere, down in the Apple Isle, the match between North Melbourne and Hawthorn. The Roos led by a point at three-quarter time, but Hawthorn went on to win by 16. And there has been another game taking place tonight, full-time in that match. The Giants winning by 12 points over Port Adelaide at the Adelaide Oval. So that brings you largely up to date with everything taking place around the AFL today. As players just mill into position, the second half about to get underway. Carlton 12-7-79, leading Brisbane 9-7-61. Can they hold on? Well, the horrors of the Michael Voss era come back with a second half fade out.
Draper wins down the opening tap against Pitnet, but it's Jagger Smith who gets the clearance. Hand pass away to Cripps, the young and the new, sending it up towards half forward, and Cottrell takes a tumbling mark, gives it back to Jagger Smith, who plays on at 50. Hand pass out wide for Hayward, who pokes a kick, looking for Byrne. Not sure he's exactly the intended target, but Taylor Byrne takes the mark just slightly right of centre, 35 metres out from goal.
It was that type of play, quick play, that catches Brisbane. Brisbane had 4 players pushing back to the goal square, which is the typical motion of expecting a long kick, and it caught only 2 players out on near the 50, and they were able to pluck that, as you say, missed kick, but it still ended up in the Carlton hands.
Taylor Byrne, 3 goals against the Gold Coast Suns as he looks to continue the momentum for the Blues, starting this third quarter with a goal in the opening minute. After the Brisbane Lions finished with the last 3 goals of the first half and just brought the Blues back to reality a little, Carlton pick up where they left off. A 24-point lead, 13-7-85 to the Brisbane Lions, 9-7-61.
Well, that was just the exact start they needed, Clinchy. I was going to come watching very, very closely how they would come out after half-time, and they couldn't have started better. Jagger Smith with 2 touches coming out of that centre clearance. And one thing that's been really noticeable is Carlton have changed in the angles with the football, like as good as I've ever seen it this year. Like there was that style of ball movement was non-existent in their first half of this year, but today it's gone to a new level against the Lions.
Kicked the behind of the year in the second quarter, Taylor Byrne. Maybe it was the first quarter, but in the first half, certainly. Draper going up early, tries to slap it down. Free kick going the way of the Blues, and Cripps, who steps around Lockie Neal, then steps around Dunkley, has to dump it on the left boot. Might work out, trying to get there McGovern. Hipwood's back there to mark defensively for Brisbane. Shanks his kick, turnover. Heward takes it back, attacking point of the square for the Blues. Short kick for Akers. Marks right on 50, gives it off to Wilson. Right foot kick, a set-up kick to the pocket. Up they go, Hayward. Gee, got up there early and hovered. He'll kick it back infield, and he'll find Ainsworth. 25 out, 45-degree angle, right forward pocket.
Well, there wasn't much wrong with that Hipwood kick, was there?
Ainsworth, left foot snap, is a goal. Carlton regain their ascendancy. They're out by 30 points again. 14-7-91, plays 9-7-61, 3 minutes into the second half. Mick Malthouse and Kel Sinclair.
It's a bit early, Kel, but 12 possessions to 1, and those 12 possessions have resulted in 2 goals. I think when
the one kick was Eric Hipwood.
Well, that's right, exactly. Yeah, that's right.
So great it was start for Chris Fagan.
Yeah, it was a good one for Carlton. I think we need to let the quarter settle before we can start to judge whether or not, because they've cleared the ball twice, Carlton. It's going to be the next 5 minutes of how this game's going to end up.
They have recaptured their scoring prowess, though. They kicked 4 goals in 10 minutes in the second quarter, and once more they've started here in a flurry. 2 goals in 3.5 minutes. Back in the middle of the ground. Draper up against Pitnet. Pitnet taps it to his own advantage and gets the clearance inside 50. McGovern comes charging out. Can't gather. It bounces away from Ainsworth, and Berry gathers. Hand pass to Wilmot. Just got it away to McCluggage, who looks up the wing. He got a shove as he got his kick away. Advantage taken by Dunkley. He waits for players running past and then looks up inside 50. Morris is the target. He scragdolls the wrestle with Dean and spills to the back. Oscar Allen is tackled and brought to ground by Wilson, with the support in the end of Harry Dean, and the umpire will ball it up. Dean, a little ginger on that ankle.
Pitnet hooking it down for Krebs, who's trying to fight through a tackle, but no prior opportunity. So another ball up it goes. Slapping it on Draper, onto it, Rayner, feints to handball, kicks it through himself. The Brisbane Lions, they will not go quietly into the night. Back to 24 points, 14-7-91, plays 10-7-67, 4.5 into the third.
And it just feels like they leak goals, Carlton. Like I know we're pumping them up so much, but the goals that they concede, they just sort of seem to like leak from stoppage or a poor turnover. Yeah, correct. Like it just feels like they've just got to tighten up there a little bit defensively, like to allow Rayner there to get goal side at a forward 50 stoppage it's a non-negotiable. You have to shut that down.
Thought you would have been odds on to say what great ruck work it was by Draper. Draper just pushed that right in front of he would have had to fall over to
I didn't
not
see
get
it. Yeah.
That was fantastic play by Draper. He's hit along that boundary line. It was just quite clinical.
Back in the middle of the ground, Draper slaps it clear, gains an extra 15 metres, and Lohman sliding in while we're at it. I'm surprised Benny hasn't mentioned Malcolm Blight. Chris Fagan's approach might be, well, Carlton will kick 20 goals, we'll kick 21. It's been a shootout under the roof tonight. Draper out of the ruck, gets a hand pass away to Dunkley, bumped as he got his kick up towards Will Ashcroft. Awkward half volley, ricochets back to Cripps, turns and kicks up towards McGovern. Lester in front, brought it down. Chera's hand pass to Ainsworth, beautiful sidestep, kicks up towards Kemp on the bounce. Harris Andrews in front, well defended. Hipwood's little toe poke was good, got it to Ainsworth, to Berry. Nice sidestep from the Irishman, McKenna. Feeds it away to Hipwood, more careful with his delivery, sends it up the wing. Lohman wrestling with Florent. Florent careful not to give away the free kick. Lohman could have been taken high. No free kick. It spills out the way of McCluggage. Beautiful kick inboard. Just missed Dunkley though. On the bounce. Clears Logan Morris and gathered by Dean. His hand pass almost chopped up by Will Ashcroft. Getting it Hayward forward to Dean. Now to Florent across half back. One way then the other. Little dangerous. Dean tackled. Brought down. It's stuck underneath Ainsworth, and he's going to be penalised holding the ball. No intent to try and knock it out, and Levi Ashcroft's going to either he or Lester get it.
So Lester looks inside 50, sets it up, marking contest, Pitnet back there. Marks defensively for the Blues, last line. Carlton leading by 24 points. Gives it off to Chera. Tight ropes the boundary line with a kick for Cottrell. Fighting there with Fletcher, they halve it out of bounds. Throwing coming, 70 around from the attacking goal for Brisbane. Carlton by 24 points, have led by as much as 36.
Ben Cameron and Matt Clinch calling the action. Cal Sinclair and Mick Malthouse, your experts. Ian Cohen with you down on the boundary from the throw in. Pitnet trying to get it down to Cripps or Hewitt. It goes out of play. And the Carlton fans are clapping in front of where this ball's about to be thrown back in. They've endured some tough times, the Blues fans, but they're enjoying what they've seen so far tonight against the reigning premiers.
Carlton are keeping the Brisbane backs all occupied.
I've lost the ball here. It's gone under the fence into the gutter. Had to bring the ball from behind the goals.
Young girls holding up a handmade sign. We love you, Cripper. Thanks for $2.50 from the skipper. 10 out of 10 for her work and creativity. Pitnet wins down the tap. Got it to Hewitt. To Jagger Smith. Hand pass away to Cripps. Against the boundary line. Sends it up the wing. McGovern caught behind. Lester did well. Brought it down to the front. Then the hand pass stripped of it. Dunkley. Taken by Hayward. Hand pass to Ainsworth. They're out here from 45. He sends it to the goal square. And it's offline. Kemp was running back to goal. In the end, he went for glory and missed to the left-hand side. Carlton leading by 25 points.
I bring it back in quickly, Brisbane. Up the middle goes Andrews. Gets it to McCluggage, who gives it to Dunkley to reveal. He'll give it back to Dunkley. Chaining handballs. Another one off to Bailey. Chera's right there with him. Catches him. Holding the ball.
Well done.
That is really well done. It's a hard tackle, that.
Oh, 50 as well.
Yeah. Well, it was headed to the wrong player.
So Chera marches up the middle of the ground. Carlton leading by 25.
Just take off. There's no one on your mark.
Still no one stands the mark. Eventually Dunkley comes to stand it. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Chera kicks laterally. Florent gathers on the bounce. Runs to 50. The home run shot is a goal. The Blues are back out by 31 and they're believing. As is everyone inside Docklands wearing the navy blue. 15-8-98 plays 10-7-67. They've kicked 3 goals to 1 to start the second half in the opening 10 minutes.
Well, Levi Ashcroft just caught napping. He was just folding back. And Florent just held his width there beautifully. Probably couldn't believe, Mick, that he was actually standing on his own. It's one thing with Ollie Florent. He's a very, very good kick for goal outside 50. But either way, they had so much time, Brisbane, to actually get back and prepare. But just leaving him there, terrific finish.
Carlton up for the fight. 3 goals to 1 so far in this third quarter. Ollie Florent with 17 disposals and 4 score involvements and now a goal. Fort wins down the tap ends Pitnet, but it's Walsh who gathers for the Blues. Cuts around Lohman, sends it out to the wing. Cottrell was able to work Fletcher underneath. He takes the mark. He has it between wing and half forward for the Blues. Mackay on the move. He marks out in front of Hipwood. So Hipwood had the challenge on Brody Kemp at stages in that second quarter. Now he's gone to Harry Mackay and it doesn't get any easier for him as Mackay marks out to the right, 45 metres out from goal.
We haven't seen a lot of Harry, but if he keeps leading up like that and plucks it like that, that went in like a rocket. So it had to be a good mark, and it was a good mark.
23 goals, 23 for the season for Harry Mackay. So it's a 50-50 shot out to the right. He misses right-hand side. So he's now 49% chance. Carlton leading by 32 points.
Kenner with the kick-in duties. Running to the pocket. Waiting a kick for Oscar Allen. Overshoots him. Getting a hand to it, Young, and Dirksen comes to clean it up for the Blues. Dangerous kick into the corridor. Pitneck can't take it. Knocks it down to Neal, who bursts away for Brisbane. Likes the look of the vacant goal square. His kick goes to the pocket. Lohman's tracking it. Right there with him, Hayward, who wins it well. Back pocket for the Blues. Off to Dean, and they can repel to Cottrell. To Hewitt, all by hand. Still Cottrell. Run down by Lohman. Caught. Holding the ball.
Couldn't he get rid of that by hand?
Hand pass the ball. It's a silly hand pass to give anyway. It really was a silly hand pass to give because they needed to clear the ball and kick the ball.
I think it was close as to whether he got a handball away or not.
Sam Walsh has lost his jumper.
George Hewitt's got it somehow, so he'll hand it back to Sam Walsh, who can put it back on.
And he's still giving it to Josh Dunkley even without the jumper.
He's not happy.
He's still going at it.
Let me see this free kick. I swear he hand passed that.
So Kyle Lohman with a big moment in the game. He's side down 32. Trots in and misses right. And the Carlton fans cheer it like a goal.
I reckon the key for Carlton now is to stay really, really disciplined in those moments because they can give away silly free kicks.
Let it go. You've won the duel.
Yeah.
31-point lead the Blues way as Ollie Florent brings Carlton back into play. To Harry Dean, who marks in the back pocket. Kicked his first goal in AFL footy in that second quarter. And kick up the wing down low for Taylor Byrne, who can't reel it in from the Florent kick, and it goes out of play. And left half forward for the Brisbane Lions. Carlton 15-9-99 to Brisbane 10-8-68. The Lions have won their last 7. The Blues had victory back on the winners list last week against the Gold Coast Suns. Fort and Louis Young. Young worked him underneath it. Gets the clearance of the Blues. Up the wing. Kemp takes the mark. Charging forward against Harris Andrews. He looks up. Mackay's next in the chain. Hipwood makes the spoil this time. It spills the way of Byrne. One way then the other, trying to get around Leicester. Did so. Hand pass to Hewitt. Kicks inboard. Harry got a touch onto it. He gathers. Hand pass to Ainsworth. One way then the other. Tackled and dispossessed by Hipwood. He tries to knock it out at ground level, out towards the boundary line. Dunkley gathers, gave it to Harris Andrews, tumbles the kick up towards half-back. The Blues have the numbers. Young tried to slap it over the back to Dean. That works for the Blues.
Oh, that's appalling. That is appalling.
I think Carlton fans feel exactly the same way.
The free kick going the way of the Lions. Logan Morris moves it up to Lohman. Between wing and half forward, kicks into the pocket. Rayner hands to it, doesn't take the mark. Ball just tumbles out. Throwing 52 around. You can hear what the Carlton fans think of it. Carlton by 31. Quarter hour mark. Third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I'd like to see a couple of replays.
The SMS line is blowing up. I think from Carlton fans at the moment. Free kick going the way of George Hewitt. So the Blues with it on their back flank. Carlton lead by 31.
George Hewitt loops a kick over the top, and it finds Ben Ainsworth. He has it at right half back. Carlton with 3-1 so far in this third quarter. As it comes inboard to Chera. Hand pass away to Hewitt. He's corralled by two Brisbane Lions players. A hand pass to Dean. Up for the challenge at the moment. Gets around Logan Morris. His kick is over the head of Cowan, though. And a lasso free kick going the way of Levi Ashcroft. Just spoke a second too soon. Tale of the tape has been we had 6 lead changes in the opening quarter. Carlton led by 14 points. A burst of 4 goals for the Blues in 10 minutes before Brisbane finished with the last 3 goals of the half. Carlton leading by 18 points at half-time.
Played on over the line, did he?
He played down over the line as we see Chris Fagan down on the boundary line. He's working that gum over.
Umpire flings it in. Fort parries it down. Walsh takes it. Kicks the Blues inside 50. Mackay plucks it. Sticky mitts.
It's been a Shepherd.
Kick somewhere. Leicester's ball.
Shepherd.
So Brisbane to receive it. Carlton lead by 31 points. Leicester shorts it to Bailey. And it goes back to Leicester. Kicks laterally on way to Levi Ashcroft. Still inside the defensive 50 here, the Lions. Levi pokes it. Just in play for Neal. Carlton by 31. Neal looking long. Infield towards the wing. Cripps and Lohman. Lohman marks. He gives it off to McKenna running by. Waits a kick inside 50. Morris drops the mark. Keeps going at ground level. Eventually coming in. Rayner's tackled to ground. Dumped.
No.
Welcome to those of you that are joining us in South Australia. Carlton, yes, you heard that right. Carlton lead by 31 points. 15-9-99 plays 10-8-68. Ben Cameron, Matt Lynch, Mick Malthouse, Kel Sinclair calling the action. Ian Cohen on the boundary. And neither are happy with the umpiring at the moment, and not that free kick, Mick and Kel.
I've got a lot of people on side, and they're wearing navy blue. So I don't think I'm wrong.
So Cam Rayner with a set shot after a contentious free kick. Drop punt is right. Carlton by 30, 17 minutes into this third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
And Harry Dean lets him know about it as well. Cam Rayner. This is brought back into play. Chera short to Billy Wilson. Sends it up to right half back where the mark is taken by Dirksen. The last 2 scores of the game have been behind to the Brisbane Lions. Rayner and Lohman. As the kick up the wing. And Cooper Lord takes the mark from the Dirksen kick. Still at right half back for the Blues though. Cottrell runs into space. He marks on the wing. Looking for players on the overlap. Now decides to come inboard. Jagger Smith marks. What an impressive game he's had. A goal in that second quarter. Possession number 22. As the Blues inside 50. Mackay and Frankie Evans compete in the air. It spills to the front. Lockie Neal gathers for Brisbane. Hand pass away to Will Ashcroft. Got it to Fletcher. Sends it high up the wing. In front, Leicester can't take the mark. Wilson makes the spoil. Cowan gathers against the boundary line. Sends a high ball inside 50. Fletcher underneath the high ball, drops it. Hipwood gathers. Hand pass away to McKenna. Louis Young got him, holding the ball. Advantage taken. Evans kicks to the goal line. Harry Mackay marks a metre out.
Whoa. They're savage at the moment. They can smell victory. Their tackling is outstanding, the Blues.
It was questionable, Mick, as to whether he should have taken the advantage, Frankie Evans, from the tackle from Louis Young. But all is well that ends well for Carlton as Harry puts it into the second tier. Mackay with his second. And the Blues are answering every challenge at the moment. 4 goals to 1 in this third quarter to lead by 36 points. Which I think, Benny, that's as wide as it was in the second quarter. So an equal game high at the moment. 16-9-105 to Brisbane 10-9-69. 19 minutes gone, third quarter. Mick Moldhouse and Cal Sinclair with you on ABC Sport.
Defensively, their back six is shot at the moment. Brisbane, like they are just sort of in all sorts. Eric Hipwood's been dragged. Like, watched him come to the bench. Basically, Chris Fagan didn't even look at him.
No. You know whose stocks have gone up, Cal? Darcy Gardner and Ty Gallup.
Tell you what, if you're buying right now, good pick.
Draper in the middle, gets it down for Will Ashcroft to Lockie Neal. Slick little handball to McCluggage, who kicks the Lions inside 50. Massive fly on the back of Allen from Dean. The defender jumping into the forward's back, nearly pulls it down. They all pile on and will get a ball up.
Harry Dean will need security if he goes down Lygon Street tonight. If he's down Lygon Street, he's not paying for a pasta anywhere.
Draper slaps it out. Cameron running by, tackled, caught quickly. Umpire wants it.
That's holding the ball. He's taken 2 steps with the football and been caught. This is a mystery, these are the ones that get everyone.
Right forward pocket for the Lions. Tapped down by Draper, slapped on by Neal, kicked by Ashcroft. That's Will. And Cameron is paid the mark right alongside the goalpost. Deep in the right forward pocket, or alongside the goal square is what I'm probably more trying to say. So Charlie Cameron already got one tonight. Will snap on his left and sneak it through. Brisbane still alive, just 16-9-105, plays 11-9-75. 21 minutes into the third term.
That was a good mark. He had Carlton player bearing down and he had to get underneath the football and hang on to it. Really good mark. Good execution of a goal. I know it only just squeezed through, it doesn't matter. He got 6.5 metres to go. So, yes, he has brought Brisbane back in. It's quite an amazing game, and I mean this in earnestly for Carlton. When the opposition have had 20 shots, kicked 11, and you've kicked 16, and you've still got about 7 minutes of the third quarter to play, there's a lot of, what's telling me is a lot of goals left in the game, and that's not necessarily what you want to hear, but there's a lot of goals left in this game.
How many goals do Brisbane need to be within at three-quarter time?
Well, they can be within 3 or 4 and they can still win it.
Draper thumps it forward, gains another 15 metres. Haynes off the back of the square in game 250, inside 50. Clears McGovern. Mackay's left standing at the back. Hand pass to Kemp. He cuts back to his right. Centering ball, looking for Hewitt. Can't take the mark. Reveal spoils it down. McGovern gathers, brushes off the tackle of Will Ashcroft. Cottrell, hand pass to Hewitt. Open goal, finishes on his left. George Hewitt puts through his first goal of the match. And Carlton with 5 third-quarter goals to Brisbane's 2. Immediately answer the Charlie Cameron goal at the other end. It's back to 36 points once more. 17-9-111 the Blues to Brisbane 11-9-75. The Blues are kicking them from everywhere tonight.
They are, but they're getting their numbers down there, Clinchy, and that's the difference. Their numbers, and when the ball hits the ground, they've got options. And Brisbane are not... I was critical of Carlton's mids getting into the contest in the forward line. Now, the same can apply for Brisbane's mids are not pushing into their back half to protect them. So they're paying a penalty as well. That's why there's so many goals scored. The lazy midfields of both sides at times.
Third time tonight, Carlton have led by 36. In the middle, Rayner for Brisbane, wins it. Forward handball to Bailey. Kick deep inside 50. Morris drops the mark. Draper knocks it down towards Lohman. Lohman shrugs a couple. Now he's zigging, zagging. Back feeds the handball to Berry. His kick smothered. Ollie Florent, the defensive effort. Spills out to Fort. Fort goes in. Berry goes in again. He's tackled by a few Blues. And then Hayward extracts it. And Carlton have it on the outside and are away.
Haynes a sand pass over the top to Walsh. Feeds it back boundary side to Lord. Drives it up the wing. Mackay's in the prize seat. He takes the mark against Hipwood. He quickly backpedals. He's got Kemp moving into the pocket against Leicester. One-on-one. Leicester makes the spoil and sees it out of play. But Carlton are getting those looks.
They are. And can I just add, what's happening, the way they're moving the football, this is foreign territory to Brisbane. They're not getting as many numbers back because they're not used to the ball being moved so quickly. Yeah. And that's catching a lot of Brisbane players out.
14-8, the inside 50s in this third quarter, Mick, in which the Blues have taken 5-1 marks inside 50. Pitnet down to Hewitt. Great tackle. Not rewarded. Yes, it is now. Berry got him and will be rewarded with a free kick for holding the ball. He'll take it in the left back pocket.
The ramifications of tonight as well. If Carlton win there, they're into the 10, at least for the time being. And for Brisbane, depending on what the margin is, their percentage could drop and they could be out of the 4 and Geelong could replace them. Now Brisbane in possession here. Down by 36. Fletcher in his back half gives it to Will Ashcroft. To Fort. Back to Will Ashcroft. Dabs a kick. Away to McKenna, who uses his dash. Kicks forward of the wing. Cold turnover. Harry Dean leads them to it and marks for Carlton. Carlton by 36 points. Late in the third term, Saturday night, beneath the roof of Docklands. Out to Florida, kicks around the wing.
Up towards half forward. Mackay juggles the mark on the second bite. He's getting his game going. 2 goals tonight for Big H. Into the pocket. Kicks looking for McGovern. Leicester's able to offer the support for Answorth and sees it out of play for a throw in right forward pocket for the Blues. Carlton by 36 points. 17-9, 111 to Brisbane 11-9, 75. And 6 lead changes in the opening quarter. But Carlton have taken control since the early stages of the second quarter. Thrown in. Pitnet shoves out Fort. Can't work back onto it. Ball stuck underneath him. A couple of others, and the umpire will ball it up. Still in the right forward pocket for the Blues. 35 out.
It's twice that Mackay has kicked the football to the same spot with players right on the receiver. So not smart.
Ford tapping it down, coming through to pick it up. Hewitt for the Blues. Handball to Walsh. Handball out to Lord. Now to Wilson. 60 from goal. Sets it up into the pocket out on the full.
Yeah, they just go to that pocket. Just probably too many times they're getting picked off now. I know it was a bad kick, but that pocket's been covered well by Brisbane.
Ian Cohen on the boundary.
Yeah, they're not looking to Blake Acres, who's been open and free, I reckon, 5 times at that particular end as well. There's still no one on him.
So Brisbane bring it back in. Away to Bailey, who kicks along to the city wing.
Dean couldn't take them up, but he does gather. Gets the hand pass away to Cowan. Sends it low for Lord. Gets his fingertips underneath it and takes the mark in front of Zach Bailey. The other mismatch they have is McGovern inside 50 alongside Noah Answorth. As the Blues work it up, Hewitt sends it to Harry Mackay. He's just outside 50 to the right. Now Kemp's in the goal square with Leicester. I know Harry doesn't mind milking the clock, but he might be almost within distance here. Shot clock still at 19 as he starts to move here. He's out to the left and just puts it towards the top of the goal square. Pitnet's there. Big spoil from behind. Fort knocked it down. It ricochets off Will Ashcroft. Brought down Frankie Evans. Neil careful not to fall on his back. And the umpire will ball it up 35 metres out from Carlton's goal. The Blues by 36 points. 27 minutes gone, third term.
Up it goes. Pitnet hooks it down to himself. Throws a boot at it. Might work out. Leicester in the end knocks it down for Brisbane. Answorth in the back pocket for the Lions. Exiting kick. Towards Reville. Right there with him, Akers, who does well enough to bring it to ground. Reville goes and gets it, though. Handball away to McCluggage, to Rayner. Steps Dirksen, chips the kick neatly around the boundary line for a leading Logan Morris. Morris kicks corridor. Dangerous. And Evans breaks it up. A Reville takes it back for Brisbane. Handball into the mark. Lockie Neal picks it up. His handball, a turnover. Haynes on the back flank for Carlton. They lead by 36 as he gives it to Akers.
Leicester came to the bench, left Kempel alone. He gathers between wing and half forward. Inboard to Pitnet, trying to get their Ainsworth. He can't get there. And the Carlton ruck marks. McGovern's running the goal square. The kick's a little slow. Brisbane trying to get back. Hipwood did well, taps it down and kept his footing. Had two Brisbane players, Fort and Wilmot, there with him. He kicks up to Reville. He marks in front of Akers. He's at right half back for the Brisbane Lions. Chips it over the top to Lachie Neale. He plays on, looks up the wing, steers a kick to Berry. Has it between wing and half forward. Sends it inside 50. Logan Morris the target. And Harry Dean makes the spoil. He's a crowd favourite tonight after kicking his first goal in the second quarter, and he has had some moments. He's even gone for a hanger. It's not what you'd expect from a versatile defender.
That should have been a goal. That should have been a goal every day of the week at Carlton. Harry Mackay has really wrecked the last three kicks in. He just hasn't picked the right target.
Carlton by 36. Draper palms it down. Will Ashcroft buzzing through, but taken by Hewitt of Carlton. Gives it out to Florence. Spirals it to the wing. Ainsworth fighting with Kemp for it there. Drags it back underneath and a ball up.
That was a good one-on-one by Kent. That was a terrific one-on-one there by Kent.
Ian Cohen.
Yeah, the night might be getting worse for the Lions. Leicester has just gone down into the rooms as well. Shoulder issue.
Draper winning the tap again, but Akers steals it for Carlton. Away to Walsh to Florent. Lateral kick. And now Cowan with room to run.
He looks to work it out to the outer side where Cooper Lord takes the mark. Wider still now. Ainsworth leading into space. He dropped. No, he did take the mark, but he lost his footing as he has it at right half forward. Turns and comes inboard to Cooper Lord, who looks out wide. Harry Mackay's on the lead and he marks in front of his eyes with Harris Andrews trailing him. He looks to centre it. The kick missed Taylor Byrne and it's gathered by Will Ashcroft for the Lions. Hand pass to McCluggage. Back to Berry. Sends it out towards Oscar Allen on the bounce. He can't reel it in and runs out of play. A boundary throw in at wide half forward. And the umpire said he was, in the end, a lasso free kick. He didn't get it before the boundary line. So Mackay inside 50. Kemp's the target. In there is Pitnet as well. And off hands it goes out up against the right behind post. So Kadeem Goldman out of the game in the second quarter with concussion. And Ryan Lester, who bizarrely did come to the bench, but a shoulder injury there. Ian Cohen's telling you Carlton lead by 36 points.
Might explain why he was so desperate to get off. Pitnet slapping it down. Sock it on by McGovern, through for a goal. Mitch McGovern with a miracle. Threw the boot at it and through it went. Carlton by 42. That's right, 42. Have equalled their highest score of the season. And it's not even three-quarter time yet. 18-9, 117, plays 11-9-75. And Mick Malthouse is fingering his own chest saying, I tipped him.
You know,
it was me.
I'll say something right now. I know this is a bit of a downer, but you don't want to have Mackay with the football.
No, I agree.
He's had his last 5 possessions have gone nowhere.
Ineffective, yeah.
Not only ineffective, they've ended up being to Brisbane's favour. Brisbane have been able to take every one of them away. His knowledge of where to put the football is bizarre. He's better off having a shot from 60 and hoping that something happens to him.
6 goals to 2, the way of the Blues in this third quarter. Draper, one down the tap. Pitnet gets a kick inside 50, but the intercepting mark is taken by Wilmot. Across half back for the Brisbane Lions. Turns and goes short to Cam Rayner. Rayner at the back edge of the centre square. Blues have kicked 8 goals from stoppages tonight, so that's been one of the real trademarks of the Blues when they've been at their best. Berry tries to just loop a kick, which is not without risk, and Fletcher is able to take the mark in front of Cooper Lord.
14 individual goal kickers as well.
Inboard to Wilmot, who got it from Jasper Fletcher. I think Brisbane are looking for the three-quarter time siren, and there it is. But it'll be Carlton fans who stand to their feet and applaud as Josh Fraser struts out in front of him. His side leads by 42 points against the reigning premiers. 18-9, 117 to Brisbane, 11-9, 75. And as Ben Cameron told you, Carlton's highest score for the season at three-quarter time. It's optimism for Carlton fans who are watching on and listening tonight. And that's coming through on the SMS as well. Sean says on 0437 774 774, I'm listening from Montreal, having just got back from a flight. Put on the Listen app. and I thought it was my jet lag with the current score. There needs to be some questions around this Carlton performance. The Blues leading by 42 points. 4 goals for Brodie Kemp. They all came in the first half. 2 goals for Harry Mackay. Individuals to Jagger Smith, McGovern, Ainsworth, Florent, Hayward, Pitnet, Hewitt, Young, Dean, Byrne, Evans and Cottrell. That's 14 individual goal kickers for the Blues. While for the Brisbane Lions, it's 2 to Will Ashcroft, 2 to Charlie Cameron and 2 to Kai Lohman. Individuals to Draper, Allen, McCluggage, Rayner and Bailey.
If you were trying to decide whether you wanted a full-time coaching gig, this might be a little factor in your decision-making, perhaps, for Josh Fraser. Carlton by 42 points, 18-9-117, plays 11-9-75. The Brisbane Lions have never overcome a three-quarter time margin greater than 38 points. 38 points in 2013 was the Miracle on Grass game against Geelong.
I'll tell you who will be very, very nervous right now, Benny.
Who?
Anyone being interviewed by Carlton.
Yep.
They'll be sitting back going, oh, no.
Yep.
Josh Essence, all he has to do is just walk out there, Messiah, at the moment and go, I will take the job, thank you very much.
I think the Blues will be nervous too, Mick, because I think they've been a little worried about being pressured into a David Teague situation.
That's right.
And if he keeps winning like this and they make the wild card, their hand may well just be forced. And I'm not sure that's a bad thing. I love what Josh Fraser is doing. 18-9-117, plays 11-9-75. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Get ready for a year of Test cricket like you've never heard before.
Hits him hard and high, straight back down the ground for 6.
That's an amazing shot.
12 months, 20 Test matches. New Zealand at home over summer. The 3 most iconic overseas tours. The 150th anniversary Test under lights at the MCG. And it all begins August 13 with Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Up they go, Hayward. Gee, got up there early and hovered. He'll kick it back infield and he'll find Ainsworth. Left foot snap is a goal. Carlton regain their ascendancy. They're out by 30 points again. Up they go, Hayward. Gee, got up there early and hovered. He'll kick it back infield and he'll find Ainsworth. Left foot snap is a goal. Carlton regain their ascendancy. They're out by 30 points again. Slapping it on Draper. Onto it, Rayner. Feints to handball. Kicks it through himself. The Brisbane Lions, they will not go quietly into the night. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Chera kicks laterally. Florent gathers on the bounce. Runs to 50. The home run shot is a goal. The Blues are back out by 31 and they're believing.
Hand pass away to McKenna. Louis Young got him, holding the ball. Advantage taken. Evans kicks to the goal line. Harry Mackay marks a metre out.
They're savage at the moment. They can smell victory.
It was questionable, Mick, as to whether he should have taken the advantage, Frankie Evans, from the tackle from Louis Young. But all is well that ends well for Carlton as Harry puts it into the second tier. Mackay with his second, and the Blues are answering every challenge at the moment.
Pitnet slapping it down. Socket on by McGovern, through for a goal. Mitch McGovern with a miracle. Threw the boot at it, and through it went. Carlton by 42.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Carlton by 42. Worth mentioning Dane Zorko, who's not out there tonight, the 5-time best and fairest at Brisbane, managed tonight. Played every game in each of their 2 premiership years. This year when he plays, they're 8-2. Without him, they're 5-4 coming into tonight. That's about to be 5-5 by the looks of things. So even money when he doesn't play, Mick and Cal.
Yeah, interesting. Well, will he make the difference tonight? Well, he's an attacking half-back. I've just been going through my goal things here. I've got Ainsworth down as only 1. Did I hear 2 goals?
Only 1 for him.
You sure?
Yep.
Yeah, but I thought I heard 2.
Nothing gets past you, Mick. There are listeners who are onto this as well.
Yep.
0437 774 774. Mixtradamus.
Yeah.
I can't even spit it out.
they've been fantastic, Carlton. They've been really... When you see sides do what they're doing, you start to have those little looks and go, Brisbane... Everyone gets nervous about saying Brisbane can't win it, but I remember a quarter when I watched and they were in front of GWS.
Yeah.
I turned my back and come back, and I think GWS kicked 12 or something. I
think it was 14.
14. It was 14 and a quarter.
6.
When you look at the game now being played by a Carlton side that has got a sprinkling of really super players, so a lot of young players and a lot of really serviceable players. On tonight, a lot more than serviceable. But what it's done, it's shown that if you can penetrate that midfield and get the ball in the back line under pressure and as quick as you can, Brisbane's back line is not as steady as what they would like. Yes, Zorko could go back there. Gardner's got to go back when he's fit. But nonetheless, they've still got some premiership players back there and they've been chopped to bits.
So Carlton up by 42 as we turn for home, winning it down Draper. Will Ashcroft out of the middle. Kicks laterally for a leading Rayner. Is forward of halfway, city side of the ground. Steps around Wilson on the mark. Drives it deep inside 50. Lohman goes up. Draper's there. He marks it. Draper just stood like a towering tree and takes the mark. 20 out, 45-degree angle right forward pocket.
He's a handy play to pick up, isn't he? You win a premiership and you pick a play like this. Big Oscar McInerney was fantastic, but this bloke just brings, I don't know, some sort of mystic to it. He's so unpredictable.
He's Nick Naitanui-like, in a way.
Yeah.
Great jump.
This could go anywhere. This could go absolutely anywhere.
Sam Draper to breathe life into the game. Misses the lot.
You're on tonight, Nick. You're on tonight.
Does out on the full counters anywhere? I think it does. Yeah. Lotto numbers.
Can we get some scratchies to the ABC commentary box, please?
Carlton by 42, a minute into the fourth.
The Blues take it on the last line of defence. Dirksen sends it up to Pitnet. And a tangle with Wilmot. The non-officiating umpire says there was a hold in the pack and it's going to go the way of Harry Mackay.
Don't try to short pass it, Harry. Just kick the ball long because you've buggered up every other one.
Oh, God.
Oh, he comes in, boy, with a risky kick to Sam Walsh, who marks in front of Lohman. Gets out of that one, plays on and switches it across half back into the back pocket for Nick Haynes. He looks up, has Lockie Cowan, who has it at left half back. Carlton's number 2 as he looks to try and move it with the Blues, leading by 42 points. Sends it high up the wing. Cripps sets himself and takes a towering mark in game 250. The Carlton captain looking to head towards a famous victory. Sends it up towards McGovern. In from the side, Hipwood makes the spoil and it goes out of play. Ian Cohen on the boundary. Any sign of Ryan Lester down there?
No, nothing at all at the moment. They are down to 3 on the boundary. Kitty Coleman still sitting in the back row. No sign of Ryan Lester.
Yeah, well, they'll be counting the cost of this because they play Hawthorn next week. Brisbane, that's not going to be an easy game either. I know it's in Brisbane, but the Hawks are in fair form.
This is a great result for Hawthorn as well. It will mean that they're still 1.5 games clear in third place on the ladder. So Brisbane less likely to go past them as Walsh snaps inside 50 for the Blues again. Carlton are in the 10 at the moment on the live ladder. Answorth clears from the back pocket for Brisbane. Rayner goes up and takes a jumping chest mark. Brisbane can reload from their half-back line.
Now pass to Lockie Neal, who got it to Will Ashcroft. Shakes the hips and gets away from a tackler to Berry, who then chips his kick out to Wilmot, who marks it left half-back.
They're playing Rayner much higher now, and they need to because he's lazy back on the forward line. So a half-forward line brings him into play. He's such a dynamic player.
Wilmot to call to play on. There's not a lot of run in front of him, so hand passes around the back to Answorth. Lohman goes for a fly on the back of Haynes. Can't come down with a footy. And the umpire said it's a free kick going the Blues way.
They're paying the mark.
Oh, they're paying the mark. Okay, Cowan, who's a little worse aware with that left ankle, has been paid the mark.
This will really set up next week too. Carlton will be in the 10 and they play St Kilda next week in that 8-point game as Cowan kicks around the wing. Off the hands of the pack, down in front. After a bury, handball to Neal, tackled quickly. So we are reaching crunch time in the AFL season. All up on the wing. Draper and Pitnet. Draper palms it down to Will Ashcroft. Kicks straight up and down. and play volleyball, but Walsh gets it off hands. Off to Cottrell, kicks the Blues inside 50. Kemp run and jump and a mark.
Yeah.
45 out, slightest of angles to the right.
Well, if there's any lessons for sides that are anywhere from 10th down, look what Carlton do. Under pressure, they get it and they dump it into their forward line, into a forward line that's got structure. And that puts pressure on the back line. And what it does, it takes away the next possession of a couple of little hand passes which you might lose. That one is just banged on the boot, and now Kemp has a shot for goal.
Kicked 4 consecutive goals in this match to either side of quarter time. Kemp looking for his 5th, an equal career high. Just slots it from 50. Carlton by 48. They are running up a score on the 2-time reigning premiers. 19-9-123, plays 11-9-75. 5 into the 14, Cohen on the boundary.
Ryan Lester has emerged. He's joined Kitty Coleman in the back row with the jumper on, so his day is done. Carlton are just assessing Nick Haynes at the moment. He was crashed into heavily in that Loman marking contest and in game 250. He looks okay, but they're having a look at him.
Thanks, Koza. So 3 fit players on the bench for the Brisbane Lions, and as he touched on, Dane Zorko managed Ty Gallup with that 3-game suspension, so that starts to become telling, and the decision to give Oscar Allen a crack tonight. He's kicked the 1 goal, had 5 disposals for Brisbane. Chris Fagan's going to leave with a few answers that won't be all that clear tonight. Draper slaps it down, but straight to Patrick Cripps of Carlton. Sends a high ball to half forward. Cottrell beaten in the physical battle, and down low, Answorth thought he had enough of the mark, but the umpire disagreed, and a ball up. In fact, it was Berry on the very bottom of the pack at half forward. Thrown up. Pitnet crashes into Draper. Spills down the way of Berry. Hand pass to Zach Bailey to McKenna. Right into Frankie Evans, who got him. Holding the ball. Blues take the advantage. Hewitt plays on. Kicks on the bounce to Mackay at the goal square. Can't get a hand pass away. Tackle laid by Harris Andrews. Gets it back from Levi Ashcroft to Fletcher in the back pocket. His kick searching for Charlie Cameron. Cowan had a grab of his arm, and the umpire spotted that. Free kick Cameron's way at right half back for the Brisbane Lions.
Got to have a rule. Clubs have got to have a rule. Get a free kick inside front 50 in front of goal. If you're directly in front, go give it back to the player. Let him have a set shot, because they've mucked up twice, Carlton.
A kick up towards the wing. Dunkley able to take it. He gives it off towards Bailey, who moves it on by a hand away towards Levi Ashcroft. Bailey gets it back, thinks it inside 50. And the mark taken by Oscar Allen, 40 metres out, very acute angle. And we think even the 2-time reigning premiers, this is going to be really hard work for them from here.
8 goals, 15 minutes, Ben.
It's 1 every 2 minutes.
Yep.
Maybe slightly better, Mick.
Yeah, it's possible, but Carlton.
Oscar Allen's drop punt is not a bad effort, but misses narrow. Carlton lead by 47, 7.5 into the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I'm not going to disagree with you tonight. They've only kicked 2 goals. They make Brisbane in the second half, so that's the other challenge for them.
Yeah, it is. Oh, look, Carlton are dominating the ball. That's the simple fact. Is inside 50s alone have just been turned on their head.
Wilson to Chera in the back pocket, kicks it up the wing. In the end, Akers couldn't take the mark and trying to combine with Patrick Cripps to see the ball go out of play. Carlton fans are leaning over the fence. They're clapping as the camera focuses in on them. They've enjoyed their Saturday night under the roof, looking for a second win on the trot, Carlton, and they would move in a 10th spot with St Kilda losing today. Thrown back in. It bounces off Fort's head against Pitnet. Will Ashcroft still charging forward. Gathers for the Lions. High kick looking for Rayner. Cowan works his way to the front. Rayner lays the tackle. He dribbles a kick Cowan to half forward. Fletcher gathers. Hand pass to Will Ashcroft. Dribbles a kick in towards the goal square. Wilson overran it. Hayward gathers. Hand pass to Ainsworth. Hand pass into the pocket. Cottrell corralled by Reville. Has to kick it up to Mackay, who's charging up the wing. Dropped the chest bar. Harris Andrews kept his feet. He gathers. The Lions co-captain back to Dunkley. He turns and kicks a high ball inside 50. Morris looks to present in the pack. Cartmar. It spills to Oscar Allen. He drops it to his boot. It rolls into the left forward pocket. Rayner gathers. His hand pass straight to the boundary line and over. Under the pressure from Cowan. And the Blues will be happy with that. A throw it in the left forward pocket for the Brisbane Lions.
Carlton by 47. You're hearing that correctly. Umpire flings it in. Fort brings it to the front. Ball bobbles around. Chera's there to feed it back to Akers. Hurries a kick. Punched on cleverly by Ainsworth. Ball bobbles towards the wing. Hayward goes and gets it. Handball away towards McGovern. Comes in and tackled out by Reville. Thrown on the wing.
Smart play by McGovern. Take the hit, get the ball, take the hit, take it over the boundary line, start again. Stoppage work's been pretty good by the Blues. Why not have more? Don't give Brisbane what they need, which is open space.
Kicked 6 goals unanswered. 2 before half-time, 4 after half-time. The Blues to lead by 36. There's only 18 points at the half, and then Carlton have opened it back up. Brisbane away with the footy here. Bailey from 55, kicks to full forward. Dean gets a hand in. It's an important hand, and he sees it out of play. Left forward pocket. Carlton by 47, 10 minutes into the fourth.
Thrown back in. Fort and Pitnet tangle. Fort tries to work it down to the front. Florent tackled by Lohman, who now takes possession of the footy over the top of Florent. And the umpire will ball it up 25 metres out from Brisbane's goal.
Kel, just rapid away the structure of Carlton outside the back 50, so they've got some presentation.
Fort hit it into the pocket, looking for Rayner, couldn't gather. Jagger Smith picks it up for the Blues, hand pass to Lord. Sends Carlton up the wing. McGovern against 2. Wilmot makes the spoil. McGovern goes racing after it, good intent, but can't get there before the boundary line. And a boundary throw in. Blues have just done all the little things well tonight. As Nick said, their structure has been impressive, and they've had 14 individual goal kickers tonight.
Yeah, it's been very impressive.
Thrown on the wing. Both rucks miss it. Bailey can only slap it on. Cripps is there to clean it up for the men in navy blue. Back to Lord. Floater up to half forward. Dropped by McGovern, but Byrne buzzes through. Tries to paddle it on. Hipwood, he can't pick it up cleanly. Goes again. Punches it out. Ainsworth extracts it in possession. Handball to Jagger Smith. Has men on. Or he can either goals. Jagger Smith kicks it. And when Carlton are moving like this, when Jagger's moving like this, they're irresistible. Carlton by 53, 11 and a half into the fourth, 29-129, plays 11-10-76.
There's a vulnerability in the defences. I hate knocking blokes, but Eric Hipwood has just had a rough night. The high ball sort of comes in, he's out.
He's not a defender though, really.
No, he's not, but he's outmarked there by McGovern, who actually dropped it, and then he had a second opportunity there to correct himself, but then just fumbled the footy. But I tell you what, this guy Jagger Smith, he just impresses me week in, week out, and doing it against the quality team. Yeah. Like, they just, Nick, you would love to coach this guy.
There's your rising star and what it means for him. Back in the middle of the ground, Pitnet wins down the tap, but Fort dribbles a kick up towards half forward. Chera had it for a moment, lost it. Rayner takes it back, hand pass to Will Ashcroft to Charlie Cameron, who's set upon by Cooper Lord. And the umpire will ball it up 45 metres out from Brisbane's goal. Ian Cohen on the boundary.
Yeah, Carlton fans are absolutely delirious, not only with the young guy that kicked the goal, but I tell you what, they are standing on their plastic now. They're not just off it.
Spills to Rayner, kicks up towards Lohman, spoiled away by Cowan. Rayner has another go, kicks straight into Cowan. Spills out to Levi Ashcroft outside of the boot, puts it across the face and misses to the left-hand side. A 52-point lead the way of the Blues. What would you say the mood of Chris Fagan's like, Koza?
That gum is getting a solid workout, and I think he's probably onto his 3rd or 4th bar of chewing gum by now.
About to end a 7-game winning streak for the Lions as well. Wilson with the kick-in duties up towards the logo, off the hands of the pack. Walsh takes it. Pokes it out in front of Young, who marks between wing and half forward. Feeds the handball to the run of Akers. Is about to be run down, just gets his kick away. Turnover though. Ainsworth of Brisbane shorts it, the bare 15 to Harris Andrews. Carlton by 52 points.
You thought Louis Young had stepped in. He didn't get the 50, so gave it to Ainsworth. They just had to blaze it up the wing. Pitnet will get there first, but Darcy Ford will tackle him to the turf. And the umpire will ball it up in front of the two benches Carlton by 52 points. 11-11-77 to the Brisbane Lions. The Blues 29-129. Thrown up in the air. The two rucks tangle. Fort gets it down. Cripps on the move. Dunkley right there with him. Spills out to Ford, who has another go at it. He's tackled and brought down by George Hewitt.
Dunkley's still going to Cripps at this point of the game on a hard tack. Just let it go now.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, I should have let it go half an hour ago.
Fort wins the tap against Pitnet. Bailey tried to slap it forward. Didn't get much purchase on it. Fort dribbles it up to Kai Lohman. Look away, hand pass to McCluggage, trying to feed it through traffic to the run of Rayner, who kicks to the goal square. Draper in the end let his opponent get back Dirksen, and he marks metres out from the goal line. Quickly kicks it to Lord in the back pocket to Wilson. These are different Blues tonight.
Wilson happy to hold it. 52 points. Wilson, a short kick for Hewitt. Hewitt to Florent. Florent looks out to the wing and spots up Lord. Lord kicks low around the wing. A good ball, though, for Ainsworth. Takes 3 bites to trap it. Eventually gives it back to Lord. Forward handball. And Byrne can gather. 50 out. He centres it towards Akers, who comes in and marks in front of Kemp.
Oh, Kemp would be suspicious on that. He's kicked. What's he kicked? 5. Oh,
could
that
have
was
been
meant
for
him
Karubas,
too.
6.
And, you know, Akers is... Moz him, but he's a little bit more reliable than Draper.
He's a little Kevin Bartlett, isn't he? Blake Akers sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, well, if it's Kevin Bartlett, he'll put it through, make no mistake. He hardly misses Kevin.
Blake Akers on the runway extends the lead to 58 points.
Wow.
This has been overwhelming from Carlton. 21-9, 135, plays 11-11-77.
15 goal kickers, Benny. Is that right?
Yeah, 15 individual goal kickers for the Blues.
Well, that's fair reward.
Doesn't leave many out, does it?
To 8. Brisbane got 8. Yeah, it's quite extraordinary. Again, we talk about the pressure and those that are handling it. What's happened? I think you said, Kel, early on they needed to arrest the slide in the stoppage work in the middle. They've done that. Put pressure on the defence. They've done that. Run the ball out of the back line. They've done that. This has been a complete. You'd almost swear that Carlton are the reigning premiers the way they're playing.
Yeah, two sides are in different jumpers. In the middle of the ground, now one of the rucks has overstepped the line.
Oh, my.
And it's going the way of Louis Young, who was competing against Draper there.
I think if you're Brisbane, you just want to get to the airport now. This has just been an absolute night to forget.
So many stats for Carlton fans tonight they'd like. The kick up towards Frankie Evans. Can't take the mark from the Young kick. And Cripps get a goal in 2:50. Hand pass comes out. Ainsworth got it to Wilson. He's one who has a kick to goal tonight. Hand pass to Chera. Up to Jagger Smith. 2 for him tonight. To Akers at right half forward. Kicks into the pocket. Burns. Taylor Byrne leading up. Takes the mark and leaves 2 Brisbane Lions players down in his way. As Reville and Connor McKenna crashed into each other. Carlton just more desperate tonight.
Well, they made 2 fumbles and were able to, which is quite extraordinary, and were able to recover the football easily and feed the ball out to one of 2 players, whoever wanted it. He's turned his back on play, so he's got to kick this goal now, because I think it was Kemp may have been in the goal square by himself. It was more Mackay.
Last time the Blues had a score like this was a Good Friday against North Melbourne, where they really ran amok. These are rare nights for Carlton fans as Byrne steps out and slots through another. Keep the good times rolling. Taylor Byrne puts through his second. The Rising Star nominee from round 20. And for Carlton fans, it's all smiles as they wave their flags and pom-poms tonight. The Blues lead by 64 points over the reigning premiers. 22-9, 141 to Brisbane, 11-11-77. As the Carlton fans cheer Paddy Cripps, who comes to the bench in game 250. Mick Malthouse and Cal Sinclair with you on ABC Sport.
You were talking before, Mick, like you were just saying, like in every facet of their game, they've just been absolutely superb. For me, it's just they've just been first to the footy everywhere. Like as soon as that ball's hit the ground, the numbers they've they've got to every single contest. Like, I've never seen a Carlton team more connected, like just by hand, by foot, but particularly when the ball hits the ground. Like, it's very impressive.
Brisbane out of the middle through Neal. Kicks inside 50. Going after it, Dunkley spoils it down. Allen gives it back to him. Dunkley snaps around the corner. Bouncing ball for Dirksen. The last line, shorts it for Akers. Just keep repeating it because I can't believe it. Carlton by 64. As Akers moves it out to Hayward. It's not so much that they've won. They've been playing well under Josh Fraser. 8-2 as we spoke about pre-game, but this has just been so powerful from the Blues. Hayward pokes it to Jagger Smith.
It's their best of ground, isn't it? That kid has just been outstanding. I'm glad you're doing the votes, mate.
Well, it's easy. It's an easy pick, Mick.
15 individual goal kickers as Jagger Smith kicks to a contest. Young through his hands. Turns tackler on Draper. Hurries a kick. Hewitt should be the first to respond. He wins it for Carlton. Handball for Chera. Handball out into space, and now Cottrell can go forward.
Looks up. In the meantime, McGovern slipped over. Reveal pushed out of the way. Racing back, Connor McKenna. The Irishman around his body. Mackay from the side. Can't take the mark against Louis Young. Here's Walsh. He kicks around his body. Another one for the Blues. Sam Walsh makes it a 16th individual goal kicker. And they are kicking them from everywhere for everyone. And Carlton lead by a whopping 70 points. They put it 11 goals to 2 since half-time. And they have embarrassed the reigning premiers tonight. 23-9, 147 to Brisbane, 11-11-77. So we might have to go to the laptop for that Good Friday game against North Melbourne, because I think that 153 points they scored in that game is within reach.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think every player for Carlton tonight has played a great game.
Oh, they've played their
everyone
role.
has played their role perfectly. Even like Paddy Cripps hasn't been his night possessions-wise, but he's done just enough. Like literally every player you can look at and you can say to them, you know what, you've actually played, a 4 out of 5 game.
Hewitt's been fantastic.
Whistle in the middle. Carlton by 70 points. Free kick going the way of Fort. Fort kicks inside 50. Looking for a marker, but the Blues are there. Akers hands to it. Chera roving the pack. Gives it to Akers, and now they bounce off halfback again. They're full of running. Away to Hayward, to Hewitt on the logo. Hewitt shorts it to Mackay. He can wheel and thump it deep. Down there is Kemper, 1-on-1. It's a 3-on-1 in the end. Brings it down, slapped away cleverly by Oscar Allen. And Ainsworth can clear, but it's marked by Hewitt, and the Blues can go in again.
He's been superb.
He's been fantastic, Hewitt. Absolutely outstanding.
Possession number 30 coming up for him. 9 score involvements, 7 inside 50s, 8 clearances, a kick inside 50. And Kemp is going to get a free kick here. He sort of had enough of the mark almost to be paid, but Ainsworth slid in with a right arm that chopped the arms and the eyes of the umpire. Brodie Kemp does get that moment to try and kick a career best 6th goal.
Well, it's quite embarrassing, really, for when you look at the scoreboard.
They've stopped
the way they've done it. It's just everything about them. The clearances, they've smashed a very good side in the centre.
It's an embarrassing loss for Brisbane. This is like, look at yourself when you get back to the footy club.
Brodie Kemp in the right forward pocket, 35 out for a career best 6th goal. He kicks across the face of goal and misses to the left-hand side. A 71-point lead the way of the Blues. Ian Cohen on the boundary.
A nightmare night for the Brisbane Lions. Logan now is sitting with the hoodie on as well. They have 2 on the bench.
Long kick in from McKenna. I'm fairly certain that this is a record for most individual goal kickers by a Carlton team. So,
well, they only had 16 players in the 1900s.
Yeah, so as we've sort of added them on, the longer we go, it's pretty unlikely that everyone kicks a goal, isn't it, Mick, in the early 1900s? So I'm fairly certain the previous best was 14, which has happened on 3 occasions. And we've had 17 today, so we've gone way past it. As Fletcher kicks around the boundary line. Up towards the contest. Lohman out the back. Takes it for Brisbane, runs away with it. He'll get rid of it. No, he'll keep it. Take another bounce. Now centre it. A good kick. And he finds Cameron, who marks 30 metres out, 45-degree angle.
Yeah, well, not many Carlton people are leaving. We want to cheer them home. They've been outstanding. As you said, Kel, everyone's played their role.
Yeah.
Whether they've had a lot of the football, not a lot of football, their tackling has been outstanding. The run is what's impressed me.
Cameron comes in and sprays it right. Carlton lead by 70.
So the Blues are saying it's an equal VFL AFL record for 16 individual goal kickers. They've gone with that on their social media.
But is that for any team or for Carlton?
We can't ask questions back, unfortunately, so we'll take it. They're saying it's an equal VFL AFL record for 16 individual goal kickers.
It'd be pretty close to a club, league record, I would have.
Yeah, you think so?
16.
And the one we'd like to see is Patrick Cripps in game 250. He's just come back on from the bench. Akers got it from Dirksen with a kick in, up the wing. Mackay gets a free kick over the shoulder.
Had to. Really undisciplined play. Guess who?
It's against Eric Hipwood, who hasn't looked like a defender tonight. And that experiment, you'd imagine, will be over.
What is Harry doing?
Yeah, he switched it back inside defensive 50 to Dirksen.
He has made some unusual decisions, Harry. Sorry, Clinchy.
I think you'll get a chance to talk about it in the post-game. The Blues fans will want to get in touch. The kick out to Haynes, who marks it left half back, sends it long up the wing. Wilmot juggles the mark and just holds onto it in front of Ainsworth. He's centre wing on the outer side. Looks into the middle of the ground. Here is Hipwood. Takes the mark centre of the centre circles.
So it certainly is an equal individual goal kickers record in a single game. We need one more new goal kicker for the Blues to break the record.
His kick was chopped off by Cooper Lord, who kicks it back up the wing. Taylor Byrne lost his footing. Does gather, though. Hand pass away to Lord and now to Jagger Smith. What a night he's had. Kicks inboard to Cottrell. He gets the hand pass to Louis Young. Nothing really on further of the ball, so works it back to Lord. And interestingly, Paddy Cripps has gone to full forward. Hewitt looks into the middle of the ground. Levi Ashcroft flies over the top of Florent. Can't take the mark. Florent back onto it. Levi drags him down. Got a hand pass away at the last moment. Harry Mackay heard a voice over his shoulder. Got it to Cottrell. Now back to Haynes.
So the players we're looking for here, Cowan, Chera, Cripps, Wilson, Haynes, Lord or Dirksen.
Why are they going backwards?
We need one of them to kick a goal.
Turn around, Harry.
Hewitt, short to Harry. Harry's kicked it laterally. There's a whistle somewhere. I thought it was downfield. I think it is. It's a 50-metre penalty for Harry. We don't want Harry. He's already got a goal. He's got two.
Well, he doesn't know where to kick it. He'll turn around and kick it backwards.
Can he find Paddy Cripps?
Well, that's what he's done with his last three kicks. They've all gone backwards because they're a safe kick.
It's a nightmare night for Brisbane as well. McCluggage out of the game.
So I'm with you, Mick. So what Paddy Cripps should do is stand behind Harry Mackay.
Yeah. Stand behind.
He might chip it back to him.
Take the hand pass and kick it. Look, they're all... Yeah.
The Harry Mackay is going to snap around the corner. He will swivel, snap and goal and place a little cherry on top. The most delicious Carlton cake. 76 points their lead. 24-10, 154, plays 11-12, 78, 27 minutes into the fourth.
This is not a good... It's a fantastic result for Carlton. This is not a good result for Brisbane playing Hawthorn next week and then trying to get their game ready because for all intents and purposes, I reckon that they're just clinging on to fourth with Adelaide and Melbourne to play, so they could actually fall to sixth. Geelong are just in front. Geelong will still be behind them.
Plus with Morris potentially out, McCluggage, Leicester.
Is McCluggage injured?
Yeah, he's sore as well.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So McCluggage out of the game. Leicester, Coleman, Morris
out of the game.
So just one fit player on the bench. That's Berry. As Draper reaches up, wins down the tap to Will Ashcroft. Hand pass back to Lockie Neal. Got it away to Will Ashcroft and now to Reville. Hand pass forward to Levi Ashcroft. The third and fourth involvement for Will Ashcroft. Kicks up to Charlie Cameron on the bounce. Centering ball in for Draper. Florent made the spoil. Jagger Smith gets back. Hand pass to Florent. Kicks out to Harry Mackay, who leads up to centre half back and takes the mark. He's got Akers running boundary side. Chips it out to him. Where is Paddy Cripps? The kick comes the way of Hayward. He marks centre wing. And Cripps is making his way across half forward. But the bench is telling Will Hayward that there's not that much longer to go. Sends it in the direction of Cripps. Got a shove on Allen. Umpire calls play on. Kicks from 50. Can't get it there. And Ainsworth gets it back. Takes it at 2 metres out from the goal line. Almost a goal at his 250th.
I
think the umpire let one go there.
Nearly the record.
Was that not the biggest push in the back you've ever seen? What they proved us in their human. They've thought, no, why would we give a free kick? Let him kick his 100, or whatever he is.
Ainsworth kicks around the wing, looking for a marker there. Walsh roves the pack, gets it onto Hewitt. One last chance. Hewitt will look inside 50. Who's down there? Jasper Fletcher takes the intercept mark in the back pocket. And Carlton are in the 10. And possession is surely 9/10 of the law for Josh Fraser. It's the kind of win that would make you want to do it full time. The Blues by 76.
We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. With all the champions they like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
Carlton run up a score on the two-time reigning defending premiers. 24-10, 154. Plays 11-12, 78. They're in the 10. And there is a real chance that they will be in the wildcard positions come season's end. They led by 4 points at quarter time. They kicked the last 2 of the first quarter. They kicked the first 4 of the second quarter. They led by 18 at the half, blew that out to 42 at three-quarter time, and then they booted 6 unanswered in the fourth to win by 76.
The Navy Blues, we are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. With all the champions they like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
So the last 8 goals of the game, an equal VFL AFL record, 16 individual goal kickers as it finished up. Kemp with 5, 2 to Jagger Smith, 2 to Mackay, 2 to Taylor Byrne, then singles to McGovern, to Ainsworth, Akers, Florent, Walsh, Hayward, Pitnet, Hewitt, Young, Dean, Evans and Cottrell. The shorter list would have been the guys that didn't kick a goal. For Brisbane, it was 2 to Lohman, 2 to Ashcroft, that's of the Will variety, Charlie Cameron, and then singles to Draper, to Allen, McCluggage, Rayner and Bailey. 76 points. The Blues are right in this season. Mick Malthouse and Cal Sinclair.
And just ahead of those guys, they got there past the 153 against North Melbourne on Good Friday.
Yeah.
So 24-10, 154 is the Blues' highest score, Mick, in 14 years. Round 21, 2012 against the Bombers. They kicked 24 goals, 12, 156 at the MCG. So a 76-point win over the reigning premiers and their highest score in 14 years for Carlton fans.
Well, probably no one would expect it. A lot of Carlton players, people would have wanted it. I don't think many people would have thought that Brisbane would fall over so easily too. It was halfway through the third quarter and all of a sudden it just started to really go pear-shaped. There were mistakes being made. Players didn't hang on to tackles. Players didn't chase. Missed opportunities. It was a complete domination. The more and more you look at the Carlton side now, you think, where that's going to put them into 10th. They're still, well, I guess they're still, yeah, GWS and perhaps St Kilda. Well, next week's defining, really, because
how big does that game between Carlton and St Kilda become?
Well, they beat St Kilda. That's probably the end of the ball game. They finish up in that 10th spot. And as much as I'm a hater of the wild card, that's why, and this is why I'm a hater of it, because 7th and 8th side, who will probably earn the spot to get into 7th or 8th, they will be up against sides like Carlton, who are, mind you, having said that, they could finish off with Well, I can't see them going any higher.
And of course, someone you came to know really well at the end of his life in particular, Mick, the late Robert Walls. We have the Robert Walls Medal awarded now in matches between Brisbane and Carlton, which is more than fitting. So we will head downstairs in just a moment for the presentation of this award. Josh Fraser being shown on the big screen, and that's who the cheers are for.
There's your noise of affirmation right there.
Yeah, that is noise of affirmation, certainly.
The 40,988 have just voted their voice.
Yep. Let's head downstairs. I think we can in just about a moment. Had a few false starts on the award. This is the last thing Brisbane want. Stand out there, wait for a medal to be presented. You know, no one on your side is likely to win it.
Paddy Cripps and Nick Keynes were still doing a TV interview, so that's why everyone's been waiting.
That's the hold-up as they trot over. On something you see every day with 16 individual goal kickers, a VFL, AFL record for the Navy Blues, and they are 10-10. They're in the 10. And Josh Fraser might be the full-time coach. Let's go downstairs.
Came together to celebrate one of football's most recognised figures, Robert Walls, with the Robert Walls Medal. The medal is awarded to the player who recognises the performance and the character as reflected by Robert throughout his outstanding career on and off the field and in the coach's box. Today we are joined by a member of the Walls family, Rebecca, who will be presenting the medal for tonight's game. Without further ado, the winner of the 2026 Robert Walls Medal is Jagger Smith.
Did they get it right, Mick?
Well, yes, he's certainly in the top three. I thought he was very consistent right through the whole game, even when they were under pressure early. He was
First of all, to Brisbane, we respect you a lot. Best luck for the rest of the year. It's a well-fought battle. To our boys, to get it done for Cooper and Hainsey, it's pretty special. So, really happy for you boys. Let's keep building.
Well spoken.
Once again, congratulations to Jagger Smith. Blue Baggers, a huge thank you for coming out in force today at Marvel Stadium. What an incredible result it was.
There we have it, the end of the on-field presentations. As we're at Brisbane going, a guard of honour, I think, for Patrick Cripps. He started walking away from their race. I was wondering,
just gets worse.
Given how poorly they played,
the nightmare isn't over just yet.
Disoriented. But no, they'll perform a guard of honour for a champion that is Paddy Cripps, a dual Brownlow medalist. So they're heading over there. And Nick Haynes as well, who we mentioned throughout the night, playing his 250th game. The two sides just amble over. A lot of the Blues fans have hung around, and well they may, because Patrick Cripps has been a man that has carried this club on his shoulders for a long period of time and will very rightfully deserve to be cheered off. So they're just gathering the lines, forming a guard of honour on one side, Carlton on the other, down at the Lockett end of the ground. Paddy Cripps is going to be cheered off by George Hewitt and Mark Pittonet. Nick Haynes will be lifted aloft by Harry Mackay, and I can't see who's on the other side, but quite rightfully, Paddy Cripps is honoured appropriately. Comes up to the Carlton crowd, and he'll go down as one of their very best. As he'll eventually walk off. Ben Ainsworth was the other player for Nick Haynes, cheering him off. It's been a big night. It's been a very big night if you're a Carlton fan, and it might get bigger if you find yourself on Lygon Street.
I'll tell you what, there's a number of players that I think these are the wins you've got to enjoy. Like, I'm not sure if they've got breaks, how long their break is going into next week, but these are what connects you as a playing group and connects you as a footy club. So, mate, if I was them, it's a special win. Look, Brisbane weren't at their best, but they looked a bit broken today, Brisbane. They were really sort of, I thought they got a bit of a shock with the pressure that sort of Carlton went to them, and you identified it really early. I mean, they came in with a real plan to, I guess, put speed on the ball, have a lot of pace by legs, but
I'm taken back. You know, I've done a lot of games the last few weeks of probably, you know, the bottom 8 teams, but there's a massive gap. Yeah. There's a huge gap in the competition between, I guess, where the best teams are, and even Carlton at the moment, like they played like they were the best team in the competition today, and it's going to be a tough flight home for the Brisbane Lions. Like defensively, I thought they were really poor.
Yep.
I thought they were really, really poor. I thought their back six was just completely depleted in the end. Eric Hipwood went down there. I think Oscar Allen found his way down there in the last quarter as well. Just 2 guys that they've really got to work on.
We are the Navy Blues. Woo! We are the old dark Navy Blues. Woo! We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team of Carlton knows. We're all the champions. Who like to send us to keep our hands up. And you know that they'll be playing against the famous old dark Blues. Woo!
They are a very happy team down here, boys. They are absolutely packed to the rafters. Everyone is here on board. I just saw Graham Wright walk through before, and plenty were chewing his ear off. And when Josh Fraser walked out to be part of the presentation for the Robert Walls Trophy, it was indeed to a huge, rapturous round of applause from the assembled staff here, from the assembled fans here, from just about everyone. So it's going to be an interesting period for Josh Fraser. We're going to talk to Mark Pitnett in just a moment.
Looking forward to it, Koza. We'll come back to you momentarily, but I'm sure people were getting in Graham Wright's here. Mick probably telling him, Josh is your man. Oh, that's pretty good from Josh. Josh might be the guy.
Yeah, well, you got a record like he's got. It's the equal of anyone. And I'm not going back over who's taken over sides. This year is that if you take consideration from the day that he took over to now, I think there's only Fremantle that would be in front on the ladder. They've lost 1 in that time, I think. Remember, Fremantle lost the first game and then lost 1 since. Carlton have lost 2. What has he won? 10?
Yep.
1, 10 and 2. So if you look at the time he actually took over, Carlton are the equal best form side or thereabouts. And it's... I'll test your records here, Clinchy, but I'm pretty confident to say that a side that has anywhere near 14 goals scored against it in a quarter and gets beaten by another side by 70-odd points very rarely wins a premiership. I think the premiers are always generally, if they get beaten, it's always under 20 points or thereabouts. You might have 1 bad loss, but not losses like this, not so close to the season. And on top of that, I think you said it, they've ended up with 1 player on the bench. The other 4, yes, the other 4 we don't know how long they're going to be out for, but certainly a couple might come back next week. But I don't know whether they can change attitude. Is the hunger gone? I'm not sure. Has the game plan been worked out? Again, you don't know. How's the forward line settling at the moment? Who are the main key 3 they've got to have on their forward line? At the moment, it's not dominant at the moment. Against a very young, let's face it, a very young Carlton side. There's no Wiedering back there. Wiedering generally would marshal the troops, take the most dangerous forward. Well, at the moment, that's Dean, who's an 18-year-old, and other players that are around about not much older than him, but also not much bigger than him. So they've got but what they have got is just got run, and sides that can run against you and use the ball and cut you through the middle and then get it in that forward line quickly and put your back line under pressure, you'll worry most sides.
So those 4 players who finished off the ground for Brisbane: McCluggage, Lester, Coleman and Logan Morris. So they had 1 fit player left on the bench. As you touched on, Mick, Carlton 1 and 8 when Michael Voss departed. Josh Fraser has won 9 of his 11 games. So they looked a different side against Collingwood a couple of weeks ago, but there's probably no better audition than transforming a club and playing in the manner in which they did tonight.
Yeah, well...
Got to be him, Mick.
Is his Wolf of Wall Street moment? Does he walk in tonight and say, I'm in?
Yeah. I don't know whether he'll do that, but I would suspect that if you're going to... And Graham Wright's... I'm thinking, we're all thinking what Graham Wright's going to do. He's going to do something like a new coach. He's not going to go over a seasoned coach. So therefore, why wouldn't you go for someone who now has demonstrated over 11 weeks, but you can't have a reluctance there. You can't. The last thing you should ever never talk a person out of retirement, never talking a person into a job.
Yep.
They've got to want the job, and they want to be hungry for the job, and they've got to be convinced that all the bits and pieces that come with it, I'm prepared to take that on top of the good stuff that comes.
Let's go down into the rooms and catch up with Ian Cohen.
Absolutely, Ben. Mark Pitnet has been kind enough to join us, and the rooms are absolutely abuzz. Mark, congratulations on the win. Record score for the Blues, record number of goal kickers. I mean, everything fell your way tonight. You worked hard to make it happen, but when you were snaring goals, you thought, hello, we're on tonight.
Absolutely, man. If I'm kicking a goal to start the game, it's always a good day. But, the boys did so much well today, and Brisbane's such a good outfit. They came after us in that second quarter, and credit to the way that we just fought out that second half really well.
Well, it was more than the second half, wasn't it? You got out to a 6-goal advantage before the half-time break, and then you just extended it through that second period. And you would have thought that Brisbane would have hit back at some stage, but they just couldn't seem to muster or rally any sort of defence.
You put it like that, I'll be honest, out there it felt like they were coming. They're such a good team and come in waves, especially out of that set of bounds. So, it didn't feel like we were up by that much. And to be honest, as the game went on, boys actually didn't realise we were up by so much. It was that much of a locked-in performance.
We'll go upstairs, Kel Sinclair and Mick Malthouse.
Mark, Cal Sinclair here, mate. Congratulations on such a terrific win. I've got a few questions for you. Would this be the best win of your career?
Outside of finals, yes.
Yeah.
A couple big finals wins, the Sydney and the Melbourne one definitely topped this, but for a regular season game, probably is just because credit to how good Brisbane are at the moment.
Mate, I've watched you a fair bit this year over the last 12 months, and one thing I've noticed that you've brought into your game is you're hitting the scoreboard more. Was that... You did it a few times in stoppages against Sydney a number of weeks ago, but I've just noticed that that's an element to your game that you brought. Was that something that I guess you got some feedback on, or have you intentionally gone out there to try and hit the scoreboard more this year?
No, that was a conscious decision. I like to think about the game, and when I saw the ruck rules come in and the way that between the arcs was going to reduce stoppages, I had to add another layer to my game, and that was something I tried to get after. So just being able to work out whether that's forward 50 stoppage or just off that ceiling position for our forwards like I did today, and the more I can hit the scoreboard, the more they've got to defend me, and gives our forwards 1v1s.
Mate, last one from me, and you're probably tired of talking about this topic, but you must be surprised. You would be surprised if Josh Fraser isn't your coach next year.
Surprise is your word, not mine. To be honest, I've had that many coaches over my career. I just take it week by week. We don't have good leaders at the club, and the way we take the approach is just, we've got 3-4 weeks. Hopefully we can, put in a performance in September if we can, but we've just got to lock in and really do what we can at the moment, week to week.
Well done, mate. Terrific.
Has anyone at the club asked for your opinion, though, Mark?
No, it's above my pay grade, to be honest. I'm happy to join that pay grade if someone wants to pay me that much, but not quite.
I'll be like a manager and I'll be a manager.
Oh, it sounds like a good deal to me.
Was there a moment, Mark, tonight, it's Matt Clinch here, where you felt like, all right, tonight's our night? Like, you had that little period in the second quarter where you were able to kick, I think it was 4 goals in 10 minutes, and after a tight tussle in that first quarter, it just felt like you were on. Maybe the Harry Dean goal was the moment. I don't know. What did you think?
The Harry Dean moment was one of the most fun moments I've had. But the issue with that, which you would have seen, is we were all cooked after we celebrated. So that's probably why we conceded a couple of goals after. It wasn't our smartest moment, but I think we're pretty happy we did it, because that was seriously fun. Especially, we knew he'd celebrate pretty hard after he celebrated a spoil last week. So I was very excited to see how he celebrated with the crowd after a goal.
Mark, congratulations. Outstanding performance of the team, and I thought your work rate was terrific. We were talking about the clearance rate in the first quarter. We just thought if you could, you're in front, you've actually kicked 6-4, 6-3, 6-2, 6-1 for the quarters, so it was very, very you were so consistent, but your middle work started to really tell on them. They once you got that ball out of the middle very regularly in the second quarter. Was there anything said at quarter time? And I'll come back to before the game too about your game styles. So if you could just answer that one about the quarter time work.
In terms of that midfield, so I went into a plan ruck-wise first quarter. It didn't quite work because the way I view it is, especially with these ruck rules, I don't have to actually get my hand on it necessarily, but I've got to keep it predictable. And first quarter, I didn't make it predictable enough for us and changed a bit of tactics at quarter time, which you've got to do these days. And once I made that adjustment, I wasn't necessarily getting my hand on it, but as long as it's predictable for my midfielders, my job gets done. So I've got to, be a bit smart and put my ego on the hook sometimes when it comes to that. But as long as those mids have it easy and they can get the job done, I'm happy with that. And they did that across the next 3 quarters.
Yeah, well, you're terrific. Just ask this question. And we know that you've got a game structure and a game strategies, or game MO. Do the strategies change on a week-to-week basis with Josh? Because I'm just looking at the way you played. You took them on with speed, and you took them on to get the ball to your forward line, seemingly a lot quicker without over hand passing and giving them a chance to get the ball back. It just seemed to me that the way you played was to put pressure back on their back half as opposed to just anywhere else. Was that spoken about?
Not so much consciously, but the whole way they take the approach is, as Fraser says, we're an unfinished product and we're just trying to add layers as we go. So tonight we sort of put that bit of layer on, working out when to take territory and when to go by handball, because they are very good. So if we took on that first line of pressure with too many handballs, we knew that they had the ability to turn that over. So being able to make that decision, and when we got to just get it in deep and back our 1v1s made a big difference tonight, and that's probably something we sometimes have made a few errors with in the past. So nice bit of growth in that regard. But week to week, to be honest, how Fraser talks in the media is exactly what he says to us. So it's very consistent, almost boring for you guys.
No, so getting back to that, so there was a conscious effort then just to don't expose the ball to Brisbane, just get the ball in the forward line?
No, so I wouldn't say conscious efforts. I'll reword that for you. It's understanding, regardless of whether it's Brisbane or someone else, is recognise what options we've got. If the pressure and the heat's good, recognise that, respect that, and take territory. But if we can go forward with handball, we're happy to take those handballs as well. So it's more just us understanding where the game's at, what their pressure's like, and what the moment actually calls for, especially with the momentum of the game.
And with a coach that is a ruckman, does he give you? Well, I was going to say, do you have a ruck coach for start off? But do you use him? With his experience as being a ruckman come forward?
I mean, I've got Matt Cruz as my ruck coach, and he's an absolute superstar.
Yeah. So you've got two, yeah.
I mean, I'm blessed with having two in that regard. But no, I think there's a bit of more of appreciation of the ruckman when you got a ruckman as a head coach. So that's a bit nice because, when you get a bit of positive feedback, it's genuine, and when you get a bit of criticism, you can't sit there and be like, you've never played the position. It's probably the rare one.
Really good call.
Well, while we're focusing on the ruck craft, Mark Pittnett's with us in the Blues rooms. Is the pecking order changing a little bit? Jagger Smith and the game in which he played tonight, 29 disposals. He had 6 clearances, 6 centre bounce clearances and 2 goals. What can you tell us about this emerging rising star and just his composure as we picked up tonight?
Can't say emerging rising star. We've got Harry Dean as well. But I mean, everything you see on game day is just a reflection of what you see at training, and he's got that level of competitiveness that everyone in football has been around is competitive, but there's another layer of competitiveness. So he's got that, his will to get better each week, his attention to detail, and just how much he wants to drive our club forward. He's just been such a good pickup for us, and just the way he moves the ball as well, coming out of those midfield stoppages, just means we're so much more damaging.
Last one as we let you go, Mark. We're sort of reliably told that you're a bit of an ABC listener. Is that true, or is that a little furphy with wires crossed somewhere along the lines?
I listen to everything. I'm diverse. I like to just take in whatever tickles my fancy, to be honest. Okay. If you talk positive things about me, I listen to ABC every day. So
Look, we only talk positive things about you.
I'm not changing at all then.
Go and enjoy the night and the celebrations. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
There is Mark Pittnett chatting to us post-game here on ABC Sport. The Josh Fraser discussion. So there's a lot of text coming through about where it's at. Fraser's not a media monkey like every other coach, so he won't. I think the essential suggestion is that he won't play the game. There's another text here which says, Ben, I told you when you and Cameron Ling constantly bagged Carlton, you would have egg on your face. Sooner than I thought. Take that, says Dave.
Yeah, don't go getting soft.
But
don't start taking things personally. Kel's already said that. You take things personally.
No, I'm not on air.
You might be getting a clip.
I'm not sure I've been on air.
The ABC social media have quoted me too. So,
all I was going to say is I'm not sure I've been on air with Cameron Ling this year, so I don't know.
I'm on air every Sunday with Cameron Ling, so it's probably me it's directed at. But Carlton fans rightfully are beating their chest tonight, and they probably deserve so. So look out. They'll be celebrating long into the night, and we might see the scarves out the window tomorrow and Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday until they take on the Saints next week.
I mean, I'm wrapped for the Blues and Dave and all of their fans with where they were to be where they are now. How good a journey it's been. The Josh Fraser thing, though, like Daniel Harford and I spoke about this on the ABC AFL Daily podcast at the start of July. about he's played the perfect public hand. Say, I'm not interested in doing it. Say that for as long as you can. Go through your early interviews. Then he gets direct passage through to the final set of interviews, by which point we're down to the final 3 weeks of the season. You know, if they've made a real run and it's going as well as it is right now, well, maybe you can give him the job and say, and he can be a part of the final interviews. But at least for the first 10 weeks, now 11, he can focus on just coaching the team. So I think there was always and I've said this right throughout, so this isn't reinventing history. There was always a chance that this would happen. He would enter the process late. And that he was interested and possibly a chance of being the Carlton senior coach. But I just think they played the perfect public hand. Is that fair, Mick?
I still say that Josh, early days, was not interested. I just reckon he was quite content to be pressure off, do what I'm doing. If I'm developing players or I'm assistant coach somewhere where I'm taking one of the lines, I am really just in the background, whereas a senior coach, he's been around where he's seen senior coaches under a lot of pressure and probably thinks, do I really want to put my family through this? I don't know whether he'll change from that. It's going to be interesting because he's probably got a side now that if they keep maturing the way they get, if they pick up Cody Walker, is it Cody Walker? Cody?
Yep.
Yeah, if they pick him up and he's as good, which I'm led to believe he is a superstar. So there's 3 genuine superstars they've got. And one will probably play forward, one's in the mid, one's in the back. Then you throw in all the rest of the young players that are around, and some of them are very, very good. They are on the up. So as a coach, if he wants to get into it, this is the club to jump into because.
But you can't abandon the process, can you? How would Carlton handle it?
No, well, they can't abandon the process, but I as I said beforehand, there's going to be 3 or 4 blokes to be really nervous now going, well, we're expecting them to probably win half their games and lose the other half, and not have a 70-odd point win against the reigning premiers. My position now is diminishing. So there'd be 3 or 4 people going. We started off maybe now maybe we're just scraps.
And you look at Cal. We were talking before the game about St Kilda and North Melbourne about have they improved this season? How much have they improved this season? What Josh Fraser's done in 11 games.
Yeah, look, I think it's a pretty simple conversation now. I think the board and Graham Wright in that conversation just probably sit down with him and just say, look, the wave of support that you've got is pretty significant and substantial. You've got a really terrific sample size. The job is yours, but you need to tell us that you're 100% committed, and not that he ever wouldn't be, but you're all in. And you're not going to hesitate and things like that because you're right, Benny. He has played the right public hand, but there was probably no alternative. Probably it would have been I guess not a bad look, but a distasteful look to come out straight away and say that I want the job. After only a week of Vossi being sacked, and Mick's probably right. Like he might have at the start been like, well, I don't actually know if I actually want this job or not. I don't know what it's like to be a head coach. All right, I've had almost 3 months of it now, and yeah, it'd probably be a tough thing to stomach going back to a line coach when you've had such great success and such great momentum. And it seems like you've built some real trust within the playing group, and the playing group now believe in you. But strategically coming out on the ground and having the one shot of him with all the team and the whole crowd, chanting for him. Like, it's a big decision for the board to not appoint him if Josh says, I want the job. So I think it's his if he wants it.
It puts them in a real predicament.
It's like a James Hurd scenario, isn't it? Yeah. If you appoint someone else, then all the fans are going to go, well, hang on, you had the guy there.
And they feel wedged because of what happened with David Teague. Yeah. So they're kind of like, we don't want to have our hands forced again. And yet it would be so Carlton if they're stubborn about that, don't appoint Josh Fraser, get someone else in who struggles. Josh Fraser ends up somewhere else and becomes a really good senior coach. Everyone will say, you had him, he was right there.
I don't. This is the way I'm reading it. I don't reckon up until right this very minute that Josh really wanted to be the senior coach. Tonight may change it.
Yeah.
Maybe because 3 weeks ago.
He said he's going to lean on mentors. Sorry to jump in.
That's fine. So he's had his 2 losses that was the time. We're talking about this at home because I've had a lot to do with Josh as a coach. Finished a long time ago, but still had him for 8 or 9 or 10 years. What would worry me is that, and I want to see what it was like when they lost, and they lost 2 games against sides that were in front of them, Collingwood and Hawthorn, and he seemed to take it okay, but they needed to win the next one. Because I reckon that would have been, this is too much pressure for me. Now I'm thinking he's going to weigh this up and think, I've got some pretty good young players and we've played a lot of sides. We're probably going to be better than next year. So at the very least, I can see us finishing above 8th or thereabouts. So he may well change his mind, but I don't reckon he had any intention up and let's say 4 or 5 weeks ago of entering discussions for senior coaching.
What I was going to ask you, though, he said he's going to lean on mentors. Are you one of those?
No, I won't be one of these.
If he called you, what would you tell him?
I'd need to talk to him. I still say this. It doesn't mean I've said on air before, never talk anyone out of retirement, never talk anyone into a job. I would only say to him, just remember these are the good times and these are the times that your family... You yourself will take it because you're big enough and ugly enough and you've been through enough. It's whether your family with you can take the heat when it starts to turn. Carlton can make it turn very quickly.
The house is hotter at Carlton than anywhere else.
Well, yeah, there's a couple of clubs, but certainly the Blues have got the record. So that's what you'd be asking. You'd be finding out, is he legitimate? If he really wants it, then you'd say, you've got to go for it. But if he's umming and ahhing, you don't talk people into those jobs.
It's hard to turn down the paycheck, wouldn't it? When it gets offered. No, well, it's a good story, but
you get paid. You get paid for that.
I agree with you.
For the pressure that you're constantly.
It's like danger money, isn't it?
No, I'm with you.
That puts you under stress all the time.
I'm with you, but it's a big discrepancy between being an assistant and a head coach.
Well, 200,000 to 800,000 is a 400% increase. It's pretty good going, isn't it? And that's the lower end of the senior coaches. So. Anyway, we do need to speak about Brisbane and where it leaves them. So this is a 2-time reigning premiers that have now had a 76-point loss to Carlton tonight. They also had a quarter against GWS where they conceded 14 goals to 86 points in the third quarter of that game. So they'd won 7 coming into tonight. We're all pretty on board. We all sat around and I think maybe, Clinchy, you had Fremantle still 1, but I think the rest of us had Brisbane as our number 1 seed.
I didn't have Brisbane number 1. I'll give you the tip right now. I didn't have Brisbane number 1.
Who did you have number 1, Fred?
I had Brisbane number 2, didn't you?
If they get there, they're going to be hard to beat. I still say that a side like Brisbane are still highly vulnerable because of the fact that they've won the last 2.
Yep.
Because I still don't think that the maturity nor the brilliance caters for the fact that, because other sides aren't falling off. Hawthorn, when they won their 3, it was during the period when GWS and Greater West and Gold Coast were on, sides couldn't replenish their list, and it's very rare that your first year can beat your last year winning it. Hawthorn's first year in 13 would beat 14 and 13 would beat 15. But I'm not... I would have thought Brisbane's side of last year would probably beat the first year. But I don't... I worry about Brisbane when this sort of stuff happens.
Their keys ahead and behind the ball are now an issue. Like, you've obviously got Morris, who's not going to probably... He looks sore, so he's obviously out.
Well, we'll say he's not out. He's still a lone target down there, because at the moment... Oscar Allen's still... He will be their key forward. He's a better player than Hipwood, but he needs half a dozen games.
He's been in form. Yeah.
Yeah, he has to get in form.
Yeah.
Rayner's better playing up the ground and making him work. Draper makes him a better side in the middle because he is a genuinely good rusher. Look, I just say that when you get pace against them, I don't think they work back hard enough, and it exposes the back line. That's what's happened tonight.
It's going to be interesting which direction Chris Fagan goes. Darcy Gardner, hopeful of being back in a week or so's time.
Well, he doesn't play.
2 days playing in the VFL, so he's one who came across from Adelaide, has never had any joy with his body. Ty Gallup's still another 2 weeks away with that suspension. So Dane Zorko managed tonight, so they have some players who'll be able to come back in, but what are the right combinations is going to be so fascinating, given that they tried Eric Hipwood tonight and that didn't work.
I think we just go back a couple of weeks ago to round 19. West Coast had them.
Yeah.
West Coast had. Yeah. Well, West Coast are a legitimate bottom four side. On the up, no question about that. They've got some talent coming through, but you can't allow a side like that. It's basically only got kids. So, I think that will they rebound? Hawthorn might get them. It's up in Brisbane. But
all of a sudden, 2 big games next week. Carlton and Kilda.
It's massive.
All those 2 games there, they are more than massive.
Just as we're worried that the finals were starting to peter out a little bit and we were getting all predictable results.
Yeah, Ross Lyon said he was going to hang around and watch the game tonight ahead of having Carlton next week. So that is a genuine 8-point game there. Just to tie a bow on Brisbane as well with their injuries. So Kadeen Coleman out of the game with concussion early on. They also lost Ryan Lester to a shoulder injury. Logan and McCluggage both finished the game sore, and given the scoreline, it just wasn't worth putting them back on. Cal Sinclair, you got 45 seconds for the votes. Which way are you going?
I can't. We'll start with number 1. I can't knock a forward who kicks 5 goals and not put him in the votes. So I've got to put him in there.
Good
so
pick.
Brady
Good pick.
Kemp, you've had a terrific day. Honourable mention to Harry Dean. I thought he was superb in defence today, so he's just missed out in the vote. So Kemp is 1. Number 2 is Jagger Smith. I know I know he won the medal. He had a terrific game, but so he's got my 2. 3 votes. I've got to give it to George Hewitt. We just called his name far too much tonight, guys. What did he end up having? He ended up having a goal, 33 disposals, 18 kicks, 15 handballs, 11 marks, 3 tackles, and he had, I think it was 8 inside 50s and 8 clearances. So I thought he was terrific.
Controversial, but we'll accept them. Well done, Sinks. Great work from you.
Great picks.
You happy with them?
Yeah.
George was outstanding. Yeah,
fantastic.
Yeah.
Great to see you, Mick. Clinchy, great work from you on double duties, as is customary on a Saturday from you. Ian Cohen on the boundary. Also, Stu Birchmore, Stubby-Doo, doing his best work on the buttons back there. The Blues, they won by 76 points. I think I forgot Mitch Turner in the studio. Did I mention him? Carlton by 76 points, 24-10, 154. They've defeated Brisbane 11-12, 78. The Blues are in the 10. And Josh Fraser, he might just be the man for the job. We're saying goodnight from Docklands. Carlton, oh boy, what a finish to the season coming up.